TSSAA Blue Cross Bowl for a state championship, where the Upperman Bees play the Pearl Cohn Firebirds. My name is Jacob Vincent. I'm your game day host today. Joining me in the booth, we've got our play-by-play man, Noah McKay, color commentator Justin Matheny over there, and officiating expert Jeremy Tallison. We'll be joined by Hallie Ledbetter down on the field in just a little bit. Guys, we're here. Chattanooga, the Bees, 14-0, playing for a state title for the first time in school history. A big win last week in the semifinals. The weather, a little bit dreary. It's rainy, it's foggy, and it seems like it might be playing in the Bees' favor. It's going to be a fun day.
Yeah, it absolutely is. The weather, no doubt, a factor. It's slowed down. It was raining really bad when we drove into town about an hour ago, but still the potential for it to pick back up. It's a foggy day. That certainly does favor a team that wants to keep it on the ground and not a team that wants to air it out. This may be the best matchup on the board, maybe outside of that Baylor-McCallie game. The only state championship matchup at the Blue Cross Bowl that features two undefeated teams and two deserving undefeated teams. They've played against teams. They've come out on top. Two different paths to this game, but without a doubt, in my opinion, the two best teams in the 4A classification going to battle for a gold ball today.
Justin, obviously you've played in all kinds of conditions throughout your playing career. What's it like to play in something like this? It's about 60 degrees. It's been kind of rainy all morning long. It might be rainy during the game. How does it change a game like today?
Well, first off, good thing it's not rainy and cold. That's the worst to play, and you either want it to snow or not rain. It's like you said, it's kind of 60. It's just more uncomfortable. Kind of the main thing that's important to me here early is, as far as I know, neither one of these teams have played in bad weather all year. I know Upperman has it, so I can't really speak for Pearl, but kind of had a drought in the Upper Cumberland this year and just didn't play in any rain. So you've got to figure out a lot of things. If you're a receiver, are you playing with or without your gloves? Are you taking your visor off? And then just settle into the game. We're on turf, so it's a little different than playing out there on grass. But I always have thought when you're playing in a wet track, it's advantage offense. They know the cadence. They know where they're breaking off their routes, what they're running, and the defense is kind of guessing. So look for players slipping on both sides of the ball, but I've always thought advantage offense a little bit.
And Jeremy, for you, I mean, you've been in these situations before. You've been down there on the field. You've been a white hat in some of these games. Do you notice anything different when it's weather like this, maybe?
You know, it's funny that we actually have those talks as well. You know, as an official, one thing you want to focus on is pausing an extra second if the guy's going to the ground. You know, if it's a catch, you know, you see the routine catch, ball coming off the hands because the ball's slippery. I'll tell you, as an official, you have to prepare for this as well. So everybody, even the footing of officials, you know, everything is important today. So.
This is the Crouch Team with Highlands Elite Real Estate pregame shows. We get you ready for the Upperman Bees and the Pearl Cohn Firebirds right here on UCR. Going to be a great day. Obviously, our pregame show a little bit longer here today. And, hey, you can see us on the camera today, a new thing that we're trying out. Obviously, we can't bring you video of the game. We'll bring you all the action of the game as we get you ready coming up at kickoff in just under an hour. Let's get into it a little bit. I mean, this is going to be a huge matchup. You mentioned two undefeated teams coming into this. They've earned their ways here for the Bees. It has been some really good teams that they have played throughout the playoffs, specifically Macon County and Greenville in the last two games. But their regular season was tough as well. They're one of the most battle-tested teams coming into this, and it seems like almost every week they are considered the underdog still.
Yeah, they still are, and it's so funny because in the Upper Cumberland, right, it's Big Bad Upperman. Everybody knows Upperman is the big bad man on the block for the last 6 years under Adam Kane. They've been the perennial power. Their down years, they're still winning region titles, or they're in it into at least the second round of the playoffs. But they get outside of the Upper Cumberland, and all of a sudden, now it's a completely different story, right? We saw it a ton last week with Greenville. That's been upped a little bit here against this Pearl Cohn team that has D1 athletes all over the field. But I think you hit on something there. This is an Upperman team that absolutely is battle-tested, and I think that there's some misnomers out there about the schedule that this team played. Listen, I know the ending record for Fayetteville was not all that great. That's a talented Fayetteville team, particularly at the quarterback position.
Best quarterback Upperman's played all year.
They are very, very good with Sam Willoughby, and their losses all to great teams. So they had a bunch of them, but Fayetteville had a brutal schedule.
They had an incredibly tough start to the year.
You think about Smith County, right? Who are their losses to? Macon County, who's played this Upperman team tighter than anybody has. Upperman, right? And East Robertson, who's playing in this state championship game later on today, coming up after this one. So they've played Lebanon. I know they didn't make the playoffs. That was a pretty tough region, a tougher region than I think we thought, especially with the resurgence of in our backyard Cookeville. That's a talented Lebanon team. They've got D1 athletes on the field who can run. Macon County, very, very good. After what we saw last week, I feel pretty confident saying if Macon County had beaten Upperman and Baxter, it'd be the Tigers here on this field today, by the way they played. So this is an Upperman team that's played in tight games, but they played in tight games against good teams. And against the not-so-great teams, they've housed them, right? They've done what they were supposed to do against those teams. It's a battle-tested Upperman football team.
We're going to get into each of the teams a little bit more in depth as this pregame show goes on. But, Justin, as we preview just the matchup in general for Upperman, it's their first time here in this game. They have never made it to the state title game in football. For Pearl Cohn, they're used to being here. They were here last year. They were runner-up. They fell 34-30 to Anderson County. This is their 6th time in this state championship game. How much does that play a factor when you get to the state title game?
So I think when we're looking for advantages here before the game kicks off, and we'll talk about the actual X's and O's and personnel advantages and disadvantages, but I think you still give the edge a little bit to Pearl here because they were here in this game last year. And in the first 14 seconds of that game last year, they're up 14-0. I'm watching that. I'm like, how the heck did they lose this game? I learned some things. That was the first game I watched last year because I was like, I need to go back and figure out how you can beat them because they've not lost a game this year. So went back and watched that. But they've been down here. They've been in this weekend. They know what it's like. What I think Upperman did last week, though, how they left on Thanksgiving afternoon, went and stayed in a hotel, and kind of took that college-esque, that business-esque approach to this game. I think that helps them a little bit, but just from if 1-1, Pearl was in this game last year, and you got to kind of give them a slight lean.
For Pearl Cohn, they were runner-ups again last year against Anderson County, 34-30. They do have 2 state titles. They won in 1996. They beat Halls out of Knoxville 18-14 in 1997. They went back-to-back. They beat Maryville 36-16. Since then, they've been in this game in 2015, 2019, and last year, and now this year as well. It's the first ever meeting between these two teams in football here in the state tournament, so that'll be fun as well. Let's get into the paths a little bit for each side. For Upperman, they start with East Ridge. They roll over them, and then it was the rematch with Stone Memorial and beat them by 2 scores. We all knew that was going to be a much tougher game, and they were still able to handle it, and then it got tough. Macon County, they win by 3. They go on a 20-play drive that took about 11 minutes off the clock to finish out the game, and then go on the really long road trip last week to Greenville, 21-14. Could have been 21-7. Greenville got that touchdown late, and a huge 4th down run for Bronston Chaffin to extend that game and essentially put it away.
Yeah, listen, it's an Upperman team that's played a very different path and a much tougher path through the postseason than Pearl Cohn did. Now, listen, Pearl Cohn's taking care of business.
Yeah,
they've looked
as they
exactly how they should. But for Upperman, right, you have that rematch factor twice. It's tough to beat a good team twice. Make no mistake about it. Stone Memorial, Macon County, 2 good football teams. They did what they needed to do. The most impressive thing I've seen all postseason, I've seen in a long time, was that 10-minute, 56-second drive. Macon County scores to cut it to 3, and everyone's like, whoa, because the one thing nobody has had all season long is the drive to take the lead against Upperman in the 4th quarter. And it was like, man, if Macon gets a stop, they're going to have the drive, and can they be the one to do it? And not only did they not get the drive, they didn't get the ball. And Upperman still had 30-plus yards to go when that drive ended. It could have lasted 15-plus minutes. Unbelievably impressive. And then to go on the road to Greenville, I thought a very businessman-like approach, Justin, to that game. They go, they do what they did, they take care of business, they punch their ticket, didn't get too high, right? They're on to the next game, they're on to Cincinnati, right? They're on to Chattanooga to try to get one more win.
Well, and going back to that Macon County game, I think I said this, I don't know if I've said this publicly, and this is not a shot at our folks in Lafayette. I think if Upperman had to go 200 yards on that last drive to run out the clock, they were able to do it because they were just picking up 5 and 6 yards. And on my way up here today, get stopped by a guy from Alcoa, and he's just kind of interested in how this. He's like, hey, what's Upperman like? Is this rain going to affect them? I was like, no, this is probably advantage Upperman. Why do you say that? I said, they're going to line up and run the ball. They threw the ball 3 times last week. So if they can run the ball every play to get out of this one, and hey, I think we see them take some shots, see if they can, get Branson lined up, get one of their DBs peeking in the backfield, which they like to do a lot. I think you see them maybe try to air one out, but they're going to line up and try to run this thing.
As we look down on the field, both teams have made their way out there in warm-ups. We've got about 50 minutes until kickoff. They've got it on the clock down there for Pearl Cohn. They've got their white bottoms on. They don't have their pads on yet. They'll be wearing, I believe, white or red jerseys. We'll have to wait and see coming up in a little bit. For the Bees, in their home black uniforms with the golden numbers, they've got the white helmets on top of there as well. So they've got those home uniforms on. They've got the big boom box coming out as they bring some of the line out. And this Bees team, they're pumped up and ready to go. The path for Pearl Cohn, as you mentioned, maybe a little bit easier, but they took care of business exactly as they should. They beat Lexington in round 1, 42-2, Station Camp 41-16, Marshall County 41-21, and Haywood 48-20. Station Camp and Marshall County, two teams that they also faced in the regular season and beat up on them both times. And so, again, maybe a little bit easier, but they took care of business, and you can't fault them for it.
I've made this equivalency to some teams in the Upper Cumberland, and in years past, not this year, Pearl Cohn has that Buffalo Bills factor to them, where if they have an advantage, they will house you. They exploit it, and they will hit big play after big play, and you blink, and you're down 40 points. Now, when they don't have that significant advantage, we've seen that twice this year, NBA, CPA. They won both those games, but it was a different style of game, and they were both one-score games. Now, that was a long time ago.
Yeah.
Since then, they've had clear advantages over everybody that they played, and they took care of business. We turned on the tape. I was really surprised with what I saw out of Haywood. I think Upperman probably would have done exactly what Pearl Cohn did to Haywood. I think that those two teams are clearly better than that squad was, and it was a great season for Haywood. Don't get me wrong, but these two teams I think are on a different level. So it'll be interesting to see as Pearl Cohn faces a team unlike any that they've played. Nobody is going to be as committed to the run and the way that they run, the way this Upperman team is. How does Pearl Cohn handle that if Upperman does get some longer drives in this game? Because it's simply something they haven't seen, particularly in the postseason.
And that's something I think, conversely, for Upperman as well. They've not seen a Pearl Cohn. Yep. I think this is the most talented group of skill players and some of the biggest defensive linemen they are going to have played this year. So just to be buttoned up defensively, and you can watch it and you'll see it today. And that's why I said advantage Upperman on the weather, because Pearl, they hunt the big play. They are always looking to chuck it downfield and get that big X play in the passing game. They've got some guys who can really do it. They've also got several guys that if they catch it short, they're a threat to go 80. So I think in both of those scenarios, it's two teams. They've not lined up against somebody that they're going to line up against today.
Our game start coming up in a little bit, of course, we got about 47 minutes until game time, so just about after 11 o'clock here Eastern time, 10 o'clock Central time coming up in a little bit. Appreciate you tuning in for the Crouch Team with Highlands Elite Real Estate pregame show. Our championship broadcast is brought to you by Sonia Brown with American Way Real Estate right here on our Frontier Chevy UCR Media Network. And a big shout out to Sonia for sponsoring this broadcast. And it's going to be all the coverage. We've brought out all the stops for this broadcast. Of course, our audio-only broadcast up here. We've got CJ, we've got Goose down Logan, pictures and video. We've got Rusty, who's going to be down in the end zones doing live updates and bringing us some video shots as well. And then we'll be joined by Hallie coming up in a little bit, who joined. We're all here. Quite literally, everybody at UCR is all here, and we're excited for it. Right now, we're going to take our first break. When we come back, we're going to break down the Bees season. We're going to break down who's going to be some big players coming up in their season as the Upperman Bees get ready to take on the Pearl Cohn Firebirds in the 4A state title game. You are listening to the 2023 Class 4A State Championship game presented by Sonia Brown with American Way Real Estate on the Frontier Chevy UCR Media Network. Frontier Chevrolet wants to congratulate the Upperman Bees on their run to the state championship game. With a huge selection of new and pre-owned vehicles, including the all-new 2024 Chevy Equinox and Silverado, Frontier Chevy is ready to get you into your next ride. View inventory online at www.caseyschevy.com or stop in at 2350 Cookeville Highway today. And remember, don't buy until you see Jason Fye. Frontier Chevy is proud to be the presenting sponsor of the UCR Media Network. Gentry's Power Equipment is proud to be the presenting sponsor of Upperman Football on UCR. Located at 755 Buffalo Valley Road in Cookeville, Gentry's Power Equipment is your local steel dealer. With a huge selection of outdoor power equipment, including chainsaws, blowers, trimmers, mowers, pressure washers, and more. They are your local one-stop shop for high-quality equipment. Locally owned and operated, Gentry's Power Equipment is proud to support Upperman Athletics and UCR. Want to be in your new home before Christmas? This new construction open split bedroom plan in the Honeybrook subdivision has 1,560 square feet, 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, and features all appliances including a tankless water heater, natural gas heat, and central air. Best of all, the owner is offering a $10,000 credit at closing, which you can use for closing costs or a 2-1 mortgage rate buy down or a price reduction. For more information, call owner-agent Sonia Brown, Realtor at American Way Real Estate at 931-979-7145 or 931-526-9581. Fields Insurance has been supporting Upperman football for over 3 generations. Fields Insurance has been a family-owned and operated business since 1980. Baxter is our hometown, and we are excited to support our alma mater as well as our community. Fields Insurance is an independent insurance agency offering multiple insurance companies so our agents compare prices to give the lowest premiums available. Contact Fields Insurance for all your insurance needs. Whether you need home, auto, farm, commercial, or health insurance, Fields will be honored to have you as our customer. From all of us at Fields Insurance, Dana, Jennifer, Ty, and Taya, go Bees! We are so proud of you. The experts at the South Willow Auto Clinic are your hometown auto doctors. Located at 640 South Willow Avenue in Cookeville, get your oil changed, tires rotated, and fluids filled. Need other repairs? Stop by for a same-day free diagnosis and estimate. South Willow Auto Clinic is a longtime supporter of student-athletes throughout the Upper Cumberland. South Willow Auto Clinic, proud sponsor of this broadcast on the UCR Media Network. The experts at the South Willow Auto Clinic are your home.
When it comes to caring for your land, you need an all-around performer to make your life easier. One that's tried and true. That's a John Deere compact tractor from Tri-Green Equipment. User-friendly tractors that are big on performance and operator comfort.
The Crossroads Auction Group are the Upper Cumberland's auction experts. As a full-service auction company, they take your stress away every step of the way. Servicing the entire Upper Cumberland, the Crossroads Auction Group gets your property ready from cleanup, setup, picture taking, up to the auction and beyond. They handle all auctions from estates, residential, farms, land, commercial, and everything else. For more information, visit crossroadsauctiongroup.com or call 931-644-7149 today. The Crossroads Auction Group are proud sponsors of this broadcast on the UCR Media Network. Back here in Chattanooga as we get you ready for the Upperman Bees in the 4A state title game. This is the Crouch Team with Highlands Elite Real Estate pregame show. Our Upperman Bees state championship broadcast brought to you by Sonia Brown with American Way Real Estate right here on the Frontier Chevy UCR Media Network. Hello, you can see us today. My name's Jacob Vincent. That's Noah McKay. Justin Matheny over there. We'll be joined by Jeremy Tallison coming up in a little bit as well. Guys, let's get into this Upperman Bees team and break them down, getting ready for this game. Of course, 14-0 on the season. And I mean, they've been battle-tested throughout this whole season. We'll start it off with last week. Of course, a huge win, but an emotional win. After the game, obviously, a loss for the Bees, and just a tough way for the Bees to kind of celebrate. A time that should be for celebrating afterwards kind of turned sour.
Yeah, JT Butler obviously tragically passed away after the game, and the single biggest Upperman fan I've ever met, and there are some big Upperman fans. And I talked a little bit on the coach's show about it. Just how kind of a person he was. And there's no doubt about it that the boys today are playing to try to win this for JT. There's just no question about it. They're openly saying it. It's another bit of motivation for them. They want to bring this championship home for JT, for the Butler family. There's no question about it. So they're going to have that extra juice, and we'll see if it's enough to propel them towards a gold ball today.
They've got the JT Strong profile pictures everywhere for Upperman this week, and our hearts go out to their families as well. As we break down this team, of course, it's the first time in this state championship game, and you mentioned a little more extra motivation as well. Their season as a whole, when you look at them, I think it all starts with that defense. I mean, we've talked about it pretty much all season long. They're only allowing 9.9 points per game coming into this. They haven't allowed more than 14 points with the exception to 21 to White County back on September 15th. It all starts there, and then obviously the run game has complemented that on the other side.
Yeah, absolutely. Seeing some of the questions in the comments. Yes, only audio. We appreciate TSSAA letting us do audio today. In the past, they haven't. They are today. We certainly appreciate that. Listen, the game is on TV, on my TV 30. They don't know anything about these teams. All right, I'm just going to keep it 100% honest. They're nice guys. They don't know anything about it. So here's what you're going to do, all right? We are live as well on our YouTube channel. The likelihood is the TV stream is about 10 to 15 seconds ahead of our stream here. Here's what you're going to do. First play of the game, all right? First snap from scrimmage. Don't worry about the kickoff. It's a little bit tougher there. Pause it as soon as the center snaps the ball, all right? Pause your TV. As soon as you hear me say, takes the snap, whether it's Bronzedon Chaffin, whether it's Tarleton for the Pearl Cohn Firebirds. As soon as you hear me say takes the snap, hit play on your TV, and you're going to be synced up, all right? Because you're going to want to mute your TV. Let's just be honest, all right? You're going to mute your TV and listen to us. So, again, you're going to pause it as soon as you see the center snap the ball. When you hear me say takes the snap, hit play. And then if you get a little behind or ahead, it's that same thing, right? It's easy. You can pause the stream on YouTube. So if you get behind on our stream and you need, or ahead on our stream and you need to pause that, just go to YouTube. You can pause it and sync it up along with any of the plays. Pretty much every play I say takes the snap or gets the snap, something like that. So you can sync it up that way, and that way you can watch while listening to this stream here. That's what we encourage you to do at home. All right, on the football field, you're right. The defense for Upperman, they've been great. I said it after the first game on the Friday Night End Zone show, Justin. Championship-level defense. Well, hello, here they are in the state championship game. They carry the team. The offense is different than in years past. Running the football, yes, but a different element with Bronzedon Chaffin there at the quarterback position. But it's the defense. It starts up front with that big four and anchored by Clayton Harris. They propelled this team to this game. There's no question about it.
Yeah, I know several times throughout this football season, and Jeremy has even jumped in before I've had a chance to sometime and given Clayton our Nelsie Trophy and screen pinning player of the game because he can wreck a game. He has done that. We've seen some teams that they've played just have trouble blocking him, whether it's in the run game, pass game. They do a lot of different things, twisting him on obvious passing downs where they're looping him inside, the tackles wrapping around. But that whole front seven is led by Clayton. What I think has allowed the Upperman linebackers, who were a big question mark for all of us going into the season, allowed them to run around is how dominant that front four has been. They're not the biggest linebackers out there. They're smaller, but they can run sideline to sideline. So we're going to see if their defensive line can still take on those double teams and kind of wreck shop back there and still let their linebackers run around today.
It's been fun. I know this season both you and Rusty and Goose have talked with Coach Kane throughout the season. Hallie, of course, has talked to Coach Kane, and we'll get into that coming up in just a little bit. But just seeing the coaching job that he's done here at this Bees program has been absolutely phenomenal, and now it's come to fruition here in the state title game.
Yeah, I mean, listen, this is a guy who obviously he's very motivated. But he lives and breathes this, man.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we talk to coaches all the time. He is and not all coaches are into it. It's in his blood. I mean, tomorrow he'll be watching Fayetteville tape because that's who they're going to open the season with. I mean, maybe they'll take 2 days, but I guarantee you on Monday they'll be watching some Fayetteville stuff. And back in that is just the way this program is. And as it's starting to really rain, you can see that out there. Good sign.
It's coming down.
It is really coming down out there. The fog is still over Chattanooga, but it's a different thing. They run it more like a college program. They really break down film. They know their opponents. They know the tendencies. They know when their opponent has a tell, and what play is coming. Coach Kane has done an unbelievable job. He's the winningest coach in Upperman history by a mile already in just year 6. I think it's 67-12 at this point in his career there in 6 years. Trip to the state title game. They've been to the semis 3 times in 6 years. They're the gold standard. Like, you can hate if you want to on Upperman. You can't debate. They're the gold standard of high school football in the Upper Cumberland right now, and there's no question about it.
And Jeremy, this is something me and you can kind of relate to a little more probably is growing up. I know that Upperman back with Ben Herron in 2013, they make it to Alcoa. And it's Alcoa, okay? They're 3A. But I remember when Upperman's biggest rivalry game was Monterey. Mm-hmm. And the steps and, the whole area is growing. And to watch him go from a 2A team, don't get me started on the stadium. I can get some people riled up about that. But that's what they played in. They played in a small 2A stadium, and now they've outgrown that. And as this town's grown and everything around them's growing and more people are moving in, this program's really starting to take off.
Yeah, it's on another level. There's a reason they're here, and there's a reason we're not sitting here saying, well, it was a nice season for Upperman, but this is a 48 minutes that we're going to go home.
Congratulations on making it, guys.
This isn't East Nashville. God bless them yesterday who didn't have a prayer in the world against that Alcoa team. And who knows what will happen in this game today, but you can reasonably look at this game and say, all right, you're going to have a 4-quarter fight in a state championship game, and they've got an opportunity to win a gold ball. He's done an unbelievable job. They need to give him they got to get a better stadium. It just simply have to. I mean, and it's not they need a better stadium than other people in the county. They need a somewhat equal stadium. Monterey Stadium, great facility. Cookeville Stadium, great facility. Come on.
Look at what they just did in Livingston, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's as nice as you're going to get around here, and they take pride in it. And I know, like it's pouring rain here today. If we're playing on grass, that's a different story. But put some turf down on that
they'd be
thing.
a heavy favorite if this thing was in Baxter with this weather. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, playing in the mud for sure.
Absolutely.
Well, speaking of Coach Kane, our sideline reporter, Hallie Ledbetter, caught up with him just a little bit ago, and we'll send it to that interview right now.
You ready? Alrighty. Coach Kane, what are you feeling right now getting ready for your first state championship game?
I think first and foremost, a lot of excitement. As a player and a coach, I probably spent 45 years in this, in this sport, and it's my first time participating competing for a state championship. So very excited. Got a great deal of respect and understand how good our opponent is. I know that. We've had a pretty good week of preparation, kind of managed the distractions pretty well, and here we are. So obviously there's nerves, and but if you care enough about it, you're going to have some nerves, and hopefully we can get it settled down and play our style of football.
How do you neutralize a run game like Pearl Cohn has?
Yeah, well, they've got a really good run game and a pass game as well. It's almost a pick your poison. We've played, especially last week, we've played pretty good run defense. We got to try to get the ball. We got to dictate where the ball goes. We can't let especially the big guy get going north and south. The number one thing, gang tackle, get the guys on the ground, make them drive. We can't give them big plays. Make them drive the length of the field, that sort of thing. So, and then we got our hands full with their pass game too. So it's, they got a really, really good team. But we're excited to be playing the best.
What's the key to succeeding in your run game today?
Yeah, what we've done really well, especially, the last 4 or 5 weeks, is just executing it. I got to hand it to my offensive line. They do a really good job of blocking and getting on to who they're supposed to block, and that's the big key. Paulk and Rollins and Bronson do a good enough job. As long as we got a hat on a hat, they can usually fall forward and get some yards. So, they're bigger, they're stronger, they run better probably than anybody we've seen. But I still think it will boil down to us executing our run game at a high level.
Thank you, Coach. Good luck to you.
Back here in the booth, and appreciate Coach Kane joining us before the contest today as they get ready for the state title game. And, the game plan is pretty simple. They're going to have to run the football well. And on defense, and we've talked about it even in film when we were watching it earlier this week, if you touch them in the backfield, you're going to have to bring them down, because if they get out in space, good luck catching them.
Maybe the understatement of the century. This team is constantly hunting up the big play. And whether it's on the run, whether it's certainly through the air with their Mr. Football finalist at quarterback, the rain makes that a little bit more interesting. You've talked about how a little loose with the football, perhaps, an opportunity there for the Bees, but you have got to be 11 hats to the ball, especially when big number 7 has the ball. When Simpson Smith has the ball, he's dangerous. The other Mr. Football finalist, that's right, Pearl Cohn has 2 Mr. Football finalists, but you got to read your keys well. You got to stay back on defense, maybe a little more soft coverage than you would love to play typically, because this is a Pearl Cohn team that is looking for the 75, 85-yard touchdown every single play.
You hit on their quarterback, and he wears number 8. He kind of will remind you of Lamar Jackson back there for our NFL fans. He's going to run around and make plays. He's going to keep his eyes open. That was something to me as I watched that. I'm not sure how good of pass blockers Pearl Cohn is, because every time he takes a drop-back pass, there's somebody around him. The catch-22 of that is he makes a miss and runs around, and he finds somebody breaking open. They've got 2 players that, for me, on offense, really scare you for Upperman. Number 1, Javon Kennard. I watched him for 30 seconds and said, that dude's Percy Harvin. He's number 1, looks just like him, and he returns kicks. My first note I wrote down of anything is do not kick it to him. I don't care if you kick it out of bounds on kickoffs and they get it at 35. That's a net positive of what he can do with the ball. And then number 2, Darius Reed. He's the best wide receiver they're going to play. He's got all kind of FCS, OVCS type offers. He's a good receiver. I know what Upperman's plan to do is. We're still 30 minutes before the game. I may say it a little closer to kickoff. I doubt anybody in the Pearl Cohn locker room is listening, but I won't give that away yet. I know what they've talked about that they want to do to kind of to lock up with number 2 and try to eliminate him the best they can. But this is a big play offense. They hunt the X plays. I don't know. Man, I don't want to eat crow on this one, how capable they are of consistently driving the ball 8, 10, 12, 15 plays down the field. If Upperman can make them do that, that's an advantage. Where Pearl gets people is a big play you to death. They are getting over your head, they're getting behind you, or they're handing it to number 1, and he's out.
It's part of the interesting thing about this matchup, guys, because they are polar opposite. Upperman loves the big play, Branson Turnbow on a post. We've seen it over and over again, right? Really open. But they are totally content to go 8, 10, 12, 15, 20 plays down the field, take up 10 minutes off the clock, and Pearl Cohn is the exact opposite. That's where we get into, which one of those styles controls the day. And the interesting thing personnel-wise is this is one of the first times all year on both sides. Pearl Cohn's been just straight up bigger than everybody they've played. They're bigger in spots, but not every spot. Upperman's got enough size out there where it's not like, wow, that team is really big and this team is not. Upperman's got enough size to neutralize that. And conversely for Pearl Cohn, they've got a lot of speed, but what have we talked all season with Upperman? They've got speed too.
They're just not Upper Cumberland fast.
Correct.
Right.
They're fat. Branson Turnbow can fly, and Carmine Phillips can fly. And we know what Jackson Rollins and Jaleric Cullum can do running. Now, they may not be as fast as Javian Kennard. He's the fastest person on the field, but they have enough to where it's not just running right by you, especially if they're playing soft coverage. Which style can control the day? Is this we're 6 minutes into the game and it is 14-0 and Pearl Cohn's had a kickoff return and a big pass? Or is it we're into the second quarter and it's 0-0 and Upperman's had the ball for the last 7 minutes?
It's interesting you mentioned the size. I thought when you go back and look at Greenville last week, that was the first thing I wrote about Greenville. They're huge. I thought they were bigger across the board than Upperman, and it didn't matter. You said spot, that they're bigger in spots. For folks watching at home, they've got 3 nose guards that they play that are 330, 340, and 360. Going to be the biggest guys that anybody at Upperman's had to block this season, okay? The positive of that is positives and negatives. Positive, they ain't moving. They're not getting upfield. They're not, they're not Mount Cody or anything. They're not unblockable. Negative is they ain't moving. You can't. They're going to have a hard time with Upperman's gap scheme, their power, their counter of blocking down and pulling. You're not going to move those guys. You're not going to get the movement you're going to see. So they may have to hit their power and counter in a little different areas or just a little different way than they've been used to doing it all season.
We've talked about Pearl Cohn a little bit here in the pregame show. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we will break down this Pearl Cohn team. 14-0 on the year. We'll let you know what they like to do stylistically, offensively, defensively as well. And, yeah, they do have two Mr. Football finalists, so it's going to be fun to break down. Keep it tuned in. You're watching the Crouch Team with Highlands Elite Real Estate pregame shows. We get you ready for the Upperman Bees taking on Pearl Cohn in the 4A state title game. You're listening to the 2023 Class 4A state championship game presented by Sonia Brown with American Way Real Estate, the Frontier Chevy, UCR Media Network.
The Crouch Team with Highlands Elite Real Estate wants to congratulate the Upperman Bees on their run to the state championship game. With 5 full-time agents who work, live, and raise their families in the Upper Cumberland, the Crouch Team with Highlands Elite Real Estate are committed to making your real estate dreams a reality. Call 931-979-1191 for more information, or visit chadandamycrouch.com to see listings today. The Crouch Team with Highlands Elite Real Estate is a proud sponsor of this broadcast on the UCR Media Network.
Hone and develop your skills on the court with professional basketball player development from Legacy Athletics. Call 931-303-3356 or follow them on Instagram at legacy_athletics or on Twitter at jwinningham25 for more information today. Legacy Athletics, proud sponsor of this broadcast on the UCR Media Network.
Steel Technologies has been part of the Rutherford County community for over 35 years.
Their plants in Murfreesboro and Smyrna include over 150 teammates who process coils, metal sheets, and blanks for customers across North America. Steel Tech's Smyrna and Murfreesboro plants are expanding, and they need teammates to join their team. With openings including machine and forklift operators, truck drivers, and more, they have the position for you with competitive wages and monthly bonus opportunities. For more information and to apply online, scan the QR code on your screen now. Steel Tech is a proud sponsor of this broadcast on the UCR Media Network. Steel Tech. Faith, family, Steel Tech.
Fire and Vine in Cookeville is the Upper Cumberland's home for delicious Chicago-style pizza, beef, chicken, fish, and more. Located in Cookeville's historic downtown district, Fire and Vine's food and atmosphere will keep you coming back for more. Take in stunning views with creative food and drinks on the rooftop. Fire and Vine is also home to the UCR Coaches Show on Tuesday nights. Fire and Vine is a proud sponsor of this broadcast on the UCR Media Network. Ford Lincoln of Cookeville is proud to support the Upper Cumberland community in a variety of ways. As one of the nation's top dealerships, Ford Lincoln of Cookeville is your home to buy, sell, trade, or service your vehicle. Visit FordLincolnofCookeville.com to shop online or price your trade or stop by 1600 Interstate Drive today. Ford Lincoln of Cookeville is a proud sponsor of this broadcast on the UCR Media Network and student athletes throughout the Upper Cumberland.
Landers Trade, your home solution store at 250 East Stratton Avenue in Monterey. Landers Trade is your home for Milwaukee, Blackstone, and Rocky boots. Get up to 25% off during our winter closeout sale on select items at Landers Trade. 250 East Stratton Avenue, Monterey, your home solutions store.
Welcome back here to Chattanooga as we get you ready. The Bees taking on the Pearl Cohn Firebirds in the 4A state title game presented by Sonia Brown with American Way Real Estate as we continue our Crouch Team with Highlands Elite Real Estate pregame show. And I know, Justin, you've got some words to say.
Yeah, sure. You know, we're all people here. We have families and things go on in our lives. I want to just, first off, thank everybody for reaching out about my dad this week and the news that came out about him taking a leave of absence. He's not dying. He doesn't have cancer. He's okay. Just needing to get some health things under control. And then I just want to shout out my brother Jared and his wife Sarah. They welcomed in their first child in the world, baby Jovi Tyler Matheny was born yesterday about 8 o'clock. 7 pounds, 8 ounces, 20-something inches long, healthy.
Love it.
So shout out to little Jovi. Welcome to the world, baby.
Thank you for mentioning that because my phone blew up. And I had I was like, who's calling me? And we were together. I was like, your dad all right? You're like, yeah. I already knew what was up. You had told me. So, JoJo, we love you, brother. Glad to hear you're doing all right.
Well, we'll continue our pregame shows. We get ready to get into this Pearl Cohn team. Obviously, we've said it throughout this pregame show. This is one of the most talented, if not the most talented team that Upperman is going to play this season. 14-0 for a reason. They've played a good schedule. The best two teams they played were the first 2 weeks of the season, so that'll be very different in MBA and CPA. CPA just winning a state title yesterday against Boyd Buchanan in that Division II 2A state title game. Since then, they've played a fairly good schedule, but they've rolled through everybody. Stylistically, like we talked about, they like to go over the top, and it's led by their Mr. Football finalist at quarterback in Keyshawn Tarleton.
Yeah, he's really, really good. And he's a different kind of quarterback, right? The improviser is rare in high school football, and it very much works for this Pearl Cohn team with the way they're structured, with the way they're built, where their strengths are. He is just dangerous, and he's a player where if you have an opportunity to get him on the ground, Justin, you have got to get him on the ground.
Yeah, and when we look at this, just kind of a little deeper X's and O's wise, what Pearl does on offense is what he does well. I think they are multiple. They're not just going to line up and spread 10 personnel all game. They're going to get in some 11. They're going to get in some 20, 21. But they're going to, when they are spread, they're 2x2, 3x1, and they're wanting him to take a shot. They're wanting him to look at downfield, hit somebody up. They run some power, counter, some jet sweep, speed sweep stuff to get number one out there. Javion Kennard out on the edge. But at home watching, because we're synced up, watch us, watch their stream, listen to us. When number seven, or just watch us. Our pretty faces are on here, so right. I get it if you want to just continue to watch what we're doing. But when number 7's in the ball game, They are running power, they're running counter, and he gets downhill so fast.
They turn into Upperman.
They do. And he is not going to go 80 because we've seen him several times get hawked, right?
We've seen him go 79 and the ball come out.
Exactly. But he's got higher FCS offers. He's got EKU. He's got stuff like Jacksonville State. There's Western Kentucky's looking at him. He's a big, pretty kid, but when he hits a hole so fast, he's got good feet, and he's hard to get down. And I know that's something that personally aggravated Coach Kane because he takes everything as an aggravation at this point. Watching him run the ball, he's taking it as a personal, vendetta. Like, they may beat us, but number 7 isn't ripping off big yard. And he's like, my boy's committed to me on Monday. He's not going to run wild on us.
And that's such an interesting part of this matchup and something I'm really curious to see. We know the film study level that Upperman does on their opponents. They're going back weeks, months to watch tape. How much did Pearl Cohn go back, or did they focus on last week? It makes sense to focus on last week. Greenville, I think Macon County's better than Greenville, but most people think Greenville's the best team Upperman's faced so far. If they just went back to that, I think you're going to turn on the tape and be like, oh, we can really throw the football on Upperman's defense. We know Upperman was selling out to stop Carson Quillen, and my goodness, it worked as he ran for -7 yards. The pass defense has looked different against Fayetteville, Stone Memorial, Lebanon, teams that throw the football. Is that something Pearl Cohn is prepared for? Are they expecting to see the same looks that Greenville saw last week?
Well, traditionally, when you have a week to prepare for a game, you go do a 4-game break. You go to do their last 4, and that's what I've always done. That's just kind of the industry standard. Like what Coach Saban and Kirby Smart do at today, they've probably gone down and broke down the whole season. I know Coach Kane has gone and watched every game. I don't know if they've gone through and broke it down per se, but they've watched every single game. And we go back and talk about that CPA game. I think that's the best win for either team on their schedule. That's a huge win for Pearl.
CPA just rolled into a state championship.
And they did, but CPA was in the red zone 5 times and came away with 3 points. Yeah. They kept going for it on 4th. They turned it over, just couldn't punch it in. If Upperman gets in the red zone 5 times, they're scoring more than 3 points, I would believe, today.
Yeah, that would be stunning if they did. And we saw that kind of all season. It was really interesting. Teams got down 7 to 10 points against Pearl Cohn and abandoned the game plan and started chucking it deep down the field, which is a very foolish thing to do against that secondary with those dudes running around back there. I'd be really surprised. It wouldn't surprise me if Pearl Cohn goes down and goes up 7-0. We saw that last week with Greenville. I don't think Upperman's going to abandon the game plan and start trying to take shots all over the field the way we've seen other teams do.
Well, they can't, okay? They're not built to do that. And I think that's where, like you said, other teams have got in trouble because they think Pearl's up on us by 2 scores. We got to match them. You're not matching it. If this is a shootout, Pearl's winning.
Yep.
That's just is what it is. They've got more guys to do that. They're more equipped to do that. If they can just get here and get in this phone booth, drag them in the mud, that's their best chance to win. Something with Pearl that the weather may get them out of some of this. They go some of that faux tempo and tempo. They're going to run to the line, run a play, or they're going to look and get a new play. Something that was interesting to me, though, when they change personnel, so when they go from 10 personnel or 11 personnel to 20, 21, and they get some bigger guys in there, they're running some guys on late. They're not getting set. They're having to take a timeout. There's some things that, just don't seem like – and this was last week. It wasn't early in the year. It's kind of happened all season. Pearl's highly penalized, so – Upperman can't get into play in that game if any of that stuff after the whistle. I mean, if you get a 15-yarder during the play, whether it's a face mask or horse collar or unnecessary roughness on the quarterback, you live with that. It's the stuff after the play that cannot get into that game.
It's an offense that's scoring 43 points per game.
Is that good?
I think it's pretty good.
Okay.
I think it's
just
pretty
making
good.
sure. Yeah.
It's a defense, though, that is even a little bit better score-wise. They only allow 9.2 points per game compared to Upperman that's allowing 9.9 points per game. So offensively for the Bees, we know they're going to try to run it on the ground. This rain seems like it might help that cause a little bit. How do they attack this Pearl Cohn defense?
Yeah, so for me, when you look at Pearl, they're 4-3, 4-2-5. They've got good defensive line, good linebackers, and their secondary is elite. My main point for Bonsden today is you run your play. If it's not there, use your legs and pick it up because you cannot throw late anywhere against this defense because their secondary is picking it off, especially late over middle. They got really good players. You're going to see them run some 5-man blitzing, but for the Upperman pass game, because I think they're going to need it, I don't think we're going to see them mash Pearl like they've been able to do early. I think they're going to have to kind of wear on them throughout the game. They play a lot of, and I call it cat coverage. Like, you got that cat, you got that cat. Man up, people bring your 5-man pressure. Their DBs play with their eyes in the backfield a lot because they're wanting to get a pick. They're wanting to get that big play. So I think a hard play-action pass or a quick double move, a slant and go, slug go, out and up, a curl and go, something like that to get them to bite and get behind them. You may be able to find a big play early in the game with the aggressiveness of Pearl's secondary.
Of course, they've got the two big playmakers. We mentioned Keyshawn Tarleton. We've talked about Zion Simpson-Smith. He is the other Mr. Football finalist, and we'll get into some of those stats coming up in a little bit. We got about 15 minutes to game time. At least that's what they have down on the scoreboard. I know they had it scheduled for 11 o'clock Eastern time.
But
with TV, it's 7 minutes after.
So we'll go 7 minutes after. So we still got about 14 minutes of the Crouch Team with Highlands Elite Real Estate pregame show right here on UCR. My name's Jacob Vincent. That's Noah McKay. He'll be doing play-by-play. Justin Matheny gets your color commentary. And then, of course, Jeremy Tollison, the officiating expert. We'll get to him coming up in a little bit as well, just about some of these officials coming up in this ball game. Though, for Pearl Cohn, this rain, we've talked about it for the Bees. How does it change their offensive attack? We just said they score 43 points per game. They like to go over the top. They like to look for those big plays. How much will this rain limit the possibility of those big plays?
I expect them early to still try to go to that. And then if there's drop balls, if there's, a fumbled snap, if there's something in that changes, that could change. The good news if you're a Pearl Cohn fan, I don't know why you're watching this, but hey, welcome in, is they have shown the ability, right, to go to that power package. And so if they have to get in there, now I think Upperman wants every bit of that smoke. They're more than content to turn this thing into what last week was, which was between the tackles and let's go after it. I think Upperman would be very comfortable and love to have that sort of a ball game, but that doesn't mean Pearl Cohn can't thrive in that sort of a ball game. They put it on tape. They have the ability to. They have a Mr. Football finalist back there. Maybe the guy who's going to win it, just from kind of feeling out what people have said. He's got the biggest kind of name out there, and so in Zion Simpson-Smith. So they have the ability to go to that, but I still expect early they're going to try to hunt up some of those big plays. It's just in their DNA, and until you don't have to do that, you're going to try to stick to that.
Yeah, and so looking outside right now, weather-wise, it is – the rain has lessened. So if the rains is not as big a factor, I think we just see Pearl come out and do what they want to do, try to throw it around the yard a little bit. If it gets to a point where they're both – the rain picks up and they're both just having to run this power football, we're going to be out of here early. I mean, both these teams are going to – because I think they both are going to be able to run it and be able to find some of that success. And if it kind of stays how it is, I am interested to see – what Upperman's counter is against some of the run defense there from Pearl. We know their power counter all night and day. That's what they do, their bread and butter. They're going to run some jet sweep. They can get Jackson and Carmine Phillips involved in the run game some. But their pass game, what does that look like? If with the amount of man coverage they play, are we going to get to see some mesh where we're trying to cross up defenders and get somebody just open on either side of the tackles there and let them run in space? I don't know outside of the run game that Upperman will find a bunch of explosive plays in the pass game just because of the speed that Pearl has. I think you can get behind them. I don't know that your catch and run is going to be huge. You need to catch it and get what you can and get on the ground. Their quarterback, though, when he's scrambling, he's got that ball out there like a loaf of bread, and that's something that the Upperman coaching staff pointed out, that they want to be able to get their hands on the ball and get one out.
We got a bigger crowd tuning in, so I'll tell you one more time. The game is being videoed on MyTV30. You're going to want to mute that broadcast and listen to ours for obvious reasons. So here's what you're going to do. Put it on the TV. You pause it as soon as you see. That stream's probably going to be about 10 seconds ahead of ours. So as soon as you see on the first offensive play, the center snap the ball, pause your TV. When you hear me say, takes the snap, hit play, you're going to be synced up audio to video. You can mute the TV, listen to us, and watch the game at the same time. If that's too complicated, you don't want to do that, you want to deal with that, that's fine. We're going to call this just like a radio broadcast. You'll be able to picture the action. This ain't our first rodeo. We'll make sure you understand what's going on. We're going to describe it in great detail for you. We're happy to be with you, and thanks for spending part of your Saturday morning with us.
Speaking of that rain, you can kind of look at the bench down there here. We're on the side of Upperman's bench, the actual bench they have down on the field. It's got a reflection off the light. You can see that rain. It's still steadily coming down. I just looked at my phone. The forecast has about an 80% chance all game long. So it's pretty much going to stick like this all game long. It's right at 60 degrees, fog off in the distance, and that doesn't look like it's moving anytime soon. We can see the field pretty clearly, and so that's good. But, yeah, that rain looks like it's going to be steady as this game continues. Take one more break. When we come back, we got about 10 and a half minutes until kickoff. We are going to preview some of the big players in this game. Of course, 2 Mr. Football finalists. There's some pretty good players for the Upperman Bees as well. This is the Crouch Team with Highlands Elite Real Estate pregame show, and you're listening to the 2023 Class 4A State Championship game presented by Sonia Brown with American Way Real Estate on the Frontier Chevy UCR Media Network.
Folding a fitted sheet, programming the thermostat, matching your socks. Why are simple things sometimes so complicated? Thankfully, with an auto owner's insurance independent agent, getting the right coverage for your home doesn't have to be one of them. So you can get back to more important things, like finding that missing sock. That's simple human sense.
Visit swallowsinsurance.com or call us today, 931-526-4025. Protecting your future. It's what we do. Frontier Chevrolet wants to congratulate the Upperman Bees on their run to the state championship game. With a huge selection of new and pre-owned vehicles, including the all-new 2024 Chevy Equinox and Silverado, Frontier Chevy is ready to get you into your next ride. View inventory online at www.caseyschevy.com or stop in at 2350 Cookeville Highway today. And remember, don't buy until you see Jason Fye. Frontier Chevy is proud to be the presenting sponsor of the UCR Media Network. Gentry's Power Equipment is proud to be the presenting sponsor of Upperman Football on UCR. Located at 755 Buffalo Valley Road in Cookeville, Gentry's Power Equipment is your local steel dealer. With a huge selection of outdoor power equipment, including chainsaws, blowers, trimmers, mowers, pressure washers, and more. They are your local one-stop shop for high-quality equipment. Locally owned and operated, Gentry's Power Equipment is proud to support Upperman Athletics and UCR. To be in your new home before Christmas? This new construction open split bedroom plan in the Honeybrook subdivision has 1,560 square feet, 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, and features all appliances including a tankless water heater, natural gas heat, and central air. Best of all, the owner is offering a $10,000 credit at closing, which you can use for closing costs or a 2-1 mortgage rate buy down or a price reduction. For more information, call owner agent Sonia Brown, realtor at American Way Real Estate at 931-979-7145 or 931-526-9581.
Back here in Chattanooga as we get you ready for the Bees in the 4A state title game, taking on the 14-0 Pearl Cohn Firebirds. For the Bees, the first ever state title game for football. For Pearl Cohn, this is their 6th time. They have won 2 state titles, 3 times they've been runner-up. They were runner-up last year. They fell to Anderson County 34-30 in this game. They are undefeated coming into this one. The Bees also undefeated. Hi, everyone. You can see us today. My name's Jacob Vincent, Noah McKay on the play-by-play, color commentator Justin Matheny and Jeremy Tallison, the officiating expert. We've got 7 minutes until kickoff. We'll take you right up to there, and we will get right into the football game. Before we get into our keys to the game, I want to highlight some of the big players. We've talked about the 2 Mr. Football finalists, and Keyshawn Tarleton, the Firebirds quarterback, and Zion Simpson-Smith, the Firebirds running back and linebacker. The numbers obviously speak for themselves when you're a Mr. Football finalist. They're going to make a big difference in this ball game.
Understatement again. I mean, the no-duh statement, as Justin likes to say, they're really good. They're both really, really good football players. And, you know, Coach Kane said something to me after last week's game. He said, talking about how they felt disrespected entering Greenville. He said, we got good players, man. And he said that as they've got good players on a statewide level. You don't get to this point, especially in a class like 4A, unless you've got some real legit players. And Pearl Cohn certainly has them with those 2, but it's not just those 2. The list goes on and on of guys that we've already kind of hit on during pregame. But Upperman's got some dudes too. And they've got guys who can play, and I think they've got guys with a little bit of a chip on their shoulder because they don't have the guys with the D1 offers. And there's a variety of reasons for that. We talk about them on the coaches show all the time, but that doesn't make that chip any smaller. They want to come out and prove something today. Make no mistake about it. There's college coaches in this building. There are college scouts in this building. And there's some guys for Upperman who have an opportunity to maybe get on some radars. Bronston Chaffin being one. And this is the last stand for Clayton Harris to try to make a splash, maybe add a couple of FCS offers to his resume.
Yeah, I've got Bronston Chaffin lifted, the quarterback for the Bees as well. Ethan Paulk, he's going to need a big game tonight. He's had a great season already. 6.7 yards per carry. He's got 14 touchdowns on the ground. And then, of course, Branson Turnbow, the leading receiver for the Bees. 21 catches for 504 yards. He's averaging 24 yards per catch this season on 8 touchdowns. And then Darius Reed, the receiver for the Firebirds, he's also going to be a big one. He's got 34 catches for 761 yards, just over 22 yards per catch, and 11 touchdowns this season. About 5 minutes until kickoff. Let's get into our keys to the game. It is rainy. It is wet. Pearl Cohn, very, very fast. They like the big plays. What are some keys? Noah, Justin, you guys can I both get into this, and we'll get some officiating keys as well coming up in a little bit. What are some keys for the Bees to be successful on offense?
Ball control. They got to control the clock. They got to run it, the play clock down. I've said all week, kind of Georgia Tech this thing up. They're not running the wing tee and triple and stuff like that. Snap the ball with 5 seconds to go. Get that 3 and 4 yards of carry and be able to go for it on 3rd and short and 4th and short and pick those things up defensively for the Bees. Eliminate the X plays. Don't let them behind you. Play soft coverage. If they catch it in front of you, rally and tackle. You don't have to make the hero tackle, the big Sports Center top 10 hit. Just wrap them up and let everybody come help you get them to the ground. And then when you get inside the high red zone, that 25-20 area, tighten up that coverage. They can get behind you still there, but they don't have as far to go, so you can kind of tighten up on them like that. So let them move it 20-20, 30-30, whatever, and lock it up.
The Baxter faithful are on their feet.
They're
Everybody in Baxter is here. They're right below us. And so the Bees are making their way out on the field. Jeremy, you've officiated in these games. You've been a white hat in these games. And you were telling us before in some of the breaks that there's some newer officials down on the field. How does that maybe play a factor into this game?
Yeah, I mentioned you the last championship game I had. I was white hat of Alcoa and Pearl Cohn in 2019. I know that the white hat in this game, this crew is from Clarksville. So not from Nashville, not from our area. They're from Clarksville. The White Hat, it's his first championship game at White Hat. I know that there's 3 officials on the field. It's their first championship game. So a little bit of mix of experience, a little bit of mix of new. But as an official, this is the pinnacle too. So you say this is the first time Upperman's ever been here. There's 3 guys on the field. First time they've ever been here. So, officials get overlooked, but it's an honor and it's a grind to get to this point.
So you're gonna have to hold me back.
I got you. I got it. It's on video this week. It's on video this week.
To hold me back.
Exactly.
I don't know if you can hear the Bees fans, but they're making all kinds of noise. The cowbells have made their way out. The captains are down on the field. We are getting close to kickoff. We are just under 3 minutes until kickoff of the 4A state title game. We'll take one more break, or are we keeping it here?
We'll hit one break and a quick 30-second break and come right back with all the action.
All right, we'll take one more break. On the other side is kickoff. 2023 Class 4A State Championship game presented by Sonia Brown with American Way Real Estate on the Frontier Chevy UCR Media Network.
Fields Insurance has been supporting Upperman football for over 3 generations. Fields Insurance has been a family-owned and operated business since 1980. Baxter is our hometown, and we are excited to support our alma mater as well as our community. Fields Insurance is an independent insurance agency offering multiple insurance companies so our agents compare prices to give the lowest premiums available. Contact Fields Insurance for all your insurance needs. Whether you need home, auto, farm, commercial, or health insurance, Fields will be honored to have you as our customer. From all of us at Fields Insurance, Dana, Jennifer, Ty, and Taya, go Bees! We are so proud of you.
Welcome back as we're moments away from kickoff here. The coin toss about to be held at midfield. I'm Noah McKay, joined by Justin Matheny and Jeremy Tollis, and Hallie Ledbetter on the sideline. It's the 2023 Class 4A State Championship game between the 14-0 Pearl Cohn Firebirds and the equally 14-0 Upperman Bees. Thank you for spending part of your Saturday with us. We're happy you're along with it. One more time, if you want to sync us up on My TV 30, hit pause as soon as the first play is snapped on your television. When you hear me say takes the snap, hit resume, and you'll be synced up so you can watch video and audio. If you just want to listen to the audio, that's certainly okay, and we'll bring you all the action live in great description. Guys, the anticipation is here. Jacob just mentioned Baxter is here. If you want to rob a bank in Baxter, now's the time to do it because everybody is here and at least watching online as well. Cool to see here one of the Butlers' jersey being held up there by the Upperman captains. It appears to be Cam Bush, Clayton Harris, Evan Briggs, and Jonathan Rushing. Coin toss is won by Pearl Cohn. They defer to the second half, so Upperman's offense will open up this state championship game with the football. It'll be a very interesting opening drive, Justin, as Upperman tries to dictate the terms of this game on a rainy day in Chattanooga. They want to run the football and drain the clock. We'll see if they can get it done.
Yeah, sitting right here, this first drive's going to tell you a lot. If Upperman gets the ball and they go 3 and out and they're stuffed at the line on 3 straight plays, you're like, uh-oh, we got to kind of go back to the drawing board and figure out how we're going to move it. But if they're able to put one together and punch one in, Katie bar the door, they could drag Pearl. And, you know, when you're the better team athletically, you always say, hey, you want to drag them out to the deep water, see if they can play your style of game. When you're kind of the lesser team, you hear, let's get them in the phone booth. Let's drag them into the mud and make this an ugly game. We're going to see Pearl try to drag Upperman out in the deep water. We're going to see Upperman grab a hold of them and get them in the mud and dirty this game up.
Remember last week, Upperman had the ball first, and they were down 7-0 3 minutes into the game. Disastrous start. They recovered very nicely. They would like to not have to do that again today. Today's broadcast is presented by our great friend Sonia Brown with American Way Real Estate. Sonia Brown is a realtor with American Way Real Estate, and she is proud to bring you the best play-by-play coverage, thank you, Sonia, of football in Tennessee from us here at UCR. When you're ready to buy or sell real estate, you need to call Sonia. 931-979-7145 or 931-526-9581, and let her put her 33 years of experience in real estate development, construction, and sales to work for you. Upperman, the all-black jerseys, black pants, gold numbers and letters, those white helmets with the black stripe and the U on the side. Pearl Cohn, all white jerseys, white pants, red numbers and letters in the front and the back, outline in black trim. Both these teams fired up. Pearl Cohn's brought a few more people. Upperman, they treat it like a business trip. They're bringing the kids who are going to play, and that's about it. Starters in the ball game offensively for Upperman will go there first as they will start with the football. The quarterback is the 6'4", 195-pound sophomore Bronston Chapman. Tailback Ethan Polk. Nathan Ledbetter's the fullback. Receivers Branson Turnbow, Cam Bush. The tight end today is Clayton Harris. Offensive line left to right. Zach Maynard, Ian Cox, Zeke Unger, Caden Durham, and Evan Briggs. We'll see a ton of Carmine Phillips as well in this football game. Starters on defense for the Firebirds. Up front is Emmanuel Russell, Kyler Garcia, and Elijah Anthony, Isaiah Thomas. The linebackers, Zion Simpson-Smith, I should say. Dixon Irogbe, Joshua Sims. In the secondary, Donovan Higgins, Jaquise Williams, Darius Reed, and Joshua Sims. Pearl Cohn kicking left to right to us here, and just as we're about to kick off, the rain just picked up in a major way. It's raining probably harder than it has all day long. Upperman said they wanted it to rain. They've got it. Kicking unit is on. The kickoff is away, and Cam Bush going to field it on the 21-yard line. He's to the 30. Bush gets hit and taken down at the 34, and that's where we will see Bronston Chaffin lead out the Upperman offense.
Great starting field position for Upperman right here. Short kick. They didn't kick it deep to anybody back that far. The Pearl defense did a really good job. The kick coverage team did a good job getting in their lanes. And you see it out here, some of those big nose guards out there early here for Pearl. And it looks like they're going maybe 5 defensive line. No, sorry, that's a walk down safety. They're going to load the box, so I can tell you from play 1.
And we want to notice the umpire does not have a towel. So they're just, the ball's going to be what it's going to be.
That thing's going to get heavy and slick.
Polk, the tailback, is 22 in the box right now on the opening play from the Upperman 34-yard line. Snap taken. Handoff goes to Polk. Polk rumbles. He's hit after a gain of maybe a yard. Started actually on the 33. It'll be 2nd down and 9 for Upperman.
And, like you said, there's 22 guys in the box. Upperman went 2 tight ends and 2 fullbacks here off the ball, just power run or just ISO run right up here up the middle. They've just brought in an extra receiver here, going to try to maybe loosen this box up a little bit.
Clayton Harris was in for that opening play, and Carmine Phillips is going to bring in the play. Upperman will run a receiver in with the play to Bronston Chaffin. They're doing everything they can to save their quarterback's legs. He doesn't play defense. He plays quarterback. And that is what he does, and he does it very well. 10 seconds on the play clock as Upperman sets up on 2nd and 8. Chaffin in the gun, takes the snap. Again, going to hand off to Polk. This time, Polk gets a little bit more yardage, a gain of maybe 4 yards, and Upperman going to have a big 3rd down and 5 play upcoming here from the 37-yard line. Make it 38.
And this is where we're going to see kind of how they're feeling about this game. It's 3rd and 5, first possession of the game. Are they putting this one in the air? Or are they going to keep it on the ground? And do they decide if they get it into 4th and 1, 4th and a short 2, are they going to try to go for this one?
It's really raining as Jackson Rollins brings it out here. Certainly harder than it has rained all day. The ponchos are out, coats are up, umbrellas everywhere here in Chattanooga. Good thing is it's not too cold. Temperatures in the upper 50s. 3rd down and 4 here for Upperman. Chaffin all alone in the backfield, takes the snap. He's looking to carry around the left side. Chaffin cuts upfield to the 40. He has the first down and more to the 45. Bronston inside the 50 to about the 48, shoves the defender off of him, and it's a Baxter Pharmacy first down for number 8 in black and gold.
Yeah, and here's what we get. We get Upperman lining up with a tight end on each side of the ball. They had 2 fullbacks kind of in those H-wings positions on the other side. They motion over, or they shift over. When you get more than 2 people move, it's a shift. So they shift over to the wide side of the field. They just run quarterback sweep, quarterback stretch to the wide side here. And Bronson did a good job stringing that thing out, circling the defense, picking up a first down with a 15-plus-yard
He
gain.
tore Greenville up last week with that play.
Hey, Justin, the defense did not shift much when they shifted. That was kind of odd to me.
2 receivers out to the left side. 1st and 10 Upperman on the Pearl Cohn 48-yard line. Snap taking, going to hand off to Polk. Polk rumbles through the middle. Part of me, that's Jackson Rollins, and Rollins able to get to the 42 on a gain of 5, and that's exactly what Upperman wants. They're right on schedule here, Justin.
Jeremy, you talked about the last play that Pearl didn't shift. They've got all 11 of their guys right there at the line. If you see Upperman start moving those guys over more, they're going to have to move because they were just simply outflanked over here to that play 2 plays ago from Chaffin.
2nd and 5. Upperman are already starting to turn into the clock. We're a minute and 45 seconds into the game. They break huddle with 20 seconds on the play clock. Rollins is the back. They're going to save Ethan Polk's legs. He has a big task on defense in this game. They got to balance it. Snap taking. Going to hand off again to Rollins. Rollins busted up the middle to the 40. It's going to be 3rd down and 2 in what is 4-down territory for the Bees. Maybe time for number 8, but another strong run up the middle that time by Jackson Rollins.
And what we're getting from the Pearl defense right here, they had 6 guys on the line of scrimmage trying to take away this power run, and Upperman's just running away from the numbers. They hit that power backside. A lot of times you see it traditionally, you run to the strong side, kick down, block out. They're running away from it. Again, they're going 6 defensive linemen down here.
3rd and 2.5 yards for Upperman as Chaffin's in the gun. Lots of beef up there. And now Chaffin checks over to the sideline to get a new play call. We're at 9:25 to go in the first quarter, 8 seconds on the play clock. Chaffin sets up again in the gun. Calls for, has the snap, hands off to Rollins. Rollins gets behind the blockers, pushes forward near the first down line. This depends on the spot. It's very close. Upperman's going for it either way. Now they're whistling to stop the clock, and it is enough for a Baxter Pharmacy. First down, Jackson Rollins with a gain of 3.
And, when that play started, I thought he automatically had it. They got such good movement up there. The Pearl defenders are doing a good job getting off blocks on the second level and getting them down and keeping these from, 3 and 4 yard runs from going 10, 15-plus yards.
1st and 10 Upperman on the Pearl Cohn 38-yard line. Opening drive of the game on schedule for the Bees here in their first state championship game in school history. 8:45 and counting on the clock. Chaffin going to be in the gun. 3 receivers set now. 2 to the left, 1 to the right. Has the snap. Going to hand off again to Rollins. Rollins spins off of 1 tackler, then will be hit and drugged down in between the 35 and 36-yard line. That time getting him down for Pearl Cohn, number 4, or number 7, rather. Of course, that's Zion Simpson-Smith, the Mr. Football finalist. It's a gain of 2, and it'll be 2nd and 8.
And I'm telling you what Pearl's able to do is their defensive line is doing a good job of taking up those double teams, and that's what they've done all year. And they're letting Zion Simpson-Smith run around and make plays. He's the best defensive player Upperman will have played to this point in the season, so they're going to have to find a way to get up to the second level and chip on him.
1 receiver set each way. Press man coverage here for Pearl Cohn. Snap taken, and now we've got a whistle and a stoppage. I don't see any. Is there a flag out there? There is somewhere out there, and it is on Pearl Cohn. It says,
is that encroachment?
Carmine Phillips, and it is. As the cornerback, I saw it there. Not sure if he went across the line.
He had to have. He had to have.
So he jumped up to try to get Carmine Phillips to jump, and he actually got into that neutral zone, and that's an immediate flag right in high school.
They've marked it the wrong way. They've called it on.
No, it is an encroachment, and now the official, I think the official who was spotting the ball just assumed that call is usually on the offense, and it doesn't. That's a big break for Upperman as it turns 2nd and 8 into 2nd and 3 at the Pearl Cohn 31-yard line.
And it gives you an interesting spot for the Upperman play caller here. Is this a spot you want to take a shot? Try to get a hard play action or double move. As you saw the aggressiveness from the Pearl defense, try to get behind them and get an easy one here in the first quarter.
That was 28 Devontae Anderson Jr. Called for that penalty. Motion man across. Chaffin takes the snap. Got a handoff on the sweep to Phillips. Phillips breaks one tackle to the 30. He's to the 25. He's to the 20 where he stood up and taken down. A late flag came in.
Face mask.
And I think it is a face mask as Phillips went around the end. We'll check and see. Could be a hold in that area, but it looked like they got him up high for a face mask. And that's exactly what Upperman is motioning. As that time, a big motion out of Nathan Ledbetter. And they're discussing things. Could be the 5 or 15 question here, Jeremy.
5-yarder.
And it is a face mask. And it will be a Baxter Pharmacy first down into the Thompson Machinery in the Cat Rental Store red zone. If you're an Upperman fan, you like this drive. 7:34 to go in the first quarter, and they are all the way as they tack it to the end of the run to the Pearl Cohn 16-yard line. This is the money area, though. Pearl Cohn's been sensational in the red zone defense this year.
They sure have. This is where they really clamp down on people and make it hard.
That's a 15-yard face mask, by the way. It should have been 15.
They called it 5. Motion man across again for Chaffin in the gun. Takes the snap. This time he's going to hand to Polk. Polk rumbles behind the blockers to the 15, pushing the pile forward to the 10, where he'll be spotted down inside the 10-yard line on a gain of 6 for Ethan Polk.
And what we're getting here, for those who are just listening to us, they're lining up and they're bringing a receiver across the formation in jet motion. The play before, they handed it to Phillips. This time it's Fitz coming across. They fake it out to him. They hit the ball going back to Polk on the counter. They're really keeping Pearl off balance with the inside run and the outside run. 2nd down and 4 for Upperman. They're to the Pearl Cohn 9-yard line as Chaffin has a 2-receiver set. Cullum and Turnbow. Turnbow goes in motion across. Chaffin takes the snap. Going to hand off again to Polk. Polk rumbles inside the 5. It's a Baxter Pharmacy first down. First and goal. Upperman to the 4-yard line. They've not scored on this drive yet. We've got 6 minutes to go here. They've almost ran 6 minutes off the clock. Clock stopped for some reason.
They stopped it to reset the chains, and now they're running it to 6:35 and counting to go in the opening quarter.
But if the Bees can do this all game, what they've done on this opening drive, you've got to feel great sitting at home for their chances to pull this one off.
Well, they are certainly running the football Upperman style so far in this opening drive. We got a lot of football to be played. As Chaffin breaks huddle again, one receiver goes out each direction. Polk still the setback. Motion man across Turnbow. Chaffin takes the snap. He's keeping himself around the left side. Bronson to the 5, and he wins the race to the pylon. Give him 6. Touchdown, Upperman. Bronsden Chaffin from 6 yards out. And an Upperman game just broke out in Chattanooga. It's 6-0 Bees.
And what we talked about in our hour-long pregame is some of the defense that Pearl runs. They run a lot of man-cat coverage. You can see as they're motioning, whoever's guarding that guy, they're running across with them. You know it's zone if they bump or if they're rolling their safeties. You know it's kind of man-free. They're playing 0-man. Again, they're outnumbered. When Upperman's motion, they're not adjusting to it. They're outnumbered.
Stanfield's extra point is up. Extra point's big today, and that one is good. A 5-minute and 50-second drive that ends in an 11 Oak Nutrition touchdown. 11 Oak Nutrition in Cookeville is your one-stop shop for protein-packed shakes and energy-boosting teas. That one is familiar Upperman football, Justin. They didn't do anything fancy. They went down and ran it down the Firebird's throat, and now a bit of pressure to Pearl Cohn offensively, because if they can't stop that, they will not stop Upperman this afternoon.
As you said, no, that's a 5-minute and 50-second drive. 12 plays, all run. Did a really good job keeping them off balance. Running to the outside, running to the inside, hitting power, hitting counter, the jet sweep. In boxers' terms, Upperman didn't have to go to a counter punch. They went right down the middle, throwing that jab right down the center of them, letting them have it from the onset.
A rousing 0 throwings on that
surprise,
drive. Surprise, indeed. Again, today's game is presented by Sonia Brown, Realtor with American Way Real Estate. She proudly supports the Upperman Bees and is proud to bring you the Upper Cumberland Reporter's coverage of today's game. Buying or selling real estate, Sonia Brown can help you achieve your real estate goals. Sonia Brown, American Way Real Estate, 931-979-7145 or 931-526-9581. Also an opportunity during a TV timeout to tell you about our friends at Baxter Family Dentistry. Been great sponsors to us all year long. Baxter Family Dentistry is your hometown dentist for all your dental needs, and they're now accepting new patients. Call 931-858-3181 to schedule an appointment with Dr. Matthew Whitson. Located at 111 Upperman Lane in Baxter. 6:10 to go in the opening quarter. Upperman leads 7-0. Now the question, we saw Upperman's offense do what they do. Can Pearl Cohn's offense do what they do? It's still raining at a nice clip. It's that dreary rain. It's not a downpour, but it's just gross outside.
It's enough to aggravate you.
The fog, and it's enough to make the football wet. Can Pearl Cohn hunt up the big plays that they're so known for, or will Upperman's defense control yet another ball game?
Well, give me a key right here. One of my keys to the game. Do not kick it to number 1 right here. What you can't do is have a phenomenal 5-minute, 10-second drive, 12 plays, and then kick it to 1, and he's erased it, and it's 7-7 here before you blink.
6:10 to go in the first quarter. Upperman leads 7-0 after driving 12 plays right down the field, all on the ground. Sebastian Stanfield, the senior kicker's had a great postseason, and he's on to pooch this one away from 1, as you said, and it's bobbled. It's on the ground. That is free, and now it's picked up, and he'll be taken down inside the 20-yard line. Hunting through and taking down Donovan Higgins, the junior, who bobbled it. A little bit of rain already, making its mark, and it is not good field position for the Firebirds. 1st and 10 on the 18-yard line.
Yeah, the early returns on this one, as you feel really good as an Upperman fan, but watch out for this offense. Got to keep them in front of you. Got to get them down when you have an opportunity. One-on-one tackling is going to be huge for Upperman today.
And they are going to put the big man, I believe, in the backfield here under center. Turnaround snap taking, going to hand off to him. Simpson Smith going to get hit and taken down after a gain of 8. He is averaging 13.3 yards per carry this season. Doesn't have a ton of carries, but he's got a bunch of yards with numbers like that. Starting defense today for Upperman, Clayton Harris, Evan Briggs, and Eli Bullock are the front 3. The linebackers, Ethan Polk, Walter Kane, and the freshman who's really come on strong, Colton Johnson. The nickelback is Cam Bush. Theo Brown, Branson Turnbow, and Carmine Phillips are the corners as they take the snap, turn and hand off to Simpson Smith again. Breaks 1 tackle. Now Phillips stands him up, and Simpson Smith carries him forward for 5+ more yards. A first down for the Firebirds to their own 38-yard line. They're committing to the run going into the I formation. That's a little bit new for them. And the free safety is Jackson Rollins.
Well, really what it is, this is their goal line formation they're running here in the middle of the field. They brought in an extra offensive lineman, brought in an extra fullback. But what we saw with Simpson Smith, Upperman hit him a couple times there at or near the line of scrimmage, and he's able to fall forward and drag some guys, get more of their spread now.
Pistol set here, 1 receiver each way. Tarleton takes the snap, again going to hand off. This time the back gets hit and stood up, taken down immediately. That's Javian Kennard, the junior running back, who 5'9", 173, and can flat out fly. And we've got an Upperman player injured, and it appears to be cramps as they're stretching him out. Didn't get a look at the number. Hopefully it is just cramps here. And that's another interesting note we haven't talked about yet, guys. This is a 10 a.m. Central Time start.
Yeah.
Your day is different. Your hydration is different. So you may see more cramps than you would expect this late into the season. As that's Evan Briggs. They need him, but he's being helped off the field with, I believe it's cramps.
Well, and just from a logistics standpoint, right, we treat this like a college game. So you're going to go down here. You're probably getting up at 5:45, 6 o'clock because you're eating pregame meal at 7 this morning. So usually what that looks like is pancakes, waffles, eggs, bacon, sausage, and then you may have chicken and a pasta with it and some kind of steak. So, like you said, everything's just different with such an early
Walter
kick.
Kane just went down to a knee over by the sideline. So you're talking about the starting defensive tackle and starting Mike linebacker both going to be out of the game on this next play. Not sure what happened to Kane. That was late as he went down. And now the training staff will jog over and get him some water. But this is an opportunity. 2 of the best defenders off the field right now as Pearl Cohn tries to answer as the clock ticks inside of 5 minutes to go in the first quarter. 1 receiver each way here for Tarleton. Motion man across the line. Now he takes the snap. He's going to hand off again. Kennard going to get hit, gets away from Cam Bush, and then the cavalry arrives and takes him down. Rare when somebody can break a Cam Bush tackle, but Kennard is certainly able to do it. And here we go. It's 3rd down, and we'll see where they spot it. 3rd and 5.
They're going quick.
Coming up here, and they're going to go to that tempo. Upperman gets some subs off. Snap taking, going to hand off again to Kennard. Kennard tries to break a tackle, and he cannot. Taken down short of the line to gain. Decision time for Coach Bernetti as it's 4th down and 3 here. Kennard taken down.
They're going.
And they're leaving the offense on the field, at least for now. That's Ethan Polk on the tackle.
And they're bringing in their goal line set, which they started the game with here. Look for power either side.
Here we go. It's 4th down and 3 here for Pearl Cohn. Upperman trying to get subbed in and off. Now Phillips going to retreat back. They're going to go under center here with Simpson Smith, and Adam Kane says, no, sir. I'm taking a timeout here to get set up. It's a big decision for Coach Bernetti. If he doesn't get it, Upperman has great field position with a lead late in the first quarter.
Well, hey, that's a good timeout for Coach Kane because as Pearl, we've had a couple Upperman players come off here with injuries. Pearl subbed their heavy package in. Upperman, the players saw that. They were trying to get some of their heavier guys in to match this set, and they couldn't get them off. So instead of just risking it with your base defense out there, Coach Shane wisely takes his time out to get an appropriate personnel package on the field to combat what they're doing.
3:50 to go in the first quarter. Big timeout here. It's 4th down. Ball is on the 46-yard line of Pearl Cohn. They've got to get to the 48. So it's 4th down and a full 2. Out of the timeout, Upperman got their bigger set in defensively. Here we go. Simpson Smith stays in the game. Under center, Tarleton gives the hard count. Nobody moves. 4th down and 2. Pivotal moment in this state championship game. The milk jugs are ringing out. Snap taken. Hand off to Simpson Smith, and he is cut down. No gain on the play. Upperman takes over. Cam Bush. First one there. That 4th down conversion, nowhere close. Pearl Cohn wants to think they have it. They certainly do not. It is a full 1.5 yards short. First down, Upperman.
Guys, there's no need to even measure this.
They moved it around, and they will not. Upperman blows it up. 3:49 to go.
And like I said, great time out there from Coach Kane to get your personnel lined up there. A huge play here early in the game for Upperman, that Upperman defense.
So, chance for Upperman to go up 2 scores and drain this thing into the second quarter. 3:45 to go, and it's 1st and 10 on the Pearl Cohn 47. They go for it, and they do not get it. They break huddle here. It's going to be Ethan Polk, the tailback, with Bronsden Chaffin. 7 seconds on the play clock as they try to get set. Motion man is Turnbow. 2 seconds on the clock. They take the snap. Hand off to Polk. Polk runs right into the teeth of the defense and gets nothing on that one. Best penetration so far for Pearl Cohn, and it's 2nd and 10.
Yeah, and they're selling out. And even though Upperman's going some 2 and 3 wide receiver sets, you can tell Pearl's selling out to stop the run. So at some point, they're going to have to take a shot to loosen up the secondary.
3:23 and counting to go here in the opening quarter. Upperman with a 7-0 lead and the football after a turnover on downs by the Firebirds. They're going to go trips out to the right. Fitz, Turnbow, and Phillips. Chaffin in the gun. Motions a man across, now moves Polk over to his left side. Has the snap, he's going to keep it himself around the left side. Chaffin has to make something happen. Breaks 1 tackle, and then he'll be stood up. The snap was a little bit wide. He had to get it with 1 hand, and it'll be a loss of a 0.5 yard. This drive not going the way Upperman wants. 3rd and 11, certainly not on script.
No, you mentioned that snap was a little behind him, and that just threw off the rhythm and the timing of that play as they're running that quarterback stretch and sweep over here to the left to the wide side of the field. Just got him a second or 2 off of where he needed to be.
2:30 to go and counting here in the opening quarter. 3rd down and 11. Does Upperman open it up, or are they going to just keep it on the ground here and play defense? Chaffin motions Turnbow across again. Now he has the snap. He's just going to hand off to Polk. Polk rumbles up the middle, breaks 1 tackle to the 45. He's to the 42. And it's 4th and 5 and likely a punting situation here for Adam Kane.
Yeah, at this point in the game, you've got to feel good about what your defense there on the first drive. Even though they drove it to midfield, you got a big stop. It's wet, it's rainy. You play the field position game, old school type of style of defense on this one.
And they will bring Jaleric Cullum, who hasn't had much work in the postseason, but he's been very good. He bombed a 50-yarder 2 weeks ago against Macon County, had a really good outing. And now Upperman could fake this if they wanted to. Pearl Cohn a little bit late to get lined up. 4th and 6 from the 43. Cullum has it. He rugby-style boots this one away from Kennard. It takes a hop into 10. Kennard's going to pick it up at the 5. He breaks 1 tackle. Now look out. Kennard gets stood up, spun around, and put down. And we've got a late flag. It's going on Pearl Cohn. A block in the back, I believe, as Cullum's great punt bounced to about the 8, a 4-yard return. And this is going to be inside the 10 to start for Pearl Cohn. Ramsey Snook flies in to make the tackle there defensively. 1:24 to go in the first quarter. 7-0 Upperman. And we're about to get the official call.
It is blocking the back.
It is. That'll be half the distance to the goal, which would put them at about the 6-yard line.
In great starting field position here for the Upperman defense, right? If you're Pearl, you've got 94 yards to go, but you saw Kennard right there, what he can do, right? He's going to go pick up that ball because he thinks he can score from anywhere, and he can. Got to be really careful with him. Phenomenal job by the coverage team for the Bees.
No throws on the first drive for Pearl Cohn. That could change in a hurry, but it is raining still here at a steady clip. One receiver out to the left side, back under center. They take the snap. Going to hand off on the stretch. Back breaks one tackle, and then he will be stood up and put down by the Cavalry. A gain of just 2. Ethan Polk, first one there. He's a little shaken up. He's feeling something, and he's going to go down to a knee. The injury's mounting up. Evan Briggs back into the game, and now Polk says he's okay. He's not leaving, and now he will go down to a knee. They're going to need a timeout here for an injury as Ethan Polk favoring one of his legs. That would be an important development. They need Ethan Polk badly, Justin, on both sides of the football.
He's as important of a player for the Upperman offense and defense because he plays on both sides of the ball, outside linebacker, safety-ish type of guy. On offense, you see the type of running back he is. It's key that they get him to play. And, you know, a lot of times you see a guy try to tough it out or hurry off to the sideline. In a game of this magnitude, just go down and get subbed out.
And he's already walking a little bit better as he moves over towards the tent. He may get taped up here, and you would expect to see him back in quickly, the junior linebacker and tailback. It was a gain of 2 yards, 2nd and 8 upcoming here for Pearl Cohn, as it is exactly 1 minute to play in the first quarter. 2 receivers stacked out to the right, 1 to the left. Snap taken. Going to give it to Kennard on the sweep to the edge. He's to the 5. He's to the 10. Breaks a tackle, and there he goes. To the 20. To the 30. And we've got a flag. I think it's a sideline warning. Kennard trying to get down the field. He's slowing up to the 20, to the 10, to the 5, to the end zone. Touchdown, Pearl Cohn. There's 2 flags. One, I believe, is a sideline warning. The other is right in the area of a hole where that run broke, back on the 11-yard line. This one may be coming back after he ran 92 yards.
And that's what I'm talking about, guys. He can touch the ball from anywhere and be gone. Upperman's not played a kid like him all season. Maybe they get lucky on this one and get it back.
Javion Kennard took off 82 yards. Would this be offsetting on a sideline warning, Jeremy? What would the deal be?
You're not going to have a sideline warning live ball. They probably ran into him. It's probably sideline interference,
okay,
which is it's marked off as a dead ball penalty, okay? So it looks like we've got a hold or a block in the back here, so we'll end up marking off both penalties. It'll be half the distance backwards, 15 yards forwards, probably be 1st and 10.
Okay, so we'll wait on the official word here as they go to midfield. Still a break for
But
Upperman.
it's a huge break compared to it being 6 points on the board.
So here we go. We've got a block in the back going against Pearl Cohn. That wipes the touchdown off the board. We also have, we believe, wait and see, he's still talking.
Sideline interference.
Sideline interference against Upperman. Somebody got in the way of the official running down the field. And so they'll mark it off, just like you said, Jeremy. That's why you're here. And it's a 1st down for Pearl Cohn to the 21, but it is not a touchdown with 43 seconds to go in the first quarter. And Kennard just had to run a long way as he got to the edge, split the defense, and took it all the way to the end zone. But it is not a score after the penalties are marked off.
And Upperman, after that play, you will happily take that.
2 receivers go out to the right side, 1 to the left. Tarleton still has not attempted a pass in this game so far. Motions a man across the line. Snap is taken. Going to hand off. The back with a big hole in front. He rumbles through, and he's tripped up and taken down. A touchdown-saving tackle after a gain of 13 that time. And again, it's Simpson Smith on the carry, and now they're going to go quickly here with 38 seconds to go. Ethan Polk is back on the field for Upperman. 2 to the right, 1 to the left. They take the snap. Looked like it could have been some early movement. The back, Simpson Smith, breaks 1 tackle and is taken down at the 40 after a gain of 6. 2nd and 4. They could go one more play if they go quickly with 20 seconds on the game clock.
And they're giving Upperman a little dose of their own medicine here. Run counter on the first play. Simpson Smith, run power coming back the next play. He's doing such a good job of following. He's a big kid. He's running hard. Upperman's going to have their hands full as it looks like Pearl's taking this one to the second quarter.
They certainly will. That brings us to the end of the first quarter. You're listening to the 2023 Class 4A State Championship game presented by Sonia Brown with American Way Real Estate on the Frontier Chevy UCR Media Network.
The experts at the South Willow Auto Clinic are your hometown auto doctors. Located at 640 South Willow Avenue in Cookeville, get your oil changed, tires rotated, and fluids filled. Need other repairs? Stop by for a same-day free diagnosis and estimate. South Willow Auto Clinic is a longtime supporter of student-athletes throughout the Upper Cumberland. South Willow Auto Clinic, proud sponsor of this broadcast on the UCR Media Network.
When it comes to caring for your land, you need an all-around performer to make your life easier. One that's tried and true. That's a John Deere compact tractor from Tri-Green Equipment. User-friendly tractors that are big on performance and operator comfort.
Welcome back. Opening the second quarter of play, Upperman leads 7-0 in the 2023 Class 4A State Championship game for Pearl Cohn. But the Firebirds have a second down and 4 on their own 40-yard line. I'm Noah McKay. He's Justin Matheny, Jeremy Tollefson, Hallie Ledbetter on the sideline. The whole UCR crew is here today. Goose is handling the photos. Rusty's tweeting out live updates. And CJ here today doing cinematic highlights. So far, he's got a few to work with. Been some big plays. Pearl Cohn had a 92-yard touchdown wiped off the board because of a block in the back. And now we have another extended stoppage as it's the TV timeout.
Still TV timeout.
Yeah, that's just something these teams have not had to deal with all year, right? They're coming out. We're used to high school games rolling pretty quickly, but we're going to have 2- and 3-minute TV timeout, so have to hang around the numbers a little longer than you're used to here in a game like this today.
First quarter stats for Upperman, of course, leading 7-0. 4 first downs for the Bees to 3 for Pearl Cohn. Pearl Cohn's run 9 times for 49 yards. Upperman 14 for 61. Neither team has attempted a pass so far, and it's a touchdown rush for Bronston Chaffin pacing the way for the Bees.
Yeah, and looking at the kind of the game within the game here, Upperman's had the ball for 8 minutes, 11 seconds of the first quarter. Pearl had it for 3:49. We know Upperman took the opening drive of the game, got 7 points. Pearl goes for it on 4th down around midfield, doesn't get it, and then Upperman goes 3 and out, kicks it deep, and here's where we are today with Upperman, with Pearl having the ball around the -40 with 60 to go.
So still waiting on the TV to come back. But all things considered, Justin, we knew Pearl Cohn would hit a few big plays. They did. It got wiped off the board. Upperman's got to feel pretty good about where they are in this football game. Of course, winning it, number one, leading on the scoreboard, but they've been able to do the things that have gotten them to this point so far.
Yeah, I think that's something that I was really interested in is could Upperman come out here and be who they are all season? And after that first drive, I felt like they could. Pearl made some adjustments on the second drive, and really wasn't anything they were doing schematically or formationally on defense. They just got off a couple blocks, had a bad snap there for Bronston Chaffin, kind of threw the timing off. But they're on that, third and I guess it was 11. They picked up 6 yards and got it to 3rd and 5. I think the Bees are going to be able to run on this Pearl Cohn defense for most of the day.
My question, when is the shot play coming from Keyshawn Tarleton? They've not thrown a pass yet. It's raining, but it ain't raining that hard to where they're not going to attempt to pass today. Feels like they're trying to set up Upperman for something play action and a big shot play coming soon.
Well, and the thing I think if you're the Upperman coaching staff and defense that's concerning to you is Zion Simpson-Smith has been able to run the ball, and he's ripping off big gains, and he's falling forward. He's getting hit, contacted, and just churning his legs, and he's falling forward on every play for positive yards.
2nd down and 4 here for the Bees. As they break huddle, first play of the quarter. Motion man across in the pistol set. Tarleton takes the snap, going to hand off to the back who gets hit and cut down. Walter Kane takes down Malachi Cromwell, the senior running back at 5'9", 177. And here we go, 3rd down and 4. 0 for 1 so far today is Pearl Cohn on 3rd down and 4th down.
And if you're just listening to us, they just brought in their big running back, number 7, Zion Simpson-Smith, in here. I have no doubt they're handing the ball. Now they're taking him back out. So I was going to say it's pretty much a guarantee he was getting the ball, but now I'm not sure what's happening.
Now Cromwell checks back into the game as Carmine Phillips comes off for Upperman. Jackson Rollins going to go play corner on the outside here. They're going 0 coverage. 2 motion men across. Pistol set. Snap taken, going to pitch it to the outside. They have numbers there. Cromwell to the 40. He's to the 45. He busts it out to the 45, and this one's coming back on a hole downfield. It'll be close to still being a first down for Pearl Cohn, but this one going to get erased again on another penalty against the Firebirds. They've had a penalty problem this season. They've been able to get away with it so far.
And so for those at home, Upperman had some personnel issues on that play with how Pearl was subbing. Upperman tried to sub formationally with it, and I think they took a corner off. When the play happened, though, Upperman was outnumbered to the field. They kind of ran that toss sweep, that pitch sweep out here to the wide side. Cromwell was just able to get on his horse and circle the wagons and get by him. But, like we said, we had a hold here late in the play, so it's going to back it up.
It's a hold against Pearl Cohn. 10 yards from the spot, correct, Jeremy?
That is correct.
Still be a first down,
I believe they've already said it's a first. They need to look at that.
Yeah, they're going to put
really
the ball
close.
down. It's very close. And the officials trying to back off the players. They may need to measure this. It is. I mean, it's right about where they needed to get to, and they'll just give it to them. A first down for Pearl Cohn. So it wipes off about a 16-yard run and turns it into a 4-yard gain, and that moves the chains 1st and 10 on the Pearl Cohn 44-yard line.
And I think if you're Pearl, outside of 7 being in at the running back, the rest of your runs from your running backs getting the ball have had success on the outside.
1st and 10. Tarleton still has not attempted a pass. Takes a step and it goes away from him. He wasn't ready for it. Now it's a foot race. Cromwell falls on it. A huge loss. Tarleton was not ready for the snap, and that thing went a mile back. A gigantic loss, and again, Evan Briggs down and cramping, holding his left leg. He's got to get some Gatorade in his system.
That's what I was about to say. Here's the bad thing for Evan Briggs. Once you start cramping, you're cramping the rest of the game. And it's hard because it's rainy, it's wet, it's not that hot. You've probably not drank as much water as you think, but it's weird when you get in some of these cold weather games, you see as much cramping as you do earlier in the season just because you're not drinking as much as you probably should be.
Loss of 20 on the play, and it's going to be 2nd down and 30 for Pearl Cohn. Maybe one of the 4 or 5 teams in the state where that is still makeable for the Firebirds. They may be forced into their first pass attempt today, but they are certainly still not out of it. They can get 30 yards in a couple of plays, Justin.
They can. We just saw someone, the little Percy Harvin Kennard, he went 90 a minute ago. So it's, offenses aren't built to go 2nd and 30, but like you said, they've got the guys. If they catch it short or they catch it behind the line of scrimmage, they can score from anywhere. I believe we're in another TV timeout here.
Pearl Cohn called timeout.
Okay.
All right, Pearl Cohn called timeout to try to calm things down, Coach Brunetti. And again, for Upperman, they're bringing them into the phone booth so far. And right now they lead 7-0 with 10:51. If they get the ball back, that may be the last drive of the second quarter with the way they're playing ball control.
Yeah, and if you're Upperman, that's your MO. That's what you want to do. If you're able to get off the field here defensively, you would like to give the ball back to Pearl up 14 with no time left or a minute or so on the clock to not give them a chance.
10:51 to go in the first half. Upperman leads 7-0, and it's 2nd and 30 for the Firebirds. As Tarleton breaks the huddle. He's got 2 receivers out to the right side, 1 to the left. They're man-to-manning. Branson Turnbow against Darius Reed. Snap taken, play fake, going to fire the quick screen to the outside. Receiver makes the catch, breaks 1 tackle. Now the ball's popped out. It's on the ground. Pearl Cohn has it, but it's a loss of a couple more yards, and it's 3rd and 32 as Carmine Phillips ripped it free on a wet day in Chattanooga. Pearl Cohn survives disaster, but with 10.5 to go, it is 3rd. Let's see. Let's check my geography. All right, we're down here. It's 3rd in Atlanta. Here for Pearl Cohn.
You've got to do this in kilometers or something.
It's a long way to go, but they hit that middle screen right there. Phillips did a great job getting the ball out, causing disruption. He didn't have a lot of room to run. The Bees did a good job on pursuit anyway.
2 receivers each way here for Pearl Cohn. Still not insurmountable. 3rd and 32. Snap taken. Tarleton play fakes. He's being pressured. Now he rolls out to his left. Silvas his hips. Fires downfield. Upperman everywhere. It's tipped into the air, and it's incomplete. Triple coverage, and they're going to have to punt this one away. And quite frankly, Justin, with how the punting game has been for Pearl Cohn, that would have been about a 30-yard field position flip. This may be better. They have had a terrible time punting the football this year.
They have. Their kicking game, their extra points, and their punting game is not their strong suit right here. What Upperman did, though, that I say is I don't love, they had Clayton in at tackle. They ran a twist, and they had Paul come underneath. They gave up the edge and allowed the quarterback to get on the outside. That's where he's dangerous. That's where he can kill you. Got to be watching that the rest of the game.
Carmine Phillips deep to receive this kick.
get away
Not
from
a
it.
Terrible kick, but it's going to bounce at about the 50-yard line, takes a Pearl Cohn hop, and goes out of play, or actually stays inbounds, but it'll be spotted down at about the 42-yard line, make it the 43. 1st and 10 Upperman, good field position, 9:50 to go in the first half, trying to go take a commanding 2-score lead.
And got to get back to having positive yards. Again, one of my no-dust statements, but positive yards on first down, that's key for the Upperman offense. If they're able to stay ahead of the chains on schedule, and they just have got to get 3 and 4 yards on first down, you really put that Pearl defense in a bind. And it looks like they're going to try to play a little more base defense from who Pearl has out on the field right now.
And they're keeping Branson Turnbow a little bit fresh. They're cycling him and Ethan Paulk out of the game. They're being asked to do a lot on defense and run a lot. 1st and 10 Upperman. And now, here we go again. 22 in the box. Paulk on the left of Bronston Chaffin. Chaffin takes the snap. Going to hand off. Paulk gets through the teeth of the defense and falls forward to about the 45-yard line. Gain of a couple. It's 2nd and 8.
And so what Upperman's doing here on that set, they went tackle over. So they've got center, guard, tackle, and they had 2 fullbacks on that side. On the backside, you just have a guard and tight end. They hit counter coming to the backside, pick up 2 yards. I mean, Pearl's front 7, they're doing a good job here on the first downs, the last 2 possessions for Upperman.
Apologies for that weird technical difficulty. Think we're good now. The audio kept working. That's the good thing. But you get to see the backstage a little bit. 2nd down and 8 here for Upperman. They shift 2 over. Big boys in the game. Chaffin takes the snap. He's carrying around the left side. Chaffin now stood up in the backfield, taken down as blowing up the play was Carmelo League. He comes through and makes the tackle, and it's a loss of several, and it's 3rd and 13 here for Upperman.
Yeah, and now here's the danger zone for the Upperman offensive. Can you find ways after the first drive, you had a lot of success running the ball. These second 2 drives, they've really clamped down and made it tough on you. What is your counter? What does your passing game look like? I think we probably need to see a little play-action pass here on 1st and 2nd down.
Well, Branson Turnbow and Carmine Phillips are out of the game here on 3rd and 13. So,
they're
Branson
playing defense.
just checked back in, pardon me, so he will be in there alongside Cam Bush. 3rd and 13 for Upperman. They motion Turnbow across. Chaffin takes the snap. He's looking to throw. Rolls out to his right, fires it into the flat for Turnbow. Makes the catch, makes one man miss, and he's pushed forward to about the 50. Makes it interesting for Upperman. They're going to spot it right at the 50. We'll see if they punt this one, make it the 49 on what is 4th down and 4 here for Upperman. And at least I would imagine you're going to see the Bronston Chaffin hard count here.
Yeah, I think that's what you do. They should kind of run up to the ball, line up, hard count. If they jump, you've got a first down or you're real close to it. But then take your time out here and punt this one away.
They're just going to punt it. Here comes Jaleric Cullum back onto the field. Is a couple of 3-and-outs forced in a row here by Pearl Cohn's defense.
You could line up right now.
These are 2 elite defenses. Yeah, Pearl Cohn's really late onto the field. They're trotting 2 returners back deep. I'm not sure if Pearl Cohn has 11 guys on the field. They do now. Jaleric Cullum to kick it away. With 0 seconds, no whistle. Cullum booms this one away. It's another good kick. And it's going to bounce to the 10, to the 5, angling to the sideline. What a punt! Jaleric Cullum put him out of bounds at the 1-yard line. A 51-yard punt. Coffin corner. What a kick by the senior Jaleric Cullum. And backed way up into their own end are the Firebirds.
I'm telling you, they rugby-style punted this one out here to the right. I know it wasn't called. If Jaleric took off and ran, he might have scored. The entire Pearl kick team manned up their guys and turned and ran with them. Watch that later in the game. I don't know if anybody in the Upperman box saw that. That was a first down for the Bees if he kept that one. But what a punt. Holy cow.
7:18 to go. We'll tell you about our friends at Fields Insurance. Fields Insurance has been supporting Upperman football for over 3 generations. As a family-owned and operated business since 1980, Fields Insurance is proud to support our community. As an independent insurance agency offering multiple insurance companies, their agents can compare prices and give the lowest premiums available. Contact Fields Insurance at 931-526-5049. For all your insurance needs today. As you see on your screen, today's broadcast is presented by our friend Sonia Brown with American Way Real Estate. You're listening to the 2023 Class 4A State Championship game presented by Sonia Brown with American Way Real Estate on the Frontier Chevy UCR Media Network.
Fields Insurance has been supporting Upperman football for over 3 generations. Fields Insurance has been a family-owned and operated business since 1980. Baxter is our hometown, and we are excited to support our alma mater as well as our community. Fields Insurance is an independent insurance agency offering multiple insurance companies so our agents compare prices to give the lowest premiums available. Contact Fields Insurance for all your insurance needs. Whether you need home, auto, farm, commercial, or health insurance, Fields will be honored to have you as our customer. From all of us at Fields Insurance, Dana, Jennifer, Ty, and Taya, go Bees! We are so proud of you. The experts at the South Willow Auto Clinic are your hometown auto doctors. Located at 640 South Willow Avenue in Cookeville, get your oil changed, tires rotated, and fluids filled. Need other repairs? Stop by for his same-day free diagnosis and estimate. South Willow Auto Clinic is a longtime supporter of student-athletes throughout the Upper Cumberland. South Willow Auto Clinic, proud sponsor of this broadcast on the UCR Media Network.
When it comes to caring for your land, you need an all-around performer to make your life easier. One that's tried and true. That's a John Deere compact tractor from Tri-Green Equipment. User-friendly tractors that are big on performance and operator comfort.
Welcome back to Chattanooga, Finley Stadium at UTC. It is 7-0 Upperman, and Pearl Cohn is backed up in their own end after a perfect 51-yard punt by Jalaric Cullum. Firebirds going under center. Take the snap. It's going to be a quarterback sneak, and he breaks through and just pushes forward. There's Tarleton. There's breathing room. A gain of 5, and it's 2nd and 5 on the quarterback sneak.
Yeah, and that's one, like you said, they're just trying to punch the ball out, get out from the shadow of their own goalpost. You never expect to pick up more than a yard or two right there. Pick up 5, good, good design and good execution by that Pearl offense.
They actually gave him out to the 7, so it's a gain of 6, and it'll be 2nd and 4. Pearl Cohn working right to left to us here in the press box. Upperman, 7-0. Went right down the field on their first drive, 3 now in their last 2, but they're getting stops. Again, under center goes Tarleton. Sets up, and again takes the snap, and again he's trying to sneak it. This time, Upperman much more prepared. The pile stood up at about the 9-yard line and now pushed backwards. And he's still pushing forward. Instead, Tarleton breaks through. We got a late flag in, and whistles blowing. I got no clue who this is going against. It's getting chippy out here as Tarleton did not go down, just kept pushing through. Maybe the whistle had already blown.
So the line judge just spotted it at the 10, so he's got his forward progress stopped at the 10, and let's figure out what happened with the flag.
So, Jeremy, let me ask you.
Adam Kane does not want a penalty against them. It shouldn't be a personal foul. Everybody's still pushing.
If they blow it dead, yeah, okay, that was my question. If they've blown it dead at the 10, whatever happened after, whether it was a hold, kind of is irrelevant.
It is, unless you feel as though something's malicious.
Right.
And I think they did a really good job of wiping that off.
3rd and 1 from the 10-yard line here.
I'd sneak it again.
Probably doing 99 yards. Yeah. I mean, it just pushed it forward. First time they got 6. That time just 2. 6:15 and counting to go, and again they're going to go under center with Tarleton. Snap taken. This time they're going to hand and give off to Simpson Smith. Breaks 1 tackle, then Clayton Harris takes him down, but he gets 3 yards, and that moves the chains for Pearl Cohn. And again, Evan Briggs is down, holding his left leg. He is cramping badly, and he is playing a ton of football. And again, they'll have to come out for him.
Yeah, unfortunately for Briggs, and this one doesn't look like a cramp.
He's down in a bit more pain this time. Hopefully it is just that cramp. And they're already helping him back up to his feet. So maybe it is.
Hopefully. But here's the thing. I think now if you're Coach Kane, you're going to have to try to decide where your value of him is at. Is he more valuable to you on the offensive side of the ball, playing his guard position, or is it on defensive tackle? It's his last game. Game he's going to play in an Upperman uniform. So
he's trying to make an impression on some coaches as well. He plays tackle and defensive tackle, both ends. So he's a key piece. He's a 4-year starter for this team.
Right.
And he was a starter as a freshman on a good Upperman team. So he's a real deal player. It's 1st and 10 Pearl Cohn after this little break. Thankfully, no TV timeout now, and they'll run the clock. 6 minutes and counting to go in the first half. That 42-35 score somebody had sure ain't coming true. No break huddle here. Tarleton, see if he goes back under center. He's got Simpson Smith behind him. He's going to stay in the pistol. One receiver out to the right side. Now they motion into the gun. Snap taken. Going to hand off to Smith. He's to the edge. Now cuts upfield. Simpson Smith caught from behind. He's breaking tackles. Now he's rumbling ahead. Simpson Smith to the 40. It's a foot race, and he's caught from behind and taken down, but not before a huge gain for the Mr. Football finalist, Zion Simpson Smith, as he's all the way to the Upperman 42-yard line. And Branson Turnbow, I believe, is that Turnbow who's a bit slow to get up on the outside? It is not. It's a different B.
I think it's Rollins.
Maybe Rollins. Jackson Rollins, as he tried to take down the big Simpson Smith from behind. And that time they just had numbers, Justin.
They did. They ran pin and pull sweep over here, so they're blocking down and they're pulling, both guards on that play, and it's just an outside breaking play. And Simpson, like I said, he's not going to go 80. He had an opportunity right there, but he's so quick hitting the hole those first 10 or 15 yards. He gets away from people, and then you can track him down, but he's such a big physical kid. When you get to him, he's hard to get to.
And they ran the clock and set it up before Upperman was ready. Now they take the snap
terrible.
And they hand off. They give to the edge, looking for somewhere to go is Cromwell, and Upperman somehow able to take him down. That is really bad. Jeremy, they just set up and go.
You don't know if they're telling them to get out there, but it did seem like that was a little quick to me.
My goodness. Now Upperman trying to sub
And
as
Pearl's
second
going
down
tempo.
and 4. They're going fast. Tarleton takes the snap, and now we've got a pause and a whistle and a flag potentially here on Pearl Cohn. Adam Kane is excited about something. He thinks it's against them, and it is. False start against the Firebirds, so that wipes off that 6-yard gain, and it'll be 2nd and 9.
Kind of chaotic here the last couple of plays, but
That's how Pearl Cohn wants it, though.
Yep.
They want it to be that frenetic pace.
And that's advantage them. They've not had anybody seem like get injured or cramp up here, and Upperman's kind of trying to battle through it and figure it out.
2nd down and 9 here for the Firebirds as they set up. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Tarleton in the gun. Motions man across. Snap taken, going to hand off. Pitch it on the sweep, rather, looking for the edge and getting taken down. What a tackle made by Theo Brown in the open field for a loss of 2.
And that was, I put up my finger before the play. Theo Browns came in the game for Jackson Rollins at that safety position, and my antennas were going up, say, you try to attack that kid, and man, was he ever game on that first play right there.
Hey, Theo Brown can run. He's inexperienced a little bit on the back end, but the junior, he's a great athlete. He's the free safety right now. 4 receivers set. 3rd and 11 here from the 45-yard line. Tarleton takes the snap. Here comes pressure. Tarleton in trouble. Gets away. Still on his feet. Tarleton jump pass and tiptoeing to make the catch. It's short of the line to gain. Adam Kane says he's out of bounds. And it's incomplete. The backside official came flying in and said incomplete. It would have been 4th and 5. Instead, it's 4th and 11, and it's decision time for Coach Brunetti with 4 minutes and 1 second to go in this second quarter.
Coach Brunetti's making the right call here, punting this one, because your defense after the first drive has really locked Upperman up. Play the field position game, and maybe you can get the ball back here around midfield with 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes to go if you use your timeouts right.
Upperman leads 7-0. They scored on the first drive of the game. Since then, nothing doing for either team. 1 long touchdown run got wiped off the board on a penalty for Pearl Cohn. Punting unit back on. Phillips back deep to receive. Punter has it. Gets it away. This is a good kick. Phillips calls for the fair catch. And it bobbles. He's on the ground, but he got it back. Able to fall right on it. 1st and 10, Upperman on the 18-yard line. It's 3:53 to go in this first half. Upperman's got him into the phone booth that they wanted him in so far, but it is certainly an intense game happening right now in this Class 4A state title game.
So clearly here, if you're Upperman, you want to be able to go down the field and score. But if you can't, picking up 1 or 2 first downs and getting this thing to halftime, 7-0 is a win as well.
1st and 10 Bs. Bronston Chaffin breaks huddle. He's attempted 1 pass, completed it on the last drive. Got it into the flat to Branson Turnbow. 2 receivers to the left, loaded up front. Motion man across, snap taken. Chaffin going to keep it himself. Bronston gets away from 1, and then the cavalry arrives for Pearl Cohn, takes him down after a gain of maybe a yard. It'll be 2nd down and 9 for the Bees.
Yeah, jet motion across, hitting that power read, and Pearl had 7 guys on the defensive line of scrimmage here. At some point, we're going to have to see Upperman take a hard play action pass or double move here to get them out of that. Pearl is confident in knowing that they just think Upperman's going to run the ball every play.
2nd down and 8 here for the Bees. 3:20 to go and counting in this first half.
Going to get Jed again.
There it goes across. It's Cullum this time. Snap taken, play fake. They're going to hand off to the back. He has a hole to spin through, and there's Ethan Polk. Near the line to gain. Depends on the
First
spot.
down.
It's enough for a Baxter Pharmacy first down. Pharmacist Lena Huddleston Jarrett is your hometown pharmacist located at the crossroads. Ethan Polk, first crease he's had in a while, hit that patented spin move through, and it's 1st and 10 on the Pearl Cohn 28.
And Polk's as good a runner as we've seen this year. You know, the Upperman did a great job against Carson Quillen last week, but running between the tackles, that power counter style, and get north and south as soon as he can, falling forward, picking up positive yards.
One receiver goes out each way for Ronsden Chaffin. Time ticking away. Upperman probably good to go 7-0. They'd love it to be more, though. Snap taking, going to hand off on the sweep to Carmine Phillips. Phillips has the edge to the 25. He's to the 30. Phillips blasted out of bounds after a gain of 4 or 5 yards, depending on the spot. That stops the clock with 2:32 to go. Both teams, 2 timeouts remaining.
And that's a play, that jet sweep going from the right hash to the left side of the field, that Phillips at times in the air has been able to turn that corner and make a huge gain. Pearl defense game, pursued him to the sideline. He turned up and got forward, and someone delivered a big hit over there on that Pearl sideline.
Stick around during the Happy Hiller halftime show. Jacob Vinson will take a headset and break down the first half alongside our resident coach, Justin Matheny. We'll see what other trouble they can get into during half.
I've got a live mic. Better be careful.
2nd down and 6 here for the Bees. They're on the 32-yard line working left to right. Again, motion man. This time it's Fitz. Snap taken. They're going to hand off to Polk. Polk rumbles through and now pushing the pile to about the 35. Gain of a couple. It'll be 3rd down rather and 4 here for the Bees. Big play with 2:20 to go. Pearl Cohn doesn't need a lot of time to get down the field. We've seen the flashes so far. They haven't been able to break through quite yet.
And Upperman's been helped out a little bit by some of these penalties here to get some of those explosives off the board. But here, if you're the Bees, the clock's your friend. Pearl's not used a timeout in this first half. Bleed this one down. There's 20 seconds left on the game clock's about 20 seconds ahead, so you don't have to snap this one until about 1:42 on the clock.
Can't believe it's the first time I'm saying that. Please hit the like button if you're watching on Facebook or YouTube. Comment along with us and share this stream. Chaffin takes the snap. Again, going to hand off to Polk. Polk rumbles past the 35. He's got the first down on a gain of 5. The Baxter Pharmacy first down. 1:41. The clock stops as they reset the chains. And now we'll see if Upperman gets any urgency. Sebastian Stanfield's got a good leg. They get inside the 25. He could take a crack at it for a field goal attempt with still 2 timeouts to go. But again, Pearl Cohn gets the second half kickoff. You don't want to put the ball at risk when you go into halftime with the lead.
Yeah, and that's your catch-22 here. You've got 2 timeouts left, a minute 20 counting. Are you content going in up 7-0, or are you trying to get a little more?
Still haven't seen him go to the hard play action deep ball to Branson Turnbow. They hit it every game. They tried last week, and he got sacked.
Be a great time for it. There's not
Single
a middle field
coverage.
safety.
They will not be this time as they motion him across. Snap taken. They're going to give it to him on the sweep. Turnbow cuts upfield at the 40, and he is crushed down. No gain on the play. 2nd down and 10. We're under a minute to go. Upperman could bleed this thing down. And quite frankly, up 7-0 at the half. That's an absolute win for the Upperman Bees.
And I think that's what we're probably going to see. But, guys, they do not have a middle field safety. There's an opportunity for a shot play in the second half.
Yeah, we're seeing the Greenville effect a little bit, where Greenville started putting 11 people on the line of scrimmage to try and stop this run.
And they couldn't. Pearl's doing a lot better job. Upperman is having to work for every blade of grass on their field.
1 receiver each way. We're under 30 seconds to go here in this quarter as Chaffin breaks the huddle. One-on-one coverage on the outside with Branson Turnbow. Chaffin takes the snap. He's going to hand off to Polk. Polk breaks a couple of tackles. He's to the 45, and he's cut down. Gain of 6. Upperman can go to the break, and it looks like Adam Kane more than content to do just that. We'll wait and make sure. 8 seconds. 6, 5, 4. And Coach Kane's going to call timeout. So that's why he wanted to stay. He may break out the Hail Mary here. That could be a little dangerous, though, if you're Upperman, because they could return
they'll be
that back.
expecting it.
We'll see what happens here. It's going to be 3rd down and 5, but there's 2 seconds on the clock. This is the final play of the first half upcoming here after the timeout. Once again, our friends at Baxter Family Dentistry are your hometown dentist for all your dental needs. Now accepting new patients. Call 931-858-3181 to schedule an appointment with Dr. Matthew Whitson, located at 111 Upperman Lane in Baxter. We also want to tell you about our friends at Fields Insurance. Fields Insurance has been supporting Upperman football for over 3 generations. As a family-owned and operated business since 1980, Fields Insurance is proud to support our community. As an independent insurance agency offering multiple insurance companies, their agents can compare prices and give the lowest premiums available. Contact Fields Insurance at 931-526-5049 for all your insurance needs today. I'll remind you again, as we will continue to say thank you to Sonia Brown for being the presenting sponsor of today's game, making it possible for all of Team UCR to be here, and we are all in Chattanooga today. 2 seconds to go out of the timeout. 2 receivers to the left, 1 on the right, and they are not in a prevent defense here.
Well, they're playing their man free, and they're going to bring some pressure, I think.
Chaffin motions man across. Takes the snap. He's going to give it to the sweep. Now they're looking for the throw. It's Jaleric Cullum. Now Cullum just going to tuck it. He gets taken down. It was not open, and that brings us to the end of the first half. After 2 quarters of play, Upperman leads in their first ever Class 4A state championship game. We'll be right back with the Happy Hiller halftime show, but at the break in Chattanooga, it's Upperman 7, Pearl Cohn 0. You're watching or listening to the 2023 Class 4A state championship game presented by Sonia Brown with American Way Real Estate on the Frontier Chevy UCR Media Network.
The Crossroads Auction Group are the Upper Cumberland's auction experts. As a full-service auction company, they take your stress away every step of the way. Servicing the entire Upper Cumberland, the Crossroads Auction Group gets your property ready from cleanup, setup, picture taking, up to the auction and beyond. They handle all auctions from estates, residential, farms, land, commercial, and everything else. For more information, visit crossroadsauctiongroup.com or call 931-644-7149 today. The Crossroads Auction Group are proud sponsors of this broadcast on the UCR Media Network. Crouch team with Highlands Elite Real Estate wants to congratulate the Upperman Bees on their run to the state championship game. With 5 full-time agents who work, live, and raise their families in the Upper Cumberland, the Crouch team with Highlands Elite Real Estate are committed to making your real estate dreams a reality. Call 931-979-1191 for more information or visit chadandamycrouch.com to see listings today. The Crouch team with Highlands Elite Real Estate is a proud sponsor of this broadcast on the UCR Media Network.
Hone and develop your skills on the court with professional basketball player development from Legacy Athletics. Call 931-303-3356 or follow them on Instagram at legacy_athletics or on Twitter at jwinningham25 for more information today. Legacy Athletics, proud sponsor of this broadcast on the UCR Media Network.
Steel Technologies has been part of the Rutherford County community for over 35 years. Their plants in Murfreesboro and Smyrna include over 150 teammates who process coils, metal sheets, and blanks for customers across North America. Steel Tech's Smyrna and Murfreesboro plants are expanding, and they need teammates to join their team. With openings including machine and forklift operators, truck drivers, and more, they have the position for you with competitive wages and monthly bonus opportunities. For more information and to apply online, scan the QR code on your screen now. Steel Tech is a proud sponsor of this broadcast on the UCR Media Network. Steel Tech. Faith, family, Steel Tech.
Fire and Vine in Cookeville is the Upper Cumberland's home for delicious Chicago-style pizza, beef, chicken, fish, and more. Located in Cookeville's historic downtown district, Fire and Vine's food and atmosphere will keep you coming back for more. Take in stunning views with creative food and drinks on the rooftop. Fire and Vine is also home to the UCR Coaches Show on Tuesday nights. Fire and Vine is a proud sponsor of this broadcast on the UCR Media Network.
Welcome back here to Chattanooga. It is halftime. This is the Happy Hiller Halftime Show. My name's Jacob Vinson. That's Justin Matheny, your game day host, back on here for halftime. 7-0 lead for the Upperman Bees. They received the opening kickoff, and, well, they looked like the Bees. They went right down the field, and you've got the drive charts. Let's just go through those first, and then we'll break it down a little bit.
Yeah, as we look at it, as you said, Upperman takes the opening kickoff. They go 12 plays. Take off 5 minutes and 50 seconds, get a 4-yard touchdown run on a quarterback stretch around the left side of the line of scrimmage for Bronson Chaffin. And that first drive was typical Upperman football. They have, runs of 4, 15, 5, 15 again, 6, just mashing the ball down the field. After that, for the Bees offensively, things got a little tougher. They had back-to-back 3-and-outs. got really fortunate not to give up a huge explosive 90-plus yard touchdown play, coming back to a penalty. And then to end the half here, though, they kind of got the offense back on schedule a little bit, had an 8-play drive, took off 3 minutes and 53 seconds to get out of the first half there for the Bees.
For Pearl Cohn, offensively, they've got 102 yards offensively, but they haven't really been able to get it going anywhere deep into Upperman territory. Obviously, we saw the big play of about 92 yards called all the way back due to the holding penalty or the block in the back penalty on the outside. Outside of that, the Upperman Bees defense has stood pretty tall.
They have, and what's really hurting them is maybe a little surprise for people who are just tuning in, or if you're just a casual fan, with how Pearl Cohn's been able to run the football with their big running back number 7, Zion Simpson-Smith. He's, like I said in the pregame, and we just saw it play out, he's not going to go 80, but he can go 30 or 40 on you in a heartbeat, and what he does is he is falling forward every single play, running good behind his. He's 6'2", 6'3", 230, 240 pounds. Big, going to be a good college football player. He's got OVC offers, Western Kentucky, Eastern Kentucky, some mid-FBS level offers, and you can see that he's a Mr. Football finalist. He's a really good football player. They're having a hard time getting him on the ground at first contact.
Yeah, Simpson-Smith leads the team in rushing right now. He's got 7 carries for 85 yards. He's still averaging 12 yards a carry, but he hasn't been able to really go anywhere. He's got the long run of 43 yards. Malachi Cromwell, 4 carries for 23 yards, about 5.8 yards a carry. Tarleton, 2 carries for 9, and Kennard, just 3 carries for 8. A team that likes to pass the football. The rain looks like it has subsided for the most part. It's still very dreary and the fog is still setting, but looking down at that bench, it doesn't look like it's falling like it was at the beginning of the game, but it's still, that field is obviously still very wet. Passing the ball, Tarleton just 2 of 4 for -3 yards. That's a big number for this Pearl Cohn offense. They don't have any of the receiving yards. I mentioned it, just those 2, and they were both to Higgins, -3 yards on it. A couple of punts for Williams. He was able to get him down there, and a couple of pretty good punts for a Pearl Cohn team that we saw on film earlier this week. Didn't look like their punting game was all that good. They've had a couple of good ones. For the Upperman Bees, they've had 85 yards of offense on the ground, and it is Ethan Paulk leading the way, 11 carries for 46 yards. Chaffin has the 5 carries for 21 yards and the touchdown on that first drive of the game. Carmine Phillips, 2 carries for 13, and Jackson Rollins, 4 carries for 12 yards. However, we will not see him in the second half. He was seen down on the field with his arm in a sling. He is out for the remainder of this ball game. So unfortunate to see Rollins exit this game with an injury. Somebody else is going to have to step up in his place. Obviously, they've got some players around him. You've got Jaleric Coleman, we'll probably still see a little bit more of, but that puts maybe a little bit more pressure on Ethan Paulk.
A little more pressure on Ethan Paulk, and then you've got Jaleric having to come in the game. He's a senior, and he, luckily for Upperman, he's played in a lot of big games throughout the season, especially at the end of last year and this year when Jackson was dealing with. Last year when he ACL'd and Jaleric had to come in and play, and then this year, I don't think I'm saying anything that even Jackson would argue with us on. He wasn't himself the first part of the year, so Jaleric got a little more run. Then he had the high ankle, and they shut him down for about a month here in the middle of the year. So Jaleric got a lot of run. The real question for me is replacing him on the defensive side of the ball. We saw Theo Brown come in at that safety position and come down at the line of scrimmage, make a really nice tackle on the jet sweep and a one-on-one play in the alley. He's the one who's not played a lot. That, to me, if you're Pearl, you're going and you're circling him, said let's try to throw some things at his way and really throw the ball at him and see how he responds.
It's 7-0 here at halftime on the Happy Hiller Halftime Show. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll break down the second half, what Upperman needs to do, maybe what Pearl Cohn needs to do a little better job of, as well as you are watching the Upperman Bees take part in the 2023 Class 4A State Championship game presented by Sonia Brown with American Way Real Estate on the Frontier Chevy UCR Media Network.
Frontier Chevrolet wants to congratulate the Upperman Bees on their run to the state championship game. With a huge selection of new and pre-owned vehicles, including the all-new 2024 Chevy Equinox and Silverado, Frontier Chevy is ready to get you into your next ride. View inventory online at www.caseyschevy.com or stop in at 2350 Cookeville Highway today. And remember, don't buy until you see Jason Fye. Frontier Chevy is proud to be the presenting sponsor of the UCR Media Network. Gentry's Power Equipment is proud to be the presenting sponsor of Upperman football on UCR. Located at 755 Buffalo Valley Road in Cookeville, Gentry's Power Equipment is your local steel dealer with a huge selection of outdoor power equipment including chainsaws, blowers, trimmers, mowers, pressure washers, and more. They are your local one-stop shop for high-quality equipment. Locally owned and operated, Gentry's Power Equipment is proud to support Upperman Athletics and UCR. Want to be in your new home before Christmas? This new construction open split bedroom plan in the Honeybrook subdivision has 1,560 square feet, 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, and features all appliances including a tankless water heater, natural gas heat, and central air. Best of all, the owner is offering a $10,000 credit at closing, which you can use for closing costs or a 2-1 mortgage rate buy down or a price reduction. For more information, call owner agent Sonia Brown, realtor at American Way Real Estate at 931-979-7145 or 931-526-9581. Fields Insurance has been supporting Upperman football for over 3 generations. Fields Insurance has been a family-owned and operated business since 1980. Baxter is our hometown, and we are excited to support our alma mater as well as our community. Fields Insurance is an independent insurance agency offering multiple insurance companies so our agents compare prices to give the lowest premiums available. Contact Fields Insurance for all your insurance needs. Whether you need home, auto, farm, commercial, or health insurance, Fields will be honored to have you as our customer. From all of us at Fields Insurance, Dana, Jennifer, Ty, and Taya, go Bees! We are so proud of you. The experts at the South Willow Auto Clinic are your hometown auto doctors. Located at 640 South Willow Avenue in Cookeville, get your oil changed, tires rotated, and fluids filled. Need other repairs? Stop by for his same-day free diagnosis and estimate. South Willow Auto Clinic is a longtime supporter of student-athletes throughout the Upper Cumberland. South Willow Auto Clinic, proud sponsor of this broadcast on the UCR Media Network.
Welcome back to Chattanooga. It's halftime here in Chattanooga, Tennessee at UTC's stadium here in Chattanooga. 7-0 in the 4A state championship game brought to you by Sonia Brown with American Way Real Estate. It's the Happy Hiller halftime show. My name's Jacob Vincent. That's Justin Matheny. Really good first half of football for the Upperman Bees. They came out, received the opening kickoff, took it down the field, 67 yards in 12 plays, and took 5 minutes and 50 seconds off the clock and were able to get into the end zone thanks to a Bronston Chaffin touchdown run from about 5 yards out. Since then, they've gotten first downs when they've needed it to extend the game. They've played the field position game, had a tremendous punt from Jaleric Colum all the way down to the 1-yard line. And Pearl Cohn, they've broken off a couple of plays, but they've had 6 penalties for 37 yards that have really hurt them in the first half.
Yeah, and you can look at probably the biggest play of the first half being whopped off in the 92-yard touchdown run they had to Kennard on the jet sweep. And it's something I talked about all week. As soon as I turned them on, man, he can score from anywhere. And they're backed up here inside their own 10, bring him from right to left. They just pitch it to him in front, and he circled the wagons, got up the hash mark, and just ran the Upperman defense. But we had a hold that probably sprung that, to be honest. That gets called back, and on the same play, we've got sideline interference with an official running down the Upperman sideline, runs into somebody on the sideline. So we had the hold. You marked that off half the distance. Then you had the 15-yard penalty, gave them the ball. But the Bees were able, that was the first drive of the game for Pearl, they were able to stop them right around midfield on a big fourth down play and get a stop. So that's really the game. And you said it. The punt from Jaleric was huge. That's a big punt. Best punt he's had of all year. Kind of the timing of it, where it landed, it looked like it could have easily went out of the back of the end zone. It just takes a hard right turn down here right at the pylon to back up Pearl Cohn to have to go 99, and they weren't able to do that.
They're following some of the keys that we had talked about in the pregame, and you had mentioned it. Don't kick it to one. They've done a good job at doing that. They haven't had to kick it too much. They will kick it to him to open the second half, and they're going to try to keep it away from him. Offensively, they're running the football right. We thought they would go 3 yards, 4 yards, trying to get the first downs. Haven't seen it in the passing game yet. We've seen one pass. It was completed to Turnbow for 9 yards. What do you see them doing more of in the second half offensively?
So the pass to Turnbow, they roll out the pocket. They motion him from one side. The Upperman's been doing a lot more jet motion to the fake and actually running some more jet sweep than they have, just trying to keep Pearl off balance. But they motion him out. He runs an out. They run a clear out over the top of him. And that was on like 3rd and 13 or 14. So Pearl's happy to give up 9 there at midfield and make them punt it. I think if they're going to throw it, you're going to see them roll the pocket. I don't think they're going to sit there and just try to traditional pass block. And I said it on the call in the first half. Pearl's lining up, no middle field safety. They've got 9 guys in the box. They're manning up the guys on the outside. On tape all year, I saw Pearl play with their corners, play with their eyes in the backfield. Chance for a double move, hard play action pass, give a chance to get you behind one of them.
Take me into the locker room at this point. There's 2:27 to go. They'll probably add on 3 more minutes. So we've got about 5.5 minutes before the second half kickoff. Of course, coming into this game, both of these teams undefeated, and both of them playing with all kinds of motivation. It was different on both sides. For Pearl Cohn, they lost this game last year, and they've been using that as motivation to get back to this game. For the Bees, they've been kind of dealt as the underdogs. They deal with tragedy a week ago, so they've got a different kind of motivation, but they've made their way here. You play the first half. Those nerves have settled down. Now you're in halftime. How do you refocus and come out for the second half?
So I want to go into the Pearl Cohn locker room, and, hey, like, we're the Upper Cumberland reporter, so all this is conjecture, but I have to think they can feel both ways and both of them be true. First off, they probably feel like they let some plays get away from them in the first half and feel like they're in a really good spot. Like, hey, we've got the ability to take advantage of some things with our athleticism and our speed. Conversely, though, for Pearl, they have 0 points on the board. And you mentioned pregame. They're scoring 43 points a game. So this is uncharted territory for them. Do they panic? Do they get into a mode of where things start going bad early this second half and they don't know what to do because they've not been in this spot? For Upperman, You've lived this game your whole year. They've handled teams that aren't as good, and they've won the close games they had to. So from a tell-the-tape boxing standpoint here at the half, I feel like Upperman feels really good at where they are. First thing they got to do, they've got to get the couple guys that were cramping, got to get them hydrated, got to get a lot of water in them, some kind of salt, some kind of Gatorade, whatever, get those crampings to stop. And then you're sitting there with Theo Brown, and you're looking at him and say, hey, man, this is what we're doing on defense. I know you practice all week. In the backup role, you've been thrust on the biggest stage that you may ever play on. You're a junior. You've not played a ton of defensive snaps. Here's what Theo's got going for him. He's a big, pretty kid now. He's 6'1", around 200 pounds, and he can run. And tip my cap to Noah. He said, hey, this is a game where him maybe not – knowing as much of the defense and what's going on and not being able to analyze and get kind of that paralysis by analysis and just go out and play ball, let it go, play free. That might benefit him, but if I'm Pearl, I've circled number 23 back there, that middle field safety. So I'm going to hunt him up, see if we can get one over him.
So it is halftime here in Chattanooga. The teams are back out onto the field. The Bees warming up to our right, Pearl Cohn warming up to our left. The clock is just run out. I imagine they'll add 3 more minutes as they do during the regular season, but we also seem like we had a shorter halftime here at the state championship game. But we will take one final break. When we come back, the second half kickoff is on the other side. And an important note for the Bees, they are without their senior in Jackson Rollins. Went out. He's got his arm in a sling. He will be out for the second half, and that's why he mentioned Theo Brown stepping up. He made some big plays in that first half, specifically defensively. They're going to need him in the second half as well. The Bees lead it 7-0 in the 4A state championship game, presented by Sonia Brown with American Way Real Estate on the Frontier Chevy UCR Media Network.
When it comes to caring for your land, you need an all-around performer to make your life easier. One that's tried and true. That's a John Deere compact tractor from Tri-Green Equipment. User-friendly tractors that are big on performance and operator comfort.
The Crossroads Auction Group are the Upper Cumberland's auction experts. As a full-service auction company, they take your stress away every step of the way. Servicing the entire Upper Cumberland, the Crossroads Auction Group gets your property ready from cleanup, setup, picture taking, up to the auction and beyond. They handle all auctions from estates, residential, farms, land, commercial, and everything else. For more information, visit crossroadsauctiongroup.com or call 931-644-7149 today. The Crossroads Auction Group are proud sponsors of this broadcast on the UCR Media Network. The Crouch team with Highlands Elite Real Estate wants to congratulate the Upperman Bees on their run to the state championship game. With 5 full-time agents who work, live, and raise their families in the Upper Cumberland, the Crouch team with Highlands Elite Real Estate are committed to making your real estate dreams a reality. Call 931-979-1191 for more information or visit chadandamycrouch.com to see listings today. The Crouch team with Highlands Elite Real Estate is a proud sponsor of this broadcast on the UCR Media Network.
Hone and develop your skills on the court with professional basketball player development from Legacy Athletics. Call 931-303-3356 or follow them on Instagram at legacy_athletics or on Twitter at jwinningham25 for more information today. Legacy Athletics, proud sponsor of this broadcast on the UCR Media Network.
Steel Technologies has been part of the Rutherford County community for over 35 years. Their plants in Murfreesboro and Smyrna include over 150 teammates who process coils, metal sheets, and blanks for customers across North America. Steel Tech's Smyrna and Murfreesboro plants are expanding, and they need teammates to join their team. With openings including machine and forklift operators, truck drivers, and more, they have the position for you with competitive wages and monthly bonus opportunities. For more information and to apply online, scan the QR code on your screen now. Steel Tech is a proud sponsor of this broadcast on the UCR Media Network. Steel Tech. Faith, family, Steel Tech. Welcome back to Finley Stadium. 2 quarters to decide a state champion. Entering the third, it is Upperman 7, Pearl Cohn 0. Noah McKay back on the headset, joined by Jeremy Tollison and Justin Matheny. Happy you could be along with us. It's been an exciting one so far. First drive going to be pivotal. Pearl Cohn to receive the opening kickoff. They've been held scoreless through a half for the first time this season against this Upperman defense. And it is pouring rain right now, which has really neutralized the Pearl Cohn passing attack so far that was so dangerous entering this game.
Do not kick it to 1.
Stanfield to kick it away to open up this half. He pooches it over to the right side. It'll be fielded again off the chest. Again, it's free, and this time it is recovered by Pearl Cohn. That one a little bit closer than the last. Again, Hallie reporting no Jackson Rollins for the remainder of this game, seen on the sideline in a sling, which changes things greatly on defense. A lot of pressure on Theo Brown playing free safety. But the rain may be his best friend right now out there, as it's going to be 1st and 10 Pearl Cohn on their own 28-yard line. 1st and 10 Firebirds, and the pistol set is Keyshawn Tarleton. Receiver leaves the field.
That's illegal substitution.
How long can you have 12 on the field?
Snap is taken. They're going to hand off. Back looking for the edge. He breaks a tackle, nearly breaks another one that would have broke Cromwell to the end zone. Instead, he's taken down at the 35. Should be a penalty, right, Jeremy?
We certainly should call it a legal substitution right there.
And now they're going to go tempo, trying to speed this game up. 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Snap is taken. Handoff again to Cromwell. This time he gets to the edge. He has a big hole. Now he breaks it to the outside to the 50, and he's pushed out of bounds at the 45. And we've got another flag right in the area of holding, as Branson Turnbow has been getting held all day long, and they've been calling it. This one's coming back.
He did, and for Pearl, you're frustrated because the run was enough to pick up the first down. You didn't need the hold. The hold sprung him forward, but they're just running power, and he's bouncing it outside. There's nothing to hit between the tackles for him, so he's bouncing everything, and he's having some success.
I imagine Evan Briggs got a bunch of Gatorade and potassium and all sorts of stuff in his system to stay in there up front. This one is a hold against Pearl Cohn. It backs him up. And from 2nd and 3, it goes to 2nd and 2, as it's 10 yards from the spot of the foul, which occurred downfield.
But that's the second time, going back to the first play of the drive, that Pearl's opened the formation with 12 on the field and ran someone off late. They've got to throw that one.
Rain continues to come down here. 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. 2nd and 2 here for the Firebirds. Tarleton motions man across, takes the snap, going to hand off after faking the sweep. Huge hole to rumble through. There he goes. Brown able to trip him up after midfield. A touchdown-saving tackle for Theo Brown, but not before a gain of about 20 yards, and again, a B down and cramping.
And I'm not sure if that was a fullback or the second puller coming around, but he had an absolute pancake on one of the Upperman defenders over there on the other side of the line of scrimmage that sprung him. Absolute flatback. That's a good block.
It's Evan Briggs again, and some of the Pearl Cohn fans saw we're getting frustrated thinking that it wasn't real. But as you said, Justin, once you start cramping, you can't get away from it.
There's nothing you can do. And, I mean, this is if you're a Tennessee fan watching, this is what you get frustrated with, watching them go up and down the field. I don't honestly think we're getting that. I think the young man's just battling through it right now.
Hey, his left leg.
No, for the record, I don't think they're doing it on purpose either. But Lane Kiffin is on the sideline. I don't know. I'm not accusing anybody of anything.
Yeah, we saw that report. Lane Kiffin on the sideline here for this one. Must be the state championship game. 11:19 to go here in this third quarter. Pearl Cohn driving now on the ground using their speed back, Malachi Cromwell. And again, a late arriver onto the field here for the Firebirds.
And it's okay to bring number 11 on, but you can't send number 12 off like that.
Two receivers to the left. Now they motion man into the backfield, takes the snap. Tarleton looking to throw downfield, steps up into the pocket, being pressured, fires into the flat where the receiver's wide open, makes the catch to the 45, to the 40, stutter steps, breaks a tackle to the 30, taken out at the 25, big gain for Pearl Cohn through the air. First time they've been able to do that, and the Firebird now is injured. I think that's Donovan Higgins, number 3, and he is feeling it after getting taken down, and hopefully he's okay. Not sure which part is injured, whether it's an arm or...
He came down funny on his shoulder over here on this sideline. I hope he's all right.
This is the best drive of the game so far out of the timeout out of the halftime, I should say, for Pearl Cohn. They're all the way down to the Upperman 23, closest they've been to the end zone today, trying to tie the game. And again, the extra point game has not been strong for Pearl Cohn, so it'll be interesting to see if they are able to score what they would do. But this is where Upperman's defense is looking to bow up. Evan Briggs is back onto the field.
Yeah, and, this is what they had Tarleton kind of wrapped up there in the backfield and let him get away. That's what he has done all season. He gets away from that initial defender and then finds an explosive play. And that pass was actually thrown behind the line of scrimmage, and they still get a big explosive out of it.
The Upperman fans are making a lot of noise now, trying to fire up their defense. 1st and 10 Firebirds on the 23-yard line. One receiver goes out to the left side, and they're going to go under center. Simpson Smith back in the game. Snap taken, a turn and hand off to Zion Simpson-Smith. Breaks one tackle, and then he is cut down. The Madden cut stick on that one. Gain of about 3, and it's the freshman Johnson there. Mentioned him. Really came on, became a starting linebacker for this team. Colton Johnson with the tackle, and it's 2nd and 7.
And outside of the short 4th down stop that Upperman got, that's the best time that they have defended Zion Smith on that play, is that they just ran power and they were able to cut him down. He wasn't able to drive the pile forward as much as he's been.
2nd down and 7. Now back into the pistol goes Keyshawn Tarleton. Tarleton takes the snap, again turns and hands off the back with a huge hole to rumble through. He does to the 10, to the 5, and he's taken down by Theo Brown, but not before a gain of 16 yards. 1st and goal Firebirds. They look like Pearl Cohn on this drive with 9:51 to go. They're going tempo. In the pistol set, Tarleton.
There's nobody guarding the
Tarleton
receiver.
Takes the snap, and he is blown up. The running back taken down by Cam Bush, who read it the whole way and cut down Cromwell for a loss of a yard. It's 2nd and goal from the 5.
Yeah, and, Upperman's got to get lined up here because these timeouts are going to be pivotal. You don't want to burn them early. Biggest game of the year, though. If you can't, like you said, the receiver down here wasn't covered, so you don't want to give him a freebie either.
And Zion Simpson-Smith has checked back into the game here.
I imagine he's about to get the ball 3 times in a row.
2nd and goal from the 5 for Pearl Cohn. And they're going to go into the I formation. Receiver out to the right side. Tarleton takes the snap, turns and hands off. No flag, and it's a touchdown for Pearl Cohn. Zion Simpson-Smith takes it into the end zone for 6. A B is down and injured. Pearl Cohn has struck, and they are on the board on the opening drive of the second half. You saw a false start there, Jeremy?
No doubt.
Receiver?
Lineman. Looked like the guard. He fell before the snap.
Now the extra point. This one is important on a rainy day. The kicking game has been all but good this year for Pearl Cohn. 9:04 to go in the second quarter. Tarleton to hold. Snap. Set. The kick is up, and the kick is good. New ball game, 9:04 to go in the third quarter. We're tied up at 7 here in Chattanooga. They go right down the field, mixing up a little run with some short passing game on a rainy day, and that works out for them. And now pressure on Upperman's offense, which after the first drive really didn't do much in that first half.
Yeah, like you said, after that first drive, they had 2 3-and-outs, and then they get the ball with 3:53 to end the first half, and they go 8 plays on that one, and they were able to kind of get back into the style of offense they want to run. How do they answer this punch they just got thrown at to start the second half?
So, and we're going to have a lovely TV timeout. We'll remind you, today's broadcast is presented by Sonia Brown with American Way Real Estate. Sonia Brown, realtor with American Way Real Estate, proudly supports the Upperman Bees and is proud to bring you the Upper Cumberland Reporter's coverage of today's game. Buying or selling real estate? Sonia Brown can help you achieve your real estate goals. Sonia Brown with American Way Real Estate, 931-979-7145 or 931-526-9581. We'll take a break with them when we come back. A big drive for the Bees. You're watching or listening to the Class 4A State Championship game presented by Sonia Brown with American Way Real Estate on the Frontier Chevy UCR Media.
Frontier Chevrolet wants to congratulate the Upperman Bees on their run to the state championship game. With a huge selection of new and pre-owned vehicles, including the all-new 2024 Chevy Equinox and Silverado, Frontier Chevy is ready to get you into your next ride. View inventory online at www.caseyschevy.com or stop in at 2350 Cookeville Highway today. And remember, don't buy until you see Jason Fye. Frontier Chevy is proud to be the presenting sponsor of the UCR Media Network. Gentry's Power Equipment is proud to be the presenting sponsor of Upperman Football on UCR. Located at 755 Buffalo Valley Road in Cookeville, Gentry's Power Equipment is your local steel dealer. With a huge selection of outdoor power equipment, including chainsaws, blowers, trimmers, mowers, pressure washers, and more. They are your local one-stop shop for high-quality equipment. Locally owned and operated, Gentry's Power Equipment is proud to support Upperman Athletics and UCR.
Welcome back to Finley Stadium, I should say, in Chattanooga. This is UTC's campus. Firebirds are really fired up right now after that big touchdown drive. They've been a second-half team. See if Upperman answers as the kicking unit is on, and this is a little pooch kick away. Going to be fielded on the 24, and it's a fair catch called for. Instead, there's a flag down. Somebody was ahead of themselves, and this will be 5 yards back, and they'll have to re-kick.
So for Upperman here, you hope the Pearl kick team just had to run down and cover. You hope they're just a little winded and that you get a lot better field position than maybe you thought you were going to have to start this drive.
So they'll back him up to the 35-yard line, and that is where they will kick it away. And they're going to flip Branson Turnbow with Cam Bush. They keep kicking it to the same spot. Now Branson Turnbow is going to that spot. They would love to get him to set up a big return. 9:04 to go in the third quarter. We got a new ball game. It's all tied up 7-7, and we got a sprint to the finish here in the Class 4A State Championship game.
Pearl is feeling it, baby.
They certainly are. Kickoff is away, and this one they're going to kick it the other way, but Turnbow is able to go and get it. He's at the 25. Lets the blockers get in front. Turnbow accelerates to the 35. Turnbow to the 40. Look out. He's to the 45-50, 45-40. 30, 20, 10, give him 6. Branson Turnbow to the house. Wow.
Whoever decided to flip him there deserves
an answer immediately by the senior Branson Turnbow, who cribs the kickoff return. And Upperman back in front 10 seconds later.
And Jeremy stole the words right out of my mouth. Whoever made that call should get a little pay raise from somebody because Turnbow did. But Turnbow did a great job of letting the two return men behind him catch up, get out front. And then we talked about all week him being a sprinter. He doesn't need a lot to get going, and he turned that one on.
Sebastian Stanfield on for a big extra point here in the rain. Snap, set, kick. Good. 8:51 to go. Upperman leads again by 7. And for all the talk about speed, and my goodness, Pearl Cohn has it. So does number 10 in black and gold, and he just put it on display. As soon as he got to the crease at the 35, Justin, he was out of there.
I said that. I said out as soon as he hit it because and Pearl, they kind of sucked in. That's what I talked about. They're kicking off from 5 yards a little deeper. They just ran down and covered one, so maybe they're just a little winded. They were juiced. The kicker's going bananas out here, and he kicks one. Turnbow did a good job of following the ball. You could tell big-time players make big-time plays in big-time game. He really had no business going and fielding that kick. Went and kind of cut off. Phillips picked it up, and it turned out for the better for Turnbow and the Bees.
He's a junior, by the way.
You said senior.
Sorry,
I was just going to let it ride. Yeah,
he's a junior. Yeah. It was an exciting moment. My apologies. He's coming back next year, and now Upperman just took all that momentum and said, give that back. That's an 11 Oak Nutrition touchdown. 11 Oak Nutrition in Cookeville, your home for energy-boosting teas and protein-packed shakes today. Now you see a little Pearl Cohn gamesmanship. They're trying to play to the pooch kick as well.
They need to pooch it to this other
Stanfield
side.
can boom it to the 10 if he wants to. There's nobody on the left side of the field behind the 26-yard line. And now the returner's trying to make him think about it. It's Kennard, who is dangerous, and Stanfield does just crunch this one towards the 10, and it takes a vertical hop, and Kennard's going to bobble it on the 1, looking for the return himself. Kennard breaks one tackle, and then he is crunched down. Walter Kane with the tackle. He takes on the mentality of his dad. He got there and made him pay. And actually, that's not 30. That's number 20, Nathan Paris, who made the tackle.
That's a big-time stick right there.
That is, my goodness, what a tackle. And he is walking over to the sideline feeling it. And third time's the charm, Justin. It's 28. Ramsey Snook. It's Ramsey Snook who makes the tackle.
A senior.
There you go, right there. See, the problem is we're like 10 miles further away than I'm used to. I know the binoculars, Jacob says, but I can't do the binoculars. I can barely see now. Snap taken. They're going to hand off it. That play is destroyed. Shooting through and making the tackle for Upperman. That's Ian Cox.
So what Cox does right there is they run counter, and I think we've got a Pearl player down.
He's feeling it. Ian Cox got every bit of that one.
He did. And so when you're playing on the back side of counter and they pull guys, sometimes you fold over with them or sometimes you shoot the gap. Cox shot the gap right there and got upfield and was able to get in that puller's hip pocket and track down the running back.
So now we have an injured Firebird. Hopefully he is okay. They're tending to him on the field at about the 14-yard line. Well, business is picked up, gentlemen, here in this second half so far. A touchdown drive for Pearl Cohn. They made it look pretty easy, but then Upperman answered immediately on the kickoff return by the junior. Branson Turnbow took it back. My goodness.
Get your popcorn ready, right?
Well, we got 8:29 for that one, but, you're getting ahead of me there. This is Cromwell. He's a key piece for him. Malachi Cromwell, who's thankfully back up to his feet, and he's walking off under his own power. Hopefully he is all right. You hate to see injuries. Upperman's had him tally up here. Jackson Rollins out for the game. We've seen Briggs battling through the cramping issues. But after that big tackle, it's 2nd and 14 for Pearl Cohn with 8:29 to go, and the Upperman crowd is in this one. They are loud down there. We can hear them all the way up here in the press box. Again, a late arriver onto the field here for Pearl Cohn as they're going to go trips to the left, one to the right for Keyshawn Tarleton. Snap is taken. Tarleton dropping back to pass. He has time now, fires down the field. Receiver's there, and he makes the catch. First time they've gotten that connection as they find Darius Reed. They've gone one-on-one with Branson Turnbow. Turnbow's been able to bottle him so far, but he's a danger every time. That's a first down for Pearl Cohn.
And he's as good a receiver as Upperman's seen all year. Just run a simple backside slant, got across Turnbow's face, and Turnbow was right there when the ball got there, just wasn't able to get it out.
Two receivers go out to the right, one to the left. Kennard is one in the slot. Cam Bush lined up with him. Now the motion across. Snap taking, going to hand off to the back up the middle. And Simpson Smith breaks a tackle, and there he goes. Simpson Smith just barreling through defenders, and now still rumbling to the 35 where he's taken down. You see Zion Simpson Smith. Why, he's a Mr. Football finalist. A huge gain, and just like that, they're to the Upperman 34-yard line.
And they're going tempo.
They go quick here. And back into the pistol, Simpson Smith behind Tarleton. Upperman adjust up front. Snap taken, they hand off. We've got a late flag coming in here. And again, Simpson Smith rumbles for a first down. Not sure who this one is on, though. Jeremy,
it's on Upperman's sideline, I believe.
All right.
I believe it's on Coach Kane.
He's not happy about something. He's been pretty visibly displeased. It's a sideline warning, not a personal foul. So against Upperman, that's a gain of about 12 yards on the carry for Simpson Smith, and just like that, Pearl Cohn's to the 22 with 7.5 to go in the third quarter.
You know, if I'm Coach Kane, what I think he's upset with is I'm not quite sure Pearl Cohn is getting set properly with their wide outs before they snap
There's
the ball.
There's a lot of pre-snap movement here from Pearl.
2 receivers out to the left, 1 to the right. Tarleton going to be in the pistol set. He takes the snap, hands off, back gets hit and taken down. It's not Simpson Smith. He needed a breather, and that back had nothing against this Upperman front. It's a gain of half a yard, perhaps. It'll be 2nd and 10 on the scoreboard.
And Pearl ran power there, but someone I'm looking for Upperman to step up and make a play is Clayton Harris. He's done it in the biggest moments, in the biggest games all year for him. He's kind of had a quiet day. This is going to be some of the best run-blocking offensive line he's seen. He needs to step up and make a play for this Bees defense.
Malachi Cromwell on the carry. And so with Simpson Smith out of the game, this team has looked very different.
They have.
And now on 2nd and 10, he remains out of the game from the 22-yard line of Upperman.
21 personnel here for Pearl.
And now Tarleton, let's see if he goes into the pistol or under center. Right now he's under center. Tarleton.
Got 2 in motion. They can't do that.
Now he's dropping back, looking left, being pressured, forced out of the pocket. He can run if he wants to, and he will. He's to the 20, and he tiptoes down the sideline. Did he step out? He did. At about the 13, short of the yard to gain, but a big gain on the play, and it'll be 3rd down and 3, and I believe number 7, putting the helmet on, about to check back into this game.
Well, just this pre-snap stuff, it's unexcusable. I can understand missing a hold before the play. They've got a guy backing up when the ball snapped. There's another guy in motion, so we've got a false start or 2 guys in motion.
Illegal shift, and it has to be called. In this situation, it just has to be called.
It's actually going to be 3rd and 1, and Tarleton comes out with 1 receiver each way. There's a lot of backs in the backfield. Now they motion 2 across the line. Tarleton
and they're not
set.
Snap. You got 2 guys
to the
in
outside,
motion.
and there's the flag.
Finally.
And there's 2 of them down. This is a 1st down, but it is coming back on what is without a doubt illegal motion or illegal shift against Pearl Cohn. That time on the carry, Darius Reed. 2 flags down.
It's the same penalty.
Yeah.
Maybe they heard me complaining about it. That gum.
It is illegal shift. It's happened a lot today. That's the first time they've called it.
My thing is, it's a state championship game, right? Like, we can't let stuff like that go uncalled on either side. Like, just call the game how it's supposed to be called.
And what you try to do as an official, the reason you're there is to make the game fair, to keep it as even as possible. And if you're allowing 2 people to run in motion together and you don't call it, it just creates you out of balance.
Ultra power. That's a Jeremy Thompson upward flag football player.
Exactly.
Right 3rd down and 6 here.
Xavier and Easton out there.
Yeah, you ain't kidding. He's got PTSD right now. And now we'll have a stoppage, and I believe Upperman's going to call timeout here. This is a big play, guys. 3rd and 6. They're in the red zone at the Upperman 18, but it's kind of that high red zone area, and if they can get a negative play or just a minimal gain, it's decision time for Pearl Cohn. They're going to go for it, but a chance for them to get off the field here.
Yeah, 100%. Pearl's going to go for it. We've seen them struggle throughout the year, just completing an extra point with the distance and hitting an upright and shanking one or whatever. So they will go for it probably regardless here, no matter what happens. But if, like you said, if you're able to get an incomplete pass here or back them up, you really like your chances getting off on a 4th and 7 or more.
It's 3rd and 6 for Pearl Cohn. They're on the Upperman 18-yard line. Entering the game's gone a little different, but we talked about the importance of this area. You knew Pearl Cohn was going to drive between the 30s. What happens when it gets into this red zone area? They scored on the last drive. They're looking to do that here as Upperman immediately answered on the kickoff return by Branson Turnbow. And now as we near the midway point of the 3rd quarter, a pivotal moment of this Class 4A state championship game. If there was any doubt if these are the 2 best teams in this state, in this class, it should be gone now.
It's been everything you want so far.
3rd down and 6 from the 18. Under center goes Keyshawn Tarleton. Takes the snap. He's going to pitch it to the outside. The back gets free, breaks a tackle inside the 10, carries him to the 5, and that's a big carry for Javion Kennard. He's one of their best players, hasn't carried the ball a ton today, but he gets more than enough for the 1st down. It's 1st and goal at the 5 for the Firebirds.
And before that play, the toss sweep was there, and that's what they run. You see a toss sweep really be a wide bending play. Upperman did a good job edging that. He had to cut it up inside. He was able to pick it up.
Back under center, Simpson Smith in the backfield. Snap taken, they're going to hand it off to him. He's hitting the backfield, carries defenders 4, and he's down at the 1. 2nd and goal. This is where they're lethal, and they're trying to go quick, potentially. They will not. Tarleton comes over to get a new play.
And they're bringing in an extra offensive lineman, fullback-esque type player here. And, again, they're handing it to number 7 for sure.
They're moving people in and out of the game. 5:25 to go in this third quarter. It's been much more eventful in the third than it was in the first two. Upperman leads by 7, but that's in danger. Second and goal from the 1. Tarleton under center, looking for the sneak. Takes the snap, carries forward, gets the push. No signal yet.
Touchdown.
And it is a touchdown. Touchdown, Pearl Cohn, a 1-yard touchdown rush for Keyshawn Tarleton. And they're 2 for 2 on drives here in the second half. It's 14-13. Could be a tie game pending the extra point.
And for our NFL fans here, they just went kind of that Philly special, get under there. They had Simpson Smith right behind the quarterback to push him in. That's a legal play. Great goal line, 1 yard to go
Justin, for the record, in high school, it is not a legal play.
Can't push.
Cannot push in high school.
See, that's why I'm glad Jeremy's here.
Kicking it on here for a big extra point for Pearl Cohn. Snap, set, kick is up, and the kick is good. Here we go. 5:03 to go in the third quarter, and we are tied up 14 apiece here in this state championship game. Let's see what Upperman does on the kickoff return now. They're trying to get it to Branson Turnbow, no doubt about that one.
And, if you're looking at it from the Upperman side, your offense is not even taking the field yet here in the second half because Pearl goes down the first drive of the second half, and they go 8 plays, take off about 3 minutes, and then they go 10 plays here on the second drive, take off another 3 minutes to tie it up again at 14. What's your offense's response? You'd love to see one of your patented 10-plus play drives take off 5 or 6 minutes of the clock and Pearl not get it back on offense until it's the fourth quarter.
Pearl Cohn going to kick left to right on your screen, or on our screen, I guess. Your radio dial, that's the old school way of saying it. On your Facebook screen, YouTube channel, left to right. You get my...
Kicking from Sonia Brown to our picture.
There you go.
That's right.
That's a great way of putting it.
Right. Also, thank you, Sonia.
Yes, absolutely. So Turnbow's back deep on that left side again, kicking unit on, and this is not a good kick. It's going to bounce at the 30. This is dangerous. It's angling out of bounds, and they will race up to get it. And it will be 1st and 10 Upperman on the 25-yard line. First look at the Upperman offense comes with 5 minutes to go here in the third quarter.
And Pearl's gone, and they've taken back the momentum here. They've got it. We're tied up at 14. How does this Upperman offense respond?
So Bronston Chaffin has not been asked to do much through the air so far in this game, and that may be an understatement. He's 1 of 1 for 9 yards. That's the only attempt they've tried was on a third down, a little rollout to Turnbow. Is this the time where they try to scheme up the shot play to number 10?
Again, no middle of field safety here for Pearl. It's there.
Chaffin going to be in the gun on 1st and 10 from the 25. Takes the snap. He's going to keep it himself around right end. Chaffin cuts upfield at the 25, and he is escorted out right there. No gain on the play, and it's going to be 2nd and 10.
And, Upperman, they've always kind of hunted that shot play if they're able to pick up 5 or more on first down. When they get it, they've got it in second and real manageable, and they take that shot and put it up there. I don't think you'll see it here.
2nd and 10, subs checking in and out for Upperman, trying to keep those receivers who also play DB fresh. It's on here at Finley Stadium, 14-14 our score in Chattanooga.
We're going to get some jet motion from Upperman coming from the boundary.
Chaffin does send the man in motion. Takes the snap, going to give it on the sweep. Looking for the edge is Phillips. He cuts upfield at the 22 where he's hit and escorted out of bounds. Loss of a yard on the play. Pearl Cohn's defense, they're dialed in on the run. Upperman's going to have to air it out at some point, Justin.
They've got to get to the pass game here, and what they're able to do is just their overall team speed, where Upperman all year they're able to, even last week against Greenville, to get around people and get outside people. They're just not able to do that, and they're having a harder time running between the tackles. They've got to get to some of their pass. 3rd down
and 12 here for Upperman on the 23-yard line. As Chaffin breaks the huddle with 15 on the play clock. 4:45 to go in the third quarter of a tied-up state title game. Bronston Chaffin takes the snap, rolling out to his right, fires into the flat, receiver makes the catch. It's Jaleric Cullum, and the cavalry arrives and pushes him down out of bounds. Everybody's all right there, as it's a gain of just 4, and Upperman will be forced to punt it again with 4:39 to go here in this third quarter.
I'm not telling anybody they don't know at home, but this is an absolutely huge drive in this game. Can Upperman get a stop on defense? Since halftime, Pearl's gone down the field pretty easy on this defense, and that's something we've not said all year, hardly about anybody going up and down the field on this Bees defense.
Upperman only allowed more than 14 points once this season. It was to Sparta, all in the second half. Trip Pinion went berserk. They won that game 28-21. Jaleric Cullum has had 2 great punts so far today.
Just kick it away from
He
one.
has this one. He booms this one away, and he is under it. Late fair catch signal.
He called for a fair
and
catch.
they are not calling it down. Now he's weaving upfield. He's caught from behind the 39, got 5 yards out of it. And we've got some pushing and shoving away from the play. Helmets are off. Upperman says they have the football, and there's no signal yet. It's first down Pearl Cohn. We got a lot going on, and we've got a late flag where those extracurriculars were happening in the middle of the field, and one of the Bees is injured. And Clayton Harris is saying he waved fair catch. He certainly did, Jeremy.
100%. And what the penalty is there, if they saw it, was just a delay of game, but you go 5 yards from the spot where the kick ended.
Unsportsmanlike conduct is the call, and I'm not sure who it's against. Upperman's fans are booing.
Well, I'll say this. We've got some official people beside us. This is a state championship game, and this is the most poorly officiated game I've been at all year, and I've been at one every week.
They're backing this off, so it's on Pearl Cohn. After the play is over, unsportsmanlike conduct on Pearl Cohn. Yet the game control is certainly lacking right now. 1st and 10 from the 25-yard line with 4:27 as an injured Bee is being helped back up to his feet. See if we can get a look at that number.
I mean, I've got people
Jacob.
texting my phone right now saying they could see it on TV. He called the fair catch. Like, what are we doing?
And that
he
is
certainly
Walter
did.
Kane, who is being helped off the field, a player they need on the field as their Mike linebacker, and he is gingerly being helped off the field by the training staff.
In my mind, and Justin, I'll cover this officiating with you. In my mind, it's not the judgment calls of holding or pass interference. It is the fundamentals of football.
Absolutely.
Getting set, seeing that they asked for a fair catch and ran the ball. You know, it's 5 yards. Does it matter? Maybe, maybe not. However, those things add up, and we've seen 5. My biggest issue the whole night is Pearl Cohn never gets set before the ball snapped.
Yeah.
That's I probably saw it 8 or 10 times that it's not been called.
1st and 10 from the 25 for Pearl Cohn. Their offense is moving. Snap taken. They're going to hand off again. The back rumbles through the defense, and it'll be taken down about the 30. I think both teams are happy with that play. Cromwell able to get 5. Upperman able to get him on the ground. It'll be 2nd and 5.
And, you know, to be honest with you here for Upperman, outside of 7 running the ball, they've done a really – and here he comes back in the game. They've done a good job on the inside runs.
Late substitution as they take the snap and will hand off to Simpson Smith. Breaks one tackle and then will be taken down. That's something Coach Kane talked with Hallie about before the game, guys, the gang tackling. They're able to get home there, and it's going to be 3rd down and short. They've been really good in this position all season long when you have Simpson Smith back there.
And for Upperman here, I would expect them to sell out to stop this run. Hope your corners can hang up outside against some of the speed.
3rd and 2, 3:40 to go. They'll go into the pistol. Simpson Smith behind Tarleton. Mr. Football finalist by Mr. Football finalist. Snap taken. Handoff goes to him. He has the 1st down. He'll be taken down at about the 40-yard line. Gain of 6. It's 1st down Pearl Cohn. They're moving the ball up and down the field here in the 3rd quarter, but the game is still tied.
It's a really good play call there from the Pearl offense. They line up with a tight bunch over here, and they run the power on the backside. They had Upperman outnumbered there. That's a good play call there for them.
1 receiver out to the wide side. 2 stacked on the left. Snap taken. Play fake. Tarleton dropping back to pass. He's looking downfield. He's pressured now. He will just throw it away as Clayton Harris was pursuing. It'll be 2nd and 10. Good defense on the back end by Upperman.
And this is the first time since we've come out of the second half that Upperman's had really any success on a 1st down play.
And we have an injured Firebird now at about the 40-yard line. The injuries are tallying up. We've seen some key pieces leave, and Walter Kane is still on the sideline being looked at by the trainers. Can see him there. The injured Firebird is number 27. That's Isaiah Thomas, Jr.
And he's a critical part for them on offense. He plays some of that H-back, fullback, tight end, and he's opened up some holes here when he's coming back across, whether he's a kick-out guy or he's leading up in the hole. He's done a really good job here clearing the way for these running backs for Pearl.
To ground postgame for the Nelson Trophy and Screen Printing Player of the Game. I have never done a broadcast without saying those words. one of our longest running advertisers.
Appreciate
our
the
friends.
Randolphs.
Absolutely. At Nelson Trophy and Screen Printing. You see the shirts that Jeremy and I have on. The hat, all courtesy of our friends at Nelson Trophy and Screen Printing. Hello there. You can see us in the booth today. No video broadcast, but we figured we'd
Unfortunately, they can see us in the booth.
Especially Justin.
Especially Justin. That's why we put him on this far end.
Give the people
it gets uglier. It gets uglier as we go this way.
Out of the timeout, 2 receivers to the, and that was a false start in every country, and they're going to call it. It's going to be a loss of 5. It'll be 2nd and 15. That was trying to rev up a lawnmower over there on the right side of the offensive line.
Or as my buddy Brandon Reeves said, that's a walk in every gym in America except for this one, apparently.
Yeah, that was – my goodness, that's a loss of 5. And, again, they already picked up 1 second and long on this drive. Very capable with their quarterback, Tarleton. And these receivers, led by Reed, it's going to be 2nd and 15 from back on the Pearl Cohn 35-yard line. 3:07 to go in the third quarter. Snap is taken. Going to turn and hand off. The back looking for the edge. He stiff arms against one guy. Bounces upfield, spins past the 45. The ball comes out late, and he is down. The officials come in. They're still scrambling for it, but it was a clear call, and I think it's the right one.
He's down.
And it's still a big gain of about 11 yards, and that makes it 3rd and very manageable here for the Firebirds.
Yeah, that is what Kennard is, explosive with the ball in his hands, and you just saw it. I think that was Johnson had him there about the line of scrimmage through that stiff arm, got away from it, and they're going to bring in their power set here with Simpson Smith in the backfield.
2:50 to go in this third quarter. It's been a very eventful frame. We're tied up at 14, the Class 4A state title game. No Jackson Rollins. He's out for the game, left with an injury. That is a factor on defense, especially for Upperman, as he is the quarterback of the back end of that secondary. It's 3rd down and 3. They got to get to midfield, and they're on the 47. Breaking huddle here. It is not Simpson Smith behind Tarleton. Snap taken. He'll turn and hand off to the back, who is cut down in the backfield. Cam Bush again with another TFL, and it's 4th down and 3, and it's decision time for Coach Brunetti, whose defense has been great. You could not blame him if he punts it, but they got Zion Simpson Smith, who can also run it if they want.
You've got to punt this one if you're Coach Brunetti. I think they are, because like you said, this defense has been great, not giving up anything in the second half. You can't give Upperman a short field here.
That was Kennard, who got cut down by Cam Bush, and we've got a whistle and a timeout called with still 25 seconds on the play clock. I think they want to think about this one, Justin. This is a pivotal moment here. You're in 4th and 3 from the 47-yard line.
And let me just, I'm a defensive coach. I'm an old school guy.
We always disagree on these.
I know, but what you've done is you have stymied Upperman's offense, especially after the first drive. Really, they went down the field and scored, and then you've shut them out. They have a kickoff return here, and your defense is playing lights out. Your offense is moving the ball up and down the field on them. You give them the ball at the midfield or the 45, you breathe life into that sideline.
We sure are happy that you're here with us today on a Saturday afternoon in Chattanooga. Thanks to our friend Sonia Brown for making it possible. And the punting unit is on the field here. This is also where your antennas have to be up for a fake if you're Upperman defensively. Carmine Phillips going to go back deep to receive this kick, as Upperman potentially has stopped the Firebirds offense for the first time here in the third quarter. They are going to kick it away. It's bobbled by the punter. Now he's going to try to tuck it and run. He breaks through it. He's got the first down. He's spinning off of tacklers inside the 40. It was not a design fake, but they made it work as number 9, Jaquise Williams, the senior, took a broken play for a first down to the 37.
And that's a heartbreaker there for Upperman. And you even had him there in the backfield. And that
some of Upperman's players just kind of stopped there. And
they
it was like they weren't sure what was happening.
They did. That's one you're going to go back and watch the tape. And however this one turns out, you're going to want that one back.
So now the offense gets new life for Pearl Cohn. They're the Upperman 38 after the broken play. Just dropped the punt snap, picked it up. And Upperman kind of watched him in the backfield, and he was able to get to the line of scrimmage, and then it was over. Williams for the first down.
We'll have to watch the play clock here.
And that's a positive here for Pearl of having as the athletes that you do.
4 seconds on the play clock as Tarleton sets up. 1 second. It should be a delay of game as they take the snap and they get the delay of game. So it'll back them up 5 yards. Took a while to get back on the field in the sudden change, and it'll be 1st and 15. 57 seconds. Upperman got the stop they were so desperately hunting for, Justin, and they are still on defense.
Best thing they can do here is, just get to the fourth quarter without giving one up and just regroup and find a way here to get your confidence back. Like we said, they got the stop. They had 2 big plays on second and short and third and short. Got to find a way to get that confidence back.
First
going.
and 15, 2 to the right, 1 to the left. Tarleton in the gun. Motion man across, takes the snap. Going to hand off. Kennard makes one man miss. Now jukes upfield. Look out.
That's
Kennard to the 35, to the 30, and there is a flag. It's coming back. Kennard to the 10. Pearl Cohn is getting called for a lot of penalties. They are committing a lot of penalties in this game, guys. This one going to back them up and make it about 1st and 12 or 13.
And the crazy thing is, it's not at the point of attack, right? It's downfield where it breaks to a big gain that's letting them free. And it's on Turnbow almost every time that they're just latching onto him.
And Turnbow's been about the one that's gotten held every single time on the outside. That one is going to go on Darius Reed. And that'll back him up 10 yards from the spot and put him on the 41-yard line. It'll be 1st and 13 now. 47 seconds on the clock.
And in the booth here, I was wondering who's yelling beside us. And during
Pearl's
the break,
coaches.
it's Pearl's coaching staff. So they're not very happy with committing those penalties either.
14-14 our score. This one's been really fun in the state championship game. 2 contrasting styles going at it. 2 to the left, 1 to the right. In the pistol. Tarleton takes the snap, play fake, fires the quick screen. Receiver makes the catch. They got numbers. He runs ahead of him to the 30. He's to the 25. He's to the 20. Jumps upfield for the first down before being taken down. He's getting loose. Darius Reed, 1st and 10 Pearl to the Upperman 17, capitalizing on the broken play that gave him a chance to extend the drive.
And here's the thing. They've really got Turnbow out on an island here all by himself.
2 to the left, 1 to the right. And he had blockers in front, and Reed just ran right in front of him and showed off the Jets. Could be the final play of the quarter, depending on the result. 20 seconds on the game clock. Snap taken. Tarleton dropping back, looking right on the double move to Reed. Jump ball, and it is caught. 50-50 ball, and it is caught by Darius Reed. And it's a touchdown for Pearl Cohn. A huge third quarter for the Firebirds, and they lead for the first time here today.
And what I said about having Turnbow on an island over here, you said it. They hit him on the slant and go. A 50-50 ball, he recovered well. How you say it in football all the time, sometimes it's impossible to cover a perfect throw and a perfect catch, and that's really what that was. Turnbow goes up, plays through the hands, and he just missed it just a little bit.
That's a great catch by Reed. Pearl Cohn now leads. Upperman will be desperate for an answer. They cannot afford to kick it back without points on this next drive. Snap, set, kick is up. And the kick is good. 21-14 our score. Pearl Cohn has scored on each drive of the quarter, and you cannot forget that Upperman had the stop. They forced the punt. Punter dropped the ball and was able to make something happen to get the first down, and that's the difference right now. And we'll see. Upperman's going to have to open up this passing game, Justin. The run game is not working right now.
It's not there, and play action pass is going to be what's going to get it going, and they've not really attempted it yet. But coming out here in the second half, it's been an 8-play drive for a touchdown, 10-play drive for a touchdown, 10-play drive for a touchdown. And you said it, the bat breaker, 4th and 4, the bobble punt, punter picks it up, runs for the first down, and then 4 plays later, Pearl's in the end zone, taking their first lead of the ballgame.
2 really elite high school football team is going at it. The stat discrepancy, now all of a sudden they were even at halftime. They are not now. Pearl Cohn, 365 total yards to 96 for Upperman.
Wow.
Pearl Cohn has ran for 284 yards in this game so far with still over a quarter to play. But yet, it is a 7-point game, which is certainly not insurmountable if you're an Upperman fan, but they're going to need something to start working in a hurry. 1 offensive touchdown came all the way back on the first drive. Kicking unit kicks this one away. Turnbow trying to get to it at the 20. He bobbles it. He picks it up on the 15. Turnbow looking to reverse field. He's at the 15, cuts upfield to the 20. Turnbow will be hit and taken down at the 25. Not a bad return of about 17 yards for Branson Turnbow. And with 9 seconds to go, make it 5 seconds to go. I'm kind of blocked off by the goalpost here. 5 seconds to go in this third quarter. Upperman with one final play to try to make something happen and build momentum into the fourth and final frame.
Getting this team regrouped on the sideline between the quarters here is key for Coach Kane.
Elijah Fitz comes in with the play call to Chaffin, who breaks huddle with 20 seconds on the play clock. 2 receivers to the left. Chaffin Motions a man out. Snap taking. He's going to fire the screen to the outside column, and he is crunched down. Loss of 6, and that'll bring us to the end of a third quarter controlled by Pearl Cohn. 1 quarter to go in the state of Tennessee in the 4A classification. After 3, it's Pearl Cohn 21, Upperman 14. You're listening to the 2023 Class 4A State Championship game presented by Sonia Brown with American Way Real Estate on the Frontier Chevy UCR Media Network.
Fields Insurance has been supporting Upperman football for over 3 generations. Fields Insurance has been a family-owned and operated business since 1980. Baxter is our hometown, and we are excited to support our alma mater as well as our community. Fields Insurance is an independent insurance agency offering multiple insurance companies so our agents compare prices to give the lowest premiums available. Contact Fields Insurance for all your insurance needs. Whether you need home, auto, farm, commercial, or health insurance, Fields will be honored to have you as our customer. From all of us at Fields Insurance, Dana, Jennifer, Ty, and Taya, go Bees! We are so proud of you. The experts at the South Willow Auto Clinic are your hometown auto doctors. Located at 640 South Willow Avenue in Cookeville, get your oil changed, tires rotated, and fluids filled. Need other repairs? Stop by for his same-day free diagnosis and estimate. South Willow Auto Clinic is a longtime supporter of student-athletes throughout the Upper Cumberland. South Willow Auto Clinic, proud sponsor of this broadcast on the UCR Media Network.
When it comes to caring for your land, you need an all-around performer to make your life easier. One that's tried and true. That's a John Deere compact tractor from Tri-Green Equipment. User-friendly tractors that are big on performance and operator comfort.
The Crossroads Auction Group are the Upper Cumberland's auction experts. As a full-service auction company, they take your stress away every step of the way. Servicing the entire Upper Cumberland, the Crossroads Auction Group gets your property ready from cleanup, setup, picture taking, up to the auction and beyond. They handle all auctions from estates, residential, farms, land, commercial, and everything else. For more information, visit crossroadsauctiongroup.com or call 931-644-7149 today. The Crossroads Auction Group are proud sponsors of this broadcast on the UCR Media Network.
Welcome back. A dominant third quarter by the Pearl Cohn Firebirds as they lead Upperman 21-14. Still just a 7-point game, though, here, guys, as we gear up. Upperman with the football, but after a negative play on first down, they've got work to do. As it's going to be 2nd down and 16 for Upperman back on their own 21-yard line. Noah McKay joined by Justin Matheny, Jeremy Tollison, Hallie Ledbetter on the sideline. Happy to be with you here this afternoon. Class 4A State Championship game, the two best teams in the class going at it here. Pearl Cohn flexing their will, see if Upperman can make any adjustments there in that quick breather. A little bit longer than a typical quarter break, but they got some work to do. Single coverage on the outside for Upperman if they want to try to test it. Chaffin takes the snap. They are not. They're going to hand off to Paulk, and he will run right into the teeth of the defense for a 1-yard gain, and it's 3rd down and 14.
And this Upperman offense is not built to pick up, 3rd and longs. We've talked about all year, all game, how them staying on schedule is absolutely key. Uncle Mo has definitely jumped on the Pearl Cohn sideline here.
Well, that may be what the no-dust statement of the year right there, my friend. 11 and a half to go. Elijah Fitz is the lone outside receiver. Chaffin gives the hard count. No penalty as they jump, but apparently not into the neutral zone according to the official. 9 seconds. A lot of yelling from the Pearl Cohn coaches next to us. Chaffin takes the snap, carrying around the right side. Bronsden Chaffin hitting the backfield. He stays on his feet, breaks through, and now Chaffin to the 25. Best gain in a while, but it is nowhere near enough. Upperman going to be forced to punt this one away on 4th and 11 as we near 11 minutes to play in this title game. We want to thank our friends at Baxter Family Dentistry, your hometown dentist for all your dental needs. Now accepting new patients. Call 931-858-3181 to schedule an appointment with Dr. Matthew Whitson, located at 111 Upperman Lane in Baxter. Here comes the punting unit for the Bees.
If Upperman could get in there quick, I'm telling you, Pearl always substitutes late. You take advantage of that.
4th and 11, Jaleric Cullum. He's been a bright spot today, kicking the ball. He's had a lot of opportunities. He takes the snap, he's going to fake. He goes to the outside now, cuts upfield to the 20, to the 30, and he's cut down. He cut inside. He had all day if he runs outside. They run the fake. It doesn't work. Pearl Cohn takes over on the Upperman 31.
And that's a desperation play right there for Coach Kane, knowing where this one is at and knowing they need to extend this drive and get points on this one. Like you said, he had a lot of room, looked like there to the outside, but just wasn't able to get to it.
From the 32-yard line, it's 1st and 10, Pearl Cohn. They're looking for the knockout punch with 10:55 to go. You understand the call, certainly. It's been there today, Justin, that fake punt opportunity, and he, I think, had it there, but just cut it upfield instead of to the outside. Either way, Pearl Cohn shows off the speed. They make the tackle. 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Desperation time for the Bees as Pearl Cohn has dominated this second half.
Number 1's going to probably come in some kind of jet here.
Snap taken. Play fake. Tarleton fakes again. Being pressured. Being hit. Jump pass down the field. And it's broken up. Nice defensive play by Carmine Phillips on a jump ball in the end zone. Didn't get his head around, but he didn't have to. He breaks it up, and it's 2nd and 10.
Yeah, and, they brought Kennard around here in that orbit motion to look like he was going to fake a reverse and try to get one. You see that teams get the ball in plus territory after a turnover or turnover on downs. You go for the juggler kill shot trick play. They went for it here. They're bringing big number 7 back here at running back, trying to ice this one away.
If you haven't already, please hit that like button, comment on the stream along with us, hit share. That helps us out a whole bunch on these free live streams that we do. Last football live stream of the year, obviously. 1 receiver each way. Snap is taken. Turn and hand off. Big hole for Simpson Smith. He's to the 30. He's to the 20. He's to the 10. He's to the end zone. And Pearl Cohn's on the doorstep of a state championship. The Mr. Football finalist, Zion Simpson Smith, with a long 32-yard touchdown rush. And it's Pearl Cohn 27, Upperman 14.
And they don't do anything real fancy right there, guys. They just hit one bat power, and he's just able to pick it up and run away from everybody. He's a Mr. Football finalist for a reason.
The thing Upperman's done a good job of protecting against in this game, they don't there.
We probably have a celebration penalty against Pearl Cohn.
So we're looking, the head official is talking to Coach Kane on the sideline.
He wants it on the kickoff.
And he should take it. Missed extra point here if you back him up is not near as crucial as getting the ball in better field position because you're going to have to score twice.
We will have a bunch of streams next week. I can assure you of that. I'm looking at my live stream director. I have no clue what we're doing. I'm sure we'll talk about it. There we go. We'll be doing something. The show rolls on here on the Frontier Chevy UCR Media Network. I want to thank our friends at Frontier Chevy. They're on just off of 111 in between Cookeville and Livingston, close to Livingston. Our friend Jason Fye and all they do for the community. And now they're going to fake the extra point, rolling to the outside to the 5, and he gets into the end zone. 2-point conversion is good. Maybe not a design fake, but the second time a broken special teams play has led to points, and they lead by 15.
And, that's twice here in the second half that something's just gone wrong for Pearl, and the athletes they have in those positions, that time at the holder spot, picks up the drop punt. Again, it's wet. He drops it, or the drop snap there for the extra point. Probably dropped it because it's so wet, just able to pick it up and beat everyone to the edge.
So 10:43 to go. We'll take a break with them. Upperman, backs against the wall. They need an answer. You're listening to the 2023 Class 4A State Championship game presented by Sonia Brown with American Way Real Estate on the Frontier Chevy UCR Media Network.
The Crouch team with Highlands Elite Real Estate wants to congratulate the Upperman Bees on their run to the state championship game. With 5 full-time agents who work, live, and raise their families in the Upper Cumberland, the Crouch team with Highlands Elite Real Estate are committed to making your real estate dreams a reality. Call 931-979-1191 for more information or visit chadandamycrouch.com to see listings today. The Crouch team with Highlands Elite Real Estate is a proud sponsor of this broadcast on the UCR Media Network.
Hone and develop your skills on the court with professional basketball player development from Legacy Athletics. Call 931-303-3356 or follow them on Instagram at Legacy_Athletics or on Twitter at JWinningham25 for more information today. Legacy Athletics, proud sponsor of this broadcast on the UCR Media Network.
Steel Technologies has been part of the Rutherford County community for over 35 years. Their plants in Murfreesboro and Smyrna include over 150 teammates who process coils, metal sheets, and blanks for customers across North America. Steel Tech's Smyrna and Murfreesboro plants are expanding, and they need teammates to join their team. With openings including machine and forklift operators, truck drivers, and more, they have the position for you with competitive wages and monthly bonus opportunities. For more information and to apply online, scan the QR code on your screen now. Steel Tech is a proud sponsor of this broadcast on the UCR Media Network. Steel Tech. Faith, family, Steel Tech. Welcome back. 10 minutes, 43 seconds to go in this state championship game. At half, Upperman led 7-0, and Justin, we were talking, it was like, it feels like momentum's on Pearl Cohn's side, but Upperman's been able to keep it at 7-0. Momentum's not on Upperman's side anymore. It's 29-14 Pearl Cohn, Upperman. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. They want to win a state championship. They have got to score pretty quickly here on this drive to give themselves a shot. But right now, Pearl Cohn's offense, mixing it up with their Mr. Football finalists, been able to keep Upperman off balance enough, and now they're starting to run downhill, which we've seen them do through 14 games this season.
Yeah, so for Upperman, they score a touchdown on the opening drive, and then the first drive for them in the second half, Branson Turnbow gets a kickoff return. But outside of that, they've had 4 3-and-outs. That Pearl defense has just really been clamping them down, making everything hard. They've been trying to get on the outside, get sideline to sideline. It's really not been there. They've got to find ways to get points quick and then get another stop.
Still have not attempted a pass downfield more than 5 yards in the air all game long. Kicking off from the 25 after a personal foul. They'll boom it deep, and it'll be fielded on the 30-yard line to the 40. To the 45 is Carmine Phillips. He's cut down, make it the 44. Good field position for Upperman, but they're going to have to generate some offense some sort of way to have any chance of slowing down this Pearl Cohn team. This is the only state championship game this week between two 14-0 football teams, and you look at it, and we'll talk post-game about it. Upperman has a lot coming back at the skill positions, not as much up front. Pearl Cohn, Upperman talked about the revenge tour. They were on their own out in Metro Nashville after losing in this game a year ago. They've looked the part in this second half in particular. And now they're going to change it up potentially. 2 receivers to the right side. In the gun is Bronston Chaffin. 1st and 10 from the 44. Chaffin takes the snap, looking right, pump and go. Now he's going to step up and run. Chaffin to the 45, and he's taken down at about the 47. It wasn't there, so he makes the wise decision and gets 3 yards.
Yeah, it's not there, and you can tell, Upperman's just off balance, right? They usually run that after a positive first down run play. They're trying to get a cheap, quick, easy one. Pearl went man, corners over. Both corners came over here in the boundary, covered it well, stayed back on it.
2nd down and 7 here. 2 receivers to the right. In the gun is Chaffin. Takes the snap. Again, fires. This time it's the quick hitter to Turnbow and a diving pass breakup. Nice play made there by the corner. Can't get a look at the number until he turns this way. Looks like Robert Left, the senior defensive back, who makes the play. 3rd down and 7. Upperman's got to go for it, though, even if they don't convert here.
Yeah, really nice play there. They're just we just had 2 hitches out of this twin set over here down on the right side of the formation in the boundary, and that's just some of what Pearl's able to do. They play that cat coverage man-to-man, and they bite and they break on those things. That's a catch in every other game for Upperman this year. This time, not so much.
3rd down and 7. Yeah, you come to the state championship game, the windows get tighter. Yeah. And they've gotten tighter tonight for Pearl Cohn as well. They've just adjusted. 3rd down and 7. High snap taken. They're going to hand off to Paulk. Paulk with a hole. He rumbles through to about the 50. That's a play when you know you're going for it on 4th down. As it's 4th and 4 here for Upperman, they got to leave the offense on the field.
Yeah, 100%. You know it's 4-down territory. Obviously you hope you pick it up, but if not, you've just made it a little easier on you. Again, talking about the windows being tighter, there was a hole there for Paulk that he's usually been able to run through and pick up some big-time yardage this year. It closed really quick. Instead of it being a 15-yard gain, it was a 2-yard gain.
4th and 4. 4th in the season for Upperman, trailing by 15 in the 4th quarter of a state title game, under 10 to play. Chaffin in the gun, takes the snap, rolling out to his right, fires the quick hitter, receiver makes the catch, and he's got the 1st down. It's Elijah Fitz to the 44 for the Baxter Pharmacy 1st down. It is the first down of the half for Upperman. And just as I look through these tremendous stats afforded by the TSSAA, and they don't have 1st downs on here. Oh, there it is, the 7th of the game for Upperman.
Which I know if we went back and before the game, we said, hey, Upperman's only going to have 7 first downs with 9 minutes to go in the fourth quarter, we'd have thought that's not good.
I would have thought it would be more than a 15-point
be a blowout,
deficit.
exactly.
2 receivers to the right side of Bronston Chaffin. Time ticking away, 9:19 as he takes the snap, hands off to Paulk. He's swarmed in the backfield and taken down for a loss of 2, maybe 3. It'll be 2nd and 13 here, and we've got a Firebird a bit slow to get up, one of those gigantic defensive tackles. They just eat up space and blockers, and he's limping, and the coaches are saying, go down. Is that 74 Elijah Anthony? He's listed at 6 foot 320. There is not a chance on this planet that young man is 6 foot 320. And he is now has gone down, and so the training staff will come out to look at him. 8:56 to go in this ball game. Pearl Cohn leads by 15. Upperman on their side of the field. Now Anthony's back up to his feet. Good to see. Jogging off the field gingerly. It's going to be 2nd down and 12. They ended up giving it back to about the 46-yard line.
And it's been this way since the first drive of the game for Upperman. The inside run game, the power run game's not been there. When they've tried to get on the outside and run some of the jet sweep stuff, Pearl's been able to track it down from side to side. There's some ways, that I know they've got in their bag and their offensive playbook here to attack this Pearl defense because they're putting 6 and 7 guys on the line of scrimmage to attack them in the passing game with some of the crossers, mesh, underneath stuff. See if you can get the ball in somebody's hands and let them run with it.
Pearl Cohn calls timeout here, and again, still not a pass attempt of more than about 10 yards down the field. That throw to Fitz was the longest one. It's raining today. That's been a factor for both teams in the passing game. A lot of running, but at a certain point, you're going to have to say forget it and throw it up to number 10 and see if he can make a play because your back's against the wall.
Yeah, and every time I've seen them try to take a shot to Branson, the Pearl DBs have been, as much as I question how they played with their eyes throughout the week watching them, they've done a really good job of staying on top of him. And I think, the book's probably out on Upperman, like that they are going to hunt up a big play to him. So those antennas have been up all year, and they've hit a bunch of them, and that's why you see them be so prepared.
So we mentioned the yardage discrepancy. Now it's 397 for Pearl Cohn, 111 for Upperman. On the flip side, Pearl Cohn been penalized 14 times for 106 yards. Upperman has had 1 penalty called against him in this ball game, and still the Firebirds lead by 15. That's something we talked about this week. It's not the crispest operation in the world. It's not the most fluid thing you've ever seen, but it is effective with the dudes they have out there playing football for them, and they are on the doorstep of breaking through and winning the state title. Upperman trying to answer back on a 2nd and 12 out of the timeout. They'll have 2 receivers stacked out to the left side. The sophomore quarterback is Bronston Chaffin, standing on the C logo of UT Chattanooga. Fires the quick hitter to the outside to Nathan Ledbetter. He's going to carry a defender out of bounds to about the 40. So they hit the fullback. They spot it at the 40, and it'll be 3rd down and 6 for Upperman. They'll stop the clock to get the ball reset after he got out of bounds.
And it wouldn't be the least surprising thing here, even though times against them, scoreboards against them, see a run play right here and get it to 4th and a lot shorter.
3rd down and 6 here for Upperman. The clock stopped after he got out of bounds. 2 receivers to the right. It's one of the only receptions of the year for Ledbetter.
Right.
Chaffin takes a shotgun snap, rolls out to his right, looking downfield. Receivers wide open. Turnbow makes the catch to the 20, to the 15, to the 10, where he's pushed out of bounds. Turnbow got free for the first time tonight for the Baxter Pharmacy 1st down into the Thompson Machinery and the Cat Rental Store red zone for Upperman.
And that's a play that's a touchdown all year for Upperman, and Pearl's able still to have somebody come back and make that not as bad of a play. But that's a great play call there from the Upperman coaches.
1st and goal from the 8 here for the Bees. We thank our friends at Thompson Machinery and the Cat Rental Store for their sponsorship of the Upperman Red Zone all season long. You've seen their ads during some games this year. Appreciate them for sticking along with us, as all of our sponsors. Tonight's broadcast presented by Sonia Brown with American Way Real Estate. Trips out to the left, one to the right for Chaffin. Trying to sprace out this defense. Snap taken. Chaffin's going to keep it around the right side. He's to the 10. Chaffin darts out of bounds at about the 7, maybe a gain of a yard. It'll be 2nd and goal. The time stops as he got out of bounds.
Yeah, and you said it. They're trying to spread out that defense, and Pearl, I mean, they are just big, physical, fast. They run that quarterback sweep to the backside, to the weak side, and they were able to, even though they didn't have numbers, their defensive end, number 90, shot upfield really quick. And had Chaffin had to bow that out a lot more, had he been able to hit that corner, he might have scored. But that end, getting upfield real quick, blew that play
Scored
up.
on that play out of a different formation earlier on. He got to the pylon that time. It was sealed off. They actually spotted at the 8, so no gain. It's 2nd and 8. Or 2nd and goal from the 8. Trips out to the left, one to the right. Chaffin takes the snap, dropping back to pass. Rolls left. Now he's going to tuck it and run. Chaffin to the 10. He's to the 5. He's pinballs forward to the 2. Physical finish to the run for Chaffin. 3rd and goal from the 2. They got 2 downs at it. There's no question about it. They'll try to bring in the big boys. Here comes Clayton Harris and company. Led better checking in alongside 34, Caleb Tomberlin. This is what he's listed as. I don't know if that's actually him. And Elijah Fitz also gets in for the Bees. As we near 8 minutes to go. If they score here, there's a pulse for Upperman, but they're going to have to do what they haven't been able to do and get a stop.
Get a stop in the second half. They've not been able to get one. And this has been kind of Bronson's Chaffin quarterback power all season. I don't know how you feel about it this right here.
3rd and goal from the 2. Chaffin takes the snap. He's going to give to Polk. Polk hit, carries defenders forward, and sticks the ball out to the end zone. Give him 6. Touchdown, Upperman. The Bees are not dead yet, and they're going to kick the extra point and not chase the 2 yet and try to make it a 1-score game.
And that's a smart decision here from Coach Kane, because if you don't get it, you're now in a 2-possession game, and you don't have 2 possessions left in this one. So you kick it. Hopefully it's good, obviously. But then if you can get the ball back, you have a chance where you have to.
That's an 11 Oak Nutrition touchdown for Ethan Polk, the junior tailback. Snap, set, Stanfield's extra point is up, and Stanfield's extra point is good. Still time on the clock here. 7:41 to go. It's 21-29. Upperman with 2 timeouts remaining. Pearl Cohn with just 1. So Upperman did get the scoring drive they were looking for. They schemed up a big play on a little fake screen and the go to Turnbow, and they cash in 3 plays later in the red zone. And now you wonder what kind of kickoff trickery there could be for Upperman, as they got to steal something.
Well, I'm going to be honest. They really don't need any trickery. Every time they've pushed it, that fullback guy's dropped it. I think I'm selling out. I'm trying to hit this one as high in the air as I can. It's wet. You sell out, and you have your guys on their horse just trying to get down there. And if he drops it, be on that thing.
It has rained the entire game. Not a downpour, as we mentioned at halftime, just that kind of dreary, gross,
consistent
day.
Yeah,
just not a mist. It's a rain, but it's just gross out in Chattanooga today. It's the best way to describe it from your local meteorologist, me. 7:41 to go. Upperman's still alive. Pearl Cohn's been great in the second half, but they relent just a little bit on that touchdown drive. Stanfield on to kick this one away.
And it's been over to this left side, number 3 here, set up about the 40, who they've been pooching it to, who's had the trouble.
Stanfield runs up, and he's going to onside kick this one. It's a good one, too. Upperman tips it into the air, and Upperman falls on it. They have it. It's still squirming around. They had it for a moment.
I think Pearl fell on it.
If Pearl Cohn got there, it's a magical play for him. It was a great kick by Stanfield. There are bad things happening at the bottom of that pile right now on the 41-yard line. No signal. We're still waiting. Turnbow's injured. We're still waiting. Upperman has the football. The Bees recover an onside kick. Upperman gets it off of Stanfield's onside kick, and it's 1st and 10 Bees.
I'm telling you, Upperman stole that in the pile.
You know bad things happen.
Bad things happen. I promise you, bad things happen in those piles. A Pearl Cohn kid fell on it. An Upperman kid took it underneath
3
that
different
pile.
Bees had it before then, and you know what? I'll just get ahead of the comment section. That's retribution for 2018 if they did wrestle it away at the bottom of a pile. We all remember what happened in that game. 1st and 10 Upperman on the 41. They need 8 to just tie, but they have a pulse. This resilient Upperman team trying to go. Turnbow, though, was helped off the field by the training staff, nursing something after taking a shot on that one. It got to the line. Stanfield had a great onside kick there, guys.
He got that big second hop, and that's what you want.
And they batted it in the air, and it ricocheted around, and then they got it in the pile. 1st and 10 Upperman. The Bee fans are alive again. Snap taken. Hand off to Polk. Polk with a hole in front. Rumbles to the 40, to the 35. He is carrying defenders to the 31-yard line. Gain of 9. All of a sudden, the boys from Baxter look like they want to play some high school football this afternoon.
And you said it, they've got a pulse, and that was the best traditional run they've had of the second half. They moved the Pearl front, simple power play, block down, kick out, wrap. They had it, Paulk running hard. He's as good of a high school runner of not your biggest five-star, but he just runs hard behind his pads, tough physical kid, hard to get down.
If you thought this team was going to go quietly, you do not know this football team. 2nd and 1 as we go under 7 to play. Chaffin takes the snap again, gives to Paulk. Paulk spins off a tackler inside the 30. Pyle moves forward. It's a Baxter Pharmacy first down to the 27-yard line of the Pearl Cohn Firebirds.
And Turnbow's coming out here again. They got him in there on that play to just do some stuff at receiver. Look for them just to kind of get him his breath back, get him under control, and have another chance to get the ball in his hands.
Huddle breaks, 6.5 to go. One receiver each way. Upperman's fans are not being quiet on offense. They are feeling it down there. Chaffin. Hard count, got him. Got him. 5-yard penalty. It's a first down and 5. The hard count, he's got a great hard count for a sophomore. We've seen him get people all season long. They were bringing the run blitz. It's 1st and 5 right on the doorstep of the red zone at the 22.
Yeah, and help me if I'm wrong, Jeremy, that offensive lineman, when someone jumps like that, if they flinch, you can get an official to throw that one maybe a little quicker.
Potentially.
But you also can flinch. As soon as they go into the neutral zone, right, it's a flag in high school football.
It is.
One receiver out to the right, 1st and 5, Upperman. Chaffin takes the shotgun snap. Play fake, he's going to keep it himself. Big hole to the 20. Chaffin finishes strongly. He's a yard short on a gain of 4. It's 2nd and 1, 5:55 to go in regulation.
And now right here for Upperman, it's 2nd and 1. Here's one where you can hit that hard play action pass and maybe get Turnbow or Phillips behind somebody, because you've got 2 downs to pick it up at 3rd and 1 and 4th and 1.
I know Adam Kane pretty well. They're going to run the football. just in case you were wondering here. Chaffin in the gun on 2nd and 1. Takes a high snap, gives it to Paulk. Paulk rumbles past the line to gain. He's at the 16 where he's pushed backwards, but not before Baxter Pharmacy. First down into the Thompson Machinery in the Cat Rental Store red zone.
Hey, guys, and for Ethan Cox is going to want to go back home and watch this one. He absolutely dumped his guy all the way back to the 10. That is
Ian Cox,
pancake.
Yeah. Ian
Huge.
Cox, he's a monster.
Yes.
He's having a huge game. Remember, he blew up a play on the left side. He's a beast. It's 1st and 10 from the 16. And he is a vocal leader of this team. He will let you know. He's still talking to Goose and Rusty about their pick week 1. One receiver out to the wide side. Upperman needs a touchdown and a 2-point conversion, but there's still time on the clock. Over 5 to go. And now we've got a timeout. Coach
Pearl.
Bernetti wants to calm things down. Pearl was rolling, guys, and all of a sudden, Upperman's offense has roared back to life, and we've got a state championship game here in Chattanooga.
I'm going to be honest, one of my don't be a Justin's moments, I was pouting. When Pearl got up 15, I was like, man, guys, that's it. I'm about to pack up and go to the house, and here we go. That's why you play the whole game. Great call, great gut call by Coach Kane right there for the onside kick. Had the ball bounce their way, and then like you said, guys, things happen. Weird things happen in the bottom of the pile. I've been in some of them. I've done things that I would go to jail for.
Bad things happen at the bottom of the pile.
And on the street. So, I mean, it's just one of those things. But, hey, we've got life. 1st and 10, 5:05 to go here in the 4th quarter.
We want to thank, once again, Sonia Brown, Realtor with American Way Real Estate. She proudly supports the Upperman Bees and is proud to bring you the Upper Cumberland Reporter's coverage of today's game. Buying or selling real estate, Sonia Brown can help you achieve your real estate goals. Sonia Brown with American Way Real Estate, 931-979-7145 or 931-526-9581. Make sure you tell Sonia thank you. She's been unbelievable the whole postseason run. Every year, she's just tremendous, and we appreciate it so very much.
And a huge factor in this game, obviously Upperman needs to do whatever they can to score and get a 2-point from conversion and tie this thing up. Pearl has no timeout. So on top of that, it's a catch-22. Upperman needs to score and take time off the clock, but if they don't get the 2-point conversion, they've got to get the ball back. So they need to milk some clock here, but have enough to get themselves to get it back.
Upperman still with 2 timeouts remaining.
So Pearl with 0.
I think at this point, if you're Upperman,
you take a score.
You love 8 points right now. You'll take 8 points, but the key is 8 points. One receiver going to be out to the right side after the timeout call by Pearl Cohn, trying to calm things down. Chaffin takes the snap, stretch, and now he takes it himself. Spins upfield to about the 15. Pearl Cohn ready for that one. A gain of just 1, and it's 2nd and 9. It's 4-down territory. till kingdom come right now for Upperman.
Yeah, like you said it a minute ago, it's 4th in season here for the Bees. So not picking up a lot of yards on first down, hitting a drive killer because you've still got 3 left.
It's 2nd and 9 as Carmine Phillips brings the play into Bronston Chaffin. Now he breaks huddle. We're at 4:35 to go. 4 minutes and 35 seconds in this state championship game. Chaffin takes the snap, hands off to Polk. Polk with a hole in front, breaks a tackle to the 10, and Polk dives forward to the 8. It's 3rd and 2. They got 2 downs for it. The offensive line, who has been so good all season long, Zach Maynard, Ian Cox, Zeke Unger, Caden Durham, and Evan Briggs are moving a ferocious defensive line right now. Here comes 3rd and 2 from the 8.
And good call from Upperman on the last play. They ran power, but they hit it more inside instead of trying to get around to the outside of the tackle over here.
It's Ethan Polk's show. No Jackson Rollins. He's out for the game. Hard count from Chaffin. Now he checks to the sideline. 14 on the play clock. He's got Polk with him. Chaffin takes the snap. He's going to carry himself around the right side. There's a huge hole. He jump cuts to the 5. Chaffin pinballs off tacklers. They're trying to get the ball out, and Chaffin says no. Goes out of bounds at about the 4, and now a little late. And Chaffin's down and hurt. I shouldn't say hurt. He's back on his feet. My apologies, but he's down
Maybe
and a bit
sold
shaken
that one
up.
a little bit at the end.
I didn't think it was too egregious. And now it is enough for a Baxter Pharmacy first down, and we're under 3.5 to play. Upperman needs 8 points right here. 1st and goal from the 4.
This is why you play them.
10 minutes ago, I didn't think we'd be talking like this, gentlemen. I can tell you that. Upperman has shown some incredible resiliency when nothing was going their way the majority of the half. 1st and goal from the 4. Chaffin takes the snap. Hands off to Polk. Rain coming down as Polk is tripped. Pile moves for maybe half a yard. It'll be 3rd or 2nd and goal.
Inside power right down. Now right here, Pearl, they've got 8 and 9 guys up on the line of scrimmage, sailing out to stop this inside run. We can go back to that play that Bronson scored on in the first quarter where they run the quarterback stretch all the way to the outside. That's going to be here because of what Pearl's doing to sail out to stop the inside run.
2:35 to go in this game. If you tuned out and you came back, yes, the score is correct. It's an 8-point game. Upperman has the ball, 2nd and goal. Chaffin takes the snap. He's going to carry it around the right side. Now he cuts upfield. Bronston Chaffin to the end zone. Give him 6. Touchdown, Upperman. The Bees are a 2-point conversion away from tying the game with 2:20 to go.
Run the same play. They had it. He could have ran outside. He could have ran inside. And, man, whew. It's 2 points in the season right
Here we go. It's an 11 Oak Nutrition touchdown for Bronston Chaffin, his 2nd of the game. 2-point conversion to try to tie it. Then Pearl Cohn's going to go to work. Their offense has been great. Here we go. Chaffin in the gun. Surprise, surprise. Chaffin. Hard counts. Nobody jumps. And Coach Kane calls timeout. That changes the complexion of things, guys. Now they have to get it. Because if they don't, Pearl Cohn is dangerously close to being able to take knees, barring an onside kick. They're going to get. He feels like they got to get the right play. It's great if they score. If they don't, that's a tough timeout to take there.
Yeah, and it's easy for me to sit here in the booth and have nothing right on the line and say
Eating a cheeseburger.
Somebody's got something that smells good around here. But
it was that brisket I shared with Noah. Sorry about that.
Yeah, it was great.
But what I'm saying, and like you said, it's great if it works. You've got to score. If you don't score, it's all irrelevant pretty much. If you don't score, you're going back to the onside kick. They just know it's coming this time.
Really good. It was a really good onside kick.
Absolutely.
They had about 3 chances to recover it before it got into a pile. Stanfield's been great in every asset of the game, but right now they can't use him because they have to go for 2. And remember, it was a broken play that led to this. A bobbled snap. Two. A bobbled snap on a field goal that gave them the 2-point conversion, and now Upperman has to answer with one of their own. There are 2 minutes and 20 seconds remaining in this game. 0 timeouts left for Pearl Cohn. 1 timeout left for Upperman. It is a 2-point conversion from the 3-yard line. Upperman to try and tie this championship game, which has been a great title fight here this morning and now afternoon at Finley Stadium in Chattanooga. They're bringing everybody inside the box now. Chaffin motions 2 across. Chaffin takes the snap, looking to stretch it around the left side. Bronson to the 2. He goes up and over. Sticks the ball out. He got there for sure. And they said they didn't get in. He stuck that ball out, and they cannot believe that they called him out. My goodness gracious. It looked like he got in. Pearl Cohn thought he got in. And the official comes in and says, no. We'll look at the replay on the scoreboard. There is no instant replay. A huge call goes against the Bees. I thought it was pretty clear, fellas, that he got in. And they are not showing it in the building.
They're not going to show this one on the scoreboard for a reason.
Oh, my goodness gracious. Upperman is surrounding the white hat official saying he got in, and the official from the sideline came in and said no.
He came in immediately waving off almost like an incomplete pass. Bronson did dive out from about the 3 as they run the quarterback sweep to the left.
And our guys on the sideline who are in the end zone say he was absolutely in. Without question, everybody we have on the sideline just fired in saying he was in the end zone, and they do not give it to him. 2:20 to go. Upperman still trails by 2. And that one leaves a terrible taste in your mouth because it certainly feels like Upperman just got the raw end of the stick on that call by that official. Wow. Now here comes an onside kick for Upperman. That is big time. That is a huge call.
And this is essentially the game.
Goose has a photo of it. It's not a question. He's in the end zone. He is in the end zone. It's not a question.
Well, I can stand on my statement saying this is the worst officiated game I've been at all year. It's a state championship game. That's inexcusable.
On TV, it's clear he was in. And now Upperman has to go with the onside kick. That is a horrible, horrible call. Stanfield kicks it short. It's a good one, and now it's returned the other way. Touchdown, Pearl Cohn. They go the other way for 6. They scoop it and score.
And the tough
5
part,
seconds later, they lead by 8.
The tough part for Stanfield there, it was a good middle dribble, and it was hit a little short, so you've got to let it go 10 yards. Pearl did the right thing, run up and scoop it, and, out the gate.
Now an extra point ends it for Pearl Cohn. Upperman got a bad call. They got the 2-point conversion. They would have kicked it deep. Instead, it's an 8-point game. A missed extra point is their only chance. There's no way to describe it other than that, ladies and gentlemen.
Now listen, I've got an official that texts me, and long story short, a mechanic that you use if you don't have a good view from the sideline is the umpire in the middle.
Extra point is up, and the extra point is good, and that's probably your ball game with 2:14 to go.
The umpire in the middle does not signal, but he will shake his head yes for yes he's in, or shake his head no for no he is not in. And the umpire was shaking his head yes to let him know, the sideline official, that he was in. He did not see that, and he calls it no good.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's just call it what it is. Who knows who would have won the game? They got screwed. It just is what it is. And now they trail by 9, 36-27. I don't have any other way to describe it for you folks back home. On that call, that's what happened. Wow. Wow.
And this is where people want officials to have to answer questions after the game when you make a call that decides the game. And I don't think I'm wrong saying how poorly officiated this game has been. And not that just Upperman's ultimately going to lose this game. It's been bad on both sides. This is the biggest game of the year, and you throw out these jokers out here. We're making sure our son's on the game, calling the game. It's freaking ridiculous.
Here comes the kickoff away. Upperman needs a miracle. It's deep. It's going to be fielded by Phillips. He's at the 15. He's at the 20. He's at the 25. Phillips going to get cut down at the 29. 2 minutes and 6 seconds to go in the game. And you know what? Let's be very clear. It is far from a given that Upperman would have won this football game. Pearl Cohn may have gone and scored to win it right there, but it should have been 30 or 29-29, and it's not.
And having a normal kickoff and getting to play normal defense and getting to see if we're going to overtime or not. And we've got these idiots out here making these calls.
1st and 10, Upperman on the 29-yard line. Chaffin going to have to throw it deep. They're going to have to take a shot and make something happen and then get another onside kick. It's a great play on the kickoff return for Pearl Cohn to be able to take it back the other way. Trips go out to the left side, one to the right. Chaffin's going to be in the gun. takes the snap, dropping back. 4-man rush, fires the quick out, and it's overthrown out of play. It'll be 2nd and 10 from the 29. All right, we're going to block our genius friend from Pearl Cohn now. I hope he enjoyed watching the stream. You can watch it on YouTube. As always, if you can't keep it respectful in the comment section, you won't be in the comment section. That's pretty simple. Breaking the huddle, we're going to go trips out to the left side for Upperman. Chaffin going to be in the gun, motions a man across the line. Now he takes the snap. He's dropping back. Here comes the pressure. Has to roll. Being hit in the backfield, being taken down, sacked. And that's going to be a loss to about the 21-yard line. It'll be 3rd and 18, 152. This one time running out on the Bees, who showed unbelievable gut and effort in this game, despite a really rough second quarter, or second half, I should say. 3rd and 17, time ticking now, 90 seconds to go. Jaleric Cullum comes in to bring the play to Bronsden Chaffin. 2 receivers go out to the left side, 1 to the right. Make it 2 to the right. 3rd and 17, Upperman needs a miracle. Snap is taken. Chaffin, he's going to carry it himself in the quarterback draw. Breaks 1 tackle. Chaffin still on his feet to the 25. It's to the 30. Finishes strong to the 35, to the 40, to the 50. And now a late flag comes in way down the field. It will be called back. This one's in the area of holding against a receiver down the field. So now we'll wait. This is way down the field, so if it's 10 yards from the spot, it makes it 3rd and much more manageable, but it wipes a huge run by Bronsden Chaffin off the board. It's a hold against Upperman. Adam Kane is not happy at all, and you can certainly understand why with what has transpired in this entire game, particularly in the last couple of minutes in this game. 3rd down and 2 upcoming here for Upperman. We've got 1:03 to go in this game. Yeah, the concept of instant replay is an interesting one. Other states in our surrounding area have instant replay now in their state championship games. The broadcast crews that do these games are certainly capable of doing it. So far, TSSAA has not done that. There's some who are for it, some who are against it. Chaffin takes the snap, is going to carry it around the right side. He sets up the blockers, now is pushed out of bounds. He think he got enough for the first down. It is a Baxter Pharmacy first down, potentially. Now they'll spot a little bit further back, and it may not be a first down. It's going to be, what down is it, gentlemen?
It'll be 4th.
It's 4th down and half a yard here for Upperman. 57 seconds, time stops as Bronsden Chaffin got out of bounds. Fourth down and 1 here for the Bees. Trips out to the left side, 1 to the right. 9 seconds on the play clock. Hard count got him again. It'll be a free 5 yards for Upperman. That moves the chains for a Baxter Pharmacy first down. First down and 10, Upperman to the 44-yard line. Pearl Cohn, tremendous football team. And unfortunately, they may have won this game outright, but the discussion afterwards is not going to be about Pearl Cohn and their win in this football game at all. Trips out to the left side, 1 to the right. First and 10, Upperman. Chaffin takes the snap. Rolls out to his left. Being pressured, now he steps up in the pocket. Being hit, now fires a pass into the ground. It's picked up by a lineman. Should just be incomplete and probably intentional grounding. They rule it incomplete. Little pushing and shoving late. Chaffin's in some pain down. He's in a lot of pain. And he's being helped by his teammates back up to his feet. And there's the flag. They're going to call intentional grounding, and that'll back him up.
And I think we may get a runoff there, or Upperman can take a timeout.
No, there's nothing like that in high school. Unfortunately, it's loss of down, so it's Pearl's ball.
No, that was first down.
You're right. I apologize. I was thinking that was 4th down.
They got the first down after the
so it'll be second down. Back them up 5, be second down.
So that's all the way back at the 34-yard line with 49 seconds to go in this game. An unbelievable effort tonight out of Upperman. Listen, Pearl Cohn came with their absolute best shot. Now they spot it back 5 further yards to the 27. Looked to be insurmountable. 15 points with under 10 minutes to go in the game, and all of a sudden, Upperman had a play to tie the game. They got in, got called that they didn't, and now it's here. But still, great fortitude for Upperman. Chaffin going to fire it up, looking deep downfield, and it's incomplete. He was looking down the seam for Turnbow. It's broken up by a couple of different Firebirds, and with 41 seconds to go in this game, it's going to be third and very long, third and 26 for the Bees.
And if you're an Upperman fan at home wondering why they've not been throwing it all game, that's the reason why. That was your by far your fastest player on your team. Kind of had a step, but that ball just hung up just a little bit. And one of those Pearl safeties was very rangy, able to go over there and get that one down. There's just not a good way to move the ball against this Pearl secondary in the air.
36-27 our score. 2 receivers stacked out each way. Chaffin rolls out to his right, fires looking for Phillips. It's incomplete, 4th and 26. Last gasp here for the Bees in a 9-point game. Jacob will take the headset during the Swallows Insurance Agency post-game show, break down the game. We'll have the Nelson Trophy and screen printing player of the game before getting out of here and ending up the high school football season. Upperman with a game effort today. A game, once again, for the second consecutive week. A lot of people said there's no chance they play with this team. They played with this team the entire way, and there were moments of Pearl Cohn showing off the firepower. It's why they're going to be 15-0. But Upperman showed why they made this championship game and showed that they were a very worthy adversary to a great football team. Snap taken. Dropping back to pass. Chaffin against an all-out blitz. Rolls out, fires. Phillips makes the reception. 40. Phillips cuts upfield with a stiff arm to the 45, to the 50. Carmine Phillips tiptoes. He got the first down and more. And then he steps out of bounds. And they actually spot him down at the 49, which would be short of the line to gain. And Pearl Cohn will take over. They can take a knee and celebrate a state championship.
What an effort by Chaffin there to keep that one alive. And folks at home here in Baxter, I think you're going to see a whole lot of that going forward next year. They're going to have to replace 3 key offensive linemen. I think we'll see more of the Bronson show. And hey, they're bringing back Ethan Paul. They're bringing back Turnbow. Carmine Phillips will be back. I think we're going to see Bronson really take a step in quarterbacking this offense. And I think next year he's also going to have to play some defense here.
And they're going to come measure this. Not really sure why. It looked pretty clear that it was short. They've caught some closer things, first downs today.
You know, I've been pouting over here for the past few minutes and just
way.
sat my phone down and get it back up, and I've got text message after text message saying how he was in there. They got robbed, so make sure everyone knows that at home.
Listen, there's no doubt about it. It is what it is, right? There are some questionable calls, and it's kind of what, Jeremy, you were talking about earlier. There's some that are obvious. If the ball's in the end zone, the ball's in the end zone.
Sure.
They just missed the call.
And here's what I think. And listen, the guy that makes the call is pretty far away from it. At very least, let's get together and let's talk about it. Okay.
Immediately.
And I don't care if he says no. If he says no good, I still have no problem. Get together and talk about it. Because here's the thing: if the umpire's shaking his head that he's in, then the umpire has got. I don't care if you wave that he's no good or not. I am coming to you and I am telling you that he got in and we're changing it. So my thing is if one person's got one thing and the other one's got another thing, at very least, get together and talk about it instead of just running to the kickoff mechanic.
Keyshawn Tarleton is going to have a chance to win Mr. Football. His teammate is as well next week. About to take a knee, and Pearl Cohn will celebrate. They've waited for this one for a while. They're mauling their coach. The knee is down, and the Pearl Cohn Firebirds are the 2023 Class 4A state champions. Final score, Pearl Cohn 36. Upperman 27, and Pearl Cohn gets to celebrate. Listen, controversy aside, this is a worthy champion of this classification.
Absolutely.
They are
Great
an
team.
elite for a football team. There's nothing saying they weren't going to go score again. They were scoring at will the entire second half. So regardless of that, a well-earned championship. They rolled a 15-0 this season. They get it done. But a great championship game. Both these teams belonged in this game, guys, and both of them should have their heads held high regardless of anything else because they laid it out here today in Chattanooga.
I mean, the Macaulay-Baylor game on Thursday was phenomenal. This game was just as good. We said it. These teams have been 1-2 all year, and it came down to to go for two to make it a one-score game or a tie game at that, and not have to go for the onside kick. But what an absolute just slugfest out here by both of these teams, and it was fun to be a part of, fun to watch. And like you said, Pearl is a deserving state champion. They've housed everybody for the past 13 weeks, and this was as good a state championship game as you'll see.
Yeah, it was a great state championship game. Two teams that took different paths to get here. More to come from Chattanooga when we come back as the Swallows Insurance Agency post-game show. Our game day host, Jacob Vinson, will take the headset, break down this game before we wrap things up. Upperman finishes as a runner-up this year after a great season, the best football season in school history, but it's Pearl Cohn who captures the title, 36-27. Don't go anywhere. Much more to come. You're listening to the 2023 Class 4A State Championship game presented by Sonia Brown with American Way Real Estate on the Frontier Chevy UCR Media Network.
Frontier Chevrolet wants to congratulate the Upperman Bees on their run to the state championship game. With a huge selection of new and pre-owned vehicles, including the all-new 2024 Chevy Equinox and Silverado, Frontier Chevy is ready to get you into your next ride. View inventory online at www.caseyschevy.com or stop in at 2350 Cookeville Highway today. And remember, don't buy until you see Jason Fye. Frontier Chevy is proud to be the presenting sponsor of the UCR Media Network. Gentry's Power Equipment is proud to be the presenting sponsor of Upperman football on UCR. Located at 755 Buffalo Valley Road in Cookeville, Gentry's Power Equipment is your local steel dealer with a huge selection of outdoor power equipment including chainsaws, blowers, trimmers, mowers, pressure washers, and more. They are your local one-stop shop for high-quality equipment. Locally owned and operated, Gentry's Power Equipment is proud to support Upperman Athletics and UCR.
Back here in Chattanooga, this is the Swallows Insurance postgame show. The Upperman Bees fall by a final score of 36-27. They are your 2023 state runner-ups in the 4A classification. As we welcome you into the postgame show, my name's Jacob Vinson, the game day host. Of course, Noah McKay, Jeremy Tollison, and Justin Matheny. Of course, controversy late in that ball game. It was 29-27. The Bees have a chance to tie it up with a two-point conversion. Appeared that quarterback Bronston Chaffin was in. We've heard it from down on the field.
Well,
We've heard from other officials.
He was in.
He was in. We're going to put it there.
Yeah, well, you heard what Justin had to say. Listen, now I'm not doing play-by-play so I can talk. I want to be very clear. I'm not convinced at all with over 2 minutes to go, Upperman stops Pearl Cohn and they don't go score a touchdown to win this football game. So let's get that out of the way.
They went in overtime.
Yeah. Let's get that out of the way right now. I want to be very clear. So I'm not – when I said on air that Upperman got screwed, I'm not even necessarily meaning the state championship game.
Specifically.
If I had to choose, I think Pearl Cohn probably does go down and score, just on what we saw in that second half. Notwithstanding that, it's a horrible call. Let's just call it's a horrible call in the worst place. This isn't a hold. The guy's in.
Yeah.
Let's just be blatant. The guy, Bronston Chaffin, got in the end zone, and if you are officiating a state championship game, you got to get that right. You just do. So whatever adjective you want to describe it with, and I totally respect the profession, especially getting to know Jeremy and all that. It's a tough job. Mm-hmm. It's a tough job. And I think your point is well taken. You got to get together and talk about it. Because my suspicion, how many refs are out there?
And I was thinking about, if you pushed it over to me, what I was going to say. And my whole point is there's 7 officials on the field.
I think 6 have that as a touchdown.
And in the mechanic, there should be 3 of them specifically that have the goal line right there. The umpire in both wings, okay? So the umpire shook his head, which is a mechanic, to say, I saw the ball break the plane. Now, whether and it would have been the head linesman saw him give that mechanic or not, I have no idea. However, if I say he's in and you say he's not in, we need to get together and talk about it. Because as big as this is, I mean, it's probably the biggest call this guy will ever make in his career.
And he blew it.
And the thing about it is, let's just say it this way: in his judgment, he didn't get in. Okay,
he's going to find out differently in about 5 minutes.
And I'm okay if his judgment he didn't get in. However, the umpire said he did get in.
Got the checks and balances.
So the umpire should have ran to him and said, "Hey, did you have a good look?" And he's going to say, "Well, it looked like to me he did not get in." He said, "Hey, I had him in 100%." Then we just say the conversion's good. And just like Jacob just said, it's just a check and balance. He had a little bit different angle. Maybe it didn't look like he got in, but to not get together and talk about it is where they messed up.
So to just take it to the final place I'm at, because I think I've qualified it enough. We are standing probably 200 yards away from where that play happens.
At an angle.
He is clearly in the end zone from here. I've called, I don't know how many games I've been to at this point, calling, let alone watched and observed. To me, and actually going back and seeing it now, it was not that close.
Well, I had an official friend of mine text me and tell me he was in by 3 footballs.
So this is not that. That's my biggest problem with this. Is I think you can.
He's a full yard.
You have those plays right. Happened with the onside kick of. Man, I think Pearl Cohn may have had that, but I don't have a good look. And at the end, Upperman comes out. That's one thing. If the ball is here, man,
we've got picture proof.
This is a touchdown. And so, we got to open the show with it because it's what everyone's going to talk about. It's rightfully so. It should have been 29-29. That being said,
there were still 2 minutes
yards
to play.
Rushing to 150, 392 total yards to 226. Pearl Cohn earned the victory today, but that's not what we're going to talk about because of how it was treated at the end.
That's what I want to say. I don't want to take away from Pearl outright winning a state championship because they did. What they did to Upperman's offense outside of the first drive and 10 minutes, they have 4 or 5 3-and-outs, just shut them down. Could not do anything. Their defense played as good as a game against Upperman as anybody has all season. So I 100% want to tip the cap to them. And offensively, they rammed the ball right down Upperman's throat, which we've not seen anybody do in years. And they've got 2 Mr. Football finalists in their backfield, and you saw that play out. I do not want to take a thing away from Pearl Cohn. They earned that. If that game goes to overtime, who knows who's winning that fight?
Absolutely.
We could be here till tomorrow, then both those teams playing from the 10-yard line.
This is a little different than, and I mentioned 2018 earlier when Alcoa did not recover the onside kick. And everybody, I think, felt like Upperman they were driving it well. They were about to go score and win the game. They were going to score, go for 2, and win the game with Blake Metzger. This is not that same scenario, but it's heightened because of the place that we're in and the way that it went down at the end.
I think that's a good cap on it. Obviously, a tip of the cap to Pearl Cohn. We said it. That was a really, really good football team. They earned this victory today. Unfortunately, it seems like it's a little bit tarnished just because of that call that was not called. But we'll move on from there. So the final score, 36-27. The Bees are the silver ball recipients as they're making their way back into the locker room. I'll bring you the final stats. First downs, 18 of them for Pearl, 12 for Upperman. Pearl had 392 yards of total offense, 311 on the ground for Upperman, 226 total, 150 of those on the ground. Of course, Bronston Chaffin, a couple of rushing touchdowns. Ethan Paulk, 1 rushing touchdown. On the other side, it was Zion Simpson-Smith. Couldn't bring him down. 15 carries, 181 yards, 2 touchdowns, and a long carry of 43 yards. Tarleton, the other Mr. Football finalist, passing the ball was 6 for 10 for 81 yards and a touchdown. And, that was the story of the game. Offensively, Pearl Cohn did something that nobody else has been able to do against this Upperman defense. They just straight up beat them.
Listen, we said this is the best team that Upperman's played. Let's make no mistake about it. They lived up to that hype. That's not a surprise. The athletes that they had, the speed that they had, not a surprise. Their commitment to running the ball, I think, number one, came somewhat out of the elements that they were in. They were kind of forced into that box. But when you have a weapon like Zion Simpson-Smith, you're able to go to that counterpunch, right? The run game wasn't as effective. They had some of those 15-yard gains with some of the other kids, right? Javion Kennard didn't have a huge game today on a whole. But when you're able to feed that kid the football, it is so tough to stop.
Kennard didn't have a huge day because he had a 90-something yard touchdown run wiped off the board, and he showed what he could do, what we saw on film. And then for them to get get to where they're up. They take the lead first. That double move they throw up to Darius Reed down there. Branson Turnbow comes in there and plays right through his hands. And it's one of those things in coaching. It's just hard to defend a perfect throw and a perfect catch. And that's what that was. It got put right only where he could catch it. Turnbow recovered, was right there. And just those plays, a game like this, inches determine the game.
I think a bigger thing in this game as well for Upperman, they had a lot of players get injured throughout this ball game. They were pretty short-handed towards the end. We saw Walter Kane go down. Of course, Jackson Rollins didn't play for the whole second half and some of that first half. Briggs was dealing with some cramping throughout the whole ball game. So they're a little bit short-handed as they kept going. They never gave up. They got back into it. I mean, all of us were sitting in here when it was 28-14. They're down by 2, or 29-14. They're down by 2 scores and the 2-point conversion. And it just didn't feel, the way that the game was going, it didn't feel like they were going to be able to get back into it. And they proved us wrong, as they have done all season long.
And really, a play that's not going to be talked about is the 4th down. Upperman, the first drive, they get them stopped in the second half. They've got them 4th and 4 at midfield, and Pearl's going to punt it away. And the guy bobbles the punt, and he picks it up, and he's being an athlete, being able to pick it up on his own. That's what extended it to that 15-point lead right there. That may have got him up 7. I don't really remember the semantics of it, but that was a huge play that's going to be lost in this shuffle that Upperman's going to go back and watch it. That's one they really like to have back.
And the bobbled extra point, those 2 plays account for 9 points.
Right. Yep. And that 2-point conversion, story of the game at the end of it, right? That bobbled 2-point conversion, and that's, I think, kind of a reflection of what we saw at Pearl Cohn all season. Wasn't the prettiest thing in the world, wasn't the most flawless operation, but eventually they just have due to make plays. And in this championship game, they had due to make plays. And to Upperman's credit, they had due to make some plays as well in this game. I thought Cam Bush had a great outing tonight to round out his senior season. And I don't want to get out this senior class is ridiculous. They are a really good senior class. Clayton Harris, Evan Briggs. I'm going to forget people. I don't want to list them all, but this senior class was nasty in a good way. Jackson Rollins. I mean, they could all really play, and they had a mission this year. And to the very end of this game, they were dedicated to try to get to that mission without a doubt. They're an impressive group.
Yeah, there's nothing to be ashamed of. It's still a silver bowl, the first one in school history against a really, really, really good football team in Pearl Cohn. This is the Swallows Insurance Agency post-game show as the Upperman Bees fall in the state title game. Final score 36-27. Our state title broadcast has been brought to you by Sonia Brown with American Way Real Estate right here on the Frontier Chevy UCR Media Network. My name's Jacob Vincent, Noah McKay, Jeremy Tollison, and Justin Matheny. Appreciate everyone tuning in for this broadcast. It's been a lot of fun for us all season long. I know we've enjoyed it, covering all the teams across the Upper Cumberland, covering this run for the Upperman Bees, and capping it off in a really big way with a silver ball against a really good football team.
Yeah, had an opportunity to bring home a gold.
Right.
And that's, before we got here, Justin said, just wanted this to be a good game.
Yeah.
And just be a good game. And my goodness, it was a good game.
Yeah, and, my family can attest to this more than anything. I get in spots where I say things I shouldn't say. So I went quiet there for a minute, okay? Got a little aggravated. And I know I'm the resident Cookeville guy, right? I'm the Cookeville homer, and our folks in White County don't like me at times, and in Baxter don't like me at times. But, man, I will go to absolute war for our teams up here. When it comes down to Malachi getting jobbed like he did and what happened down there, there will not be someone who is going to stand on their box and yell louder than I am. And I hate how it ended, but what so much to be proud of from that town. About what they've gone through this week as a community and a team to come out and show like that and just absolutely lay it on the line, pour it all out. That's why you play high school football, is to get to the pinnacle and to get to that opportunity, and they have nothing to be ashamed of.
Well, we've got basketball coming up next week before we close out this broadcast. Monday, we have some basketball games. White County
Not tomorrow?
No, not tomorrow.
Okay.
We get a day off. We get a day off.
You get a day off.
I'll see y'all next football season.
Well, White County is going to be hosting Van Buren County, and Cookeville boys only game hosting Green Hill at home.
Real quick, on behalf of me, I know I speak for you. Everybody here, I want to thank everybody who's called a game for us during football.
Yes.
We have a lot of people call games for us during basketball, but football is a ridiculous operation. And we had this week
6 games.
6 games at once. Everybody, and now I used to thank them all. It's too long of a list to name. So if you have called a game, if you have run a camera, if you have done anything for any of us on a broadcast, if you have sponsored a broadcast, if you've watched, if you've liked, if you've commented, if you've shared, thank you very much. We're certainly not done. I also want to send a special thank you to this man, Jeremy Tollison, joined us in the booth this
Game
year.
changer.
Absolutely. And I can only imagine what we would have said on this broadcast if you hadn't been in here at the end of that game. I just started giving you questions so that we could take a breath. But this man's an unbelievable official. I know they love you everywhere, just like they love us. When you walk into a gym, they get really excited.
Oh, yeah.
Some people do.
Some don't.
Regardless, thank you very much, sir, for joining us. It's been a pleasure.
It's been really fun. I appreciate it.
Well, there's one more thing of business, the Nelson Trophy and Screen Printing Player of the Game.
I mean, you know what? I'm not going to give it to the guy who got player of the game there. I'm giving it to this entire Upperman senior class. That's a cop-out by me.
It is.
But they deserve it.
Yes.
Zion Simpson-Smith, he was player of the game. For those of y'all who don't know, he probably deserves it. He ain't getting it. He ain't getting it from our crew. It's that entire Upperman class. I think regardless of what happens going forward, the trajectory of the Upperman program can be, you can look back at when Coach Kane got here and then this senior class coming in 4 years ago and how they've changed things, the type of players who've come in, that the area's growing, right? We're going to have people moving here in different ways. But what they've built there with Coach Kane and how he runs his program, I think you can look back on this senior class getting here, the first time an Upperman team's got here, and just say maybe they're able to lay a foundation of something to build this to where they're here more often going forward.
Absolutely.
That's going to do it for us, I think.
It will.
Appreciate everyone tuning in. A big shout out to all of our sponsors, and especially Sonia Brown with American Way Real Estate for bringing you all of our broadcast coverage here in the state tournament. Keep it tuned in to Facebook, Twitter, UpperCumberlandReporter.com. We had Goose, we had CJ, we had Rusty out here. I believe Kaylee and Hallie were also down there and getting pictures, video, live tweets, anything you can imagine. And I can't wait. As always, every pretty much Sunday we wait for the highlight video. May be a little bit longer than Sunday now with this game getting over here Saturday afternoon from Goose and CJ. But that one is going to be a lot of fun, so keep it tuned in to our social medias for that. Of course, on our website. Again, we got basketball coming up on Monday. The Cookeville boys hosting Green Hill at home, and White County hosting Van Buren County. More basketball on Tuesday as well. We'll keep you informed on that on Monday. But that's going to do it for us. Appreciate everyone tuning in for some football across the Upper Cumberland. Football is done. It is full go in basketball starting on Monday. This has been the Swallows Insurance Agency postgame show. We're going to go get some food. We're going to go home, and we're going to sleep for about 15 hours. And at least that's what I'm going to do.
I'm watching the SEC Championship game.
Well, maybe we'll do that
Locked
too.
in.
So, for everybody at UCR Media Network, I'm Jacob Vinson.